Citizen TV, the citizen's power. 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 Citizen TV.
He has labored, he has suffered to lead his people into the land of freedom. He is the Redeemer.
A few weeks ago, Member of Parliament for North Tongue, Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, reported in the media that he had intercepted documents confirming that the Social Security and National Insurance Trust (SNIT) was far advanced in selling a controlling 60% stake in 6 of its hotels to Rock City Hotel Limited, owned by a Greek minister and Member of Parliament for Abetifi, Brian Yawe Champon. This occasioned widespread public outcry, prompting key stakeholders to join hands in organizing a protest in signaling government to stop the sale of these hotels. Ahead of a demonstration planned for tomorrow, June 18th, organizers have held a media engagement to give a roadmap and solidify their calls for a stop to these sales. The attendees at the press conference included members of the Minority Caucus in Parliament, Greater Accra MPs Caucus, representatives of Organized Labour, United Gadangbe Caucus, La Youth Groups, and Pressure Group Arise Ghana. In an interaction with the media, North Tongue legislator Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa gave a detailed roadmap on tomorrow's protest and the demands canvassed by the organizers.
The demonstration will begin at 8 a.m. prompt. We are gathering in front of the Labadi Beach Hotel. This is a hotel at the center of this takeover by a cabinet minister. After converging in front of Labadi Beach Hotel at 8 a.m., we shall proceed to the La Palm Royal Beach, which is not far from the Labadi Beach Hotel. As you know, La Palm Royal Beach Hotel is also under auction and about to go. Then we will make our way through the Gifford Road, Elwak, in front of the Elwak Sports Stadium, and then proceed to the traffic light, that intersection, the Lands Commission intersection. We have agreed with the police that at that intersection we will take a left and then we will walk towards the Christ the King Catholic Church. The Ghana Police Service has pleaded with us that they do not want us to get too close to the Jubilee House. We have agreed with them that we will end the demonstration in front of the Christ the King Catholic Church on condition that representatives of His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo will walk from the Jubilee House and meet us around the Christ the King Catholic Church. It will be seen in our petition that we insist that President Akufo-Addo should immediately stop the sale of our SNIT hotels. We want an immediate declaration from the President, because since we started this agitation, all the President has done is to ask Organized Labour to go and meet the Employment Minister, to go and meet the SNIT board, at which meetings, as Organized Labour has told us, these appointees of the President try to convince them to agree with them for the sale to go ahead. So clearly the President and his appointees don't want to stop the sale. And we are going to insist tomorrow that the president announces that they are backing out of this unconscionable transaction. We are also demanding that state assets should no longer be sold.
Spokesperson for Organized Labor, Susanna Ayele Adefio Setre, issued a clarion call to Guineans to rise up and fight the indiscriminate capture of state assets.
It's a yearning in organized labor that even SNIT is looked at. If it's the management of SNIT, hey, let's look at it. Let's look at it and look at how is it that every now and again we have issues with SNIT. So this is a national call for. We must be interested because I don't want to work the whole of my, how many years, over 40 years life and go on retirement and pauper.
Of the Greater Accra Regional MPs Caucus, further called for the safeguarding and protection of state assets, which were created for the beneficial interest of the public, are not a selected, privileged few.
Our country is alive. Our workers of this country cannot toil for nothing. Our friends, our parents, our neighbors, our family members wake up every day and go to work. So the name and this country, Ghana, will stand. And how and why will we take the toil of their hands, their energy? And there comes a time when an individual or group of persons will take it away. We have seen that these hotels are making good money. They are turning out good profits. So what is the reason to sell them off? They are doing well, as we will wish them to do. Why wouldn't we go for the others that are not doing well and we know them? And they are closing every day. They cannot hire anybody. The ones that are doing well are creating employment, which is ongoing every day. We need to protect them for our country's good.
For Pan-African News, Gregory Pilkington Amwes report, read to you.
Enough of the state capture. These hotels are for all of us. If the hotels are good for Bra Champong and the Freddie Blay brothers, Freddie Blay sons, they can equally be good for all of us. Why deny us these hotels? Profitable hotels, iconic hotels, great brands that are doing very well, have employed thousands of workers. Why should we jeopardize these workers' jobs, and most importantly jeopardize the welfare of Ghanaian workers generally, because this is about our pensions. Already the ILO is warning that if SNIT continues with these bad management decisions, they will not be able to pay pensions by 2036. So I'm very, very, very happy today. This is a clear message. All those at the Jubilee House who thought that Ghanaians are not watching, Ghanaians are not aware of the kleptocracy, of the plutocracy, of the state capture. This is a very unambiguous, resounding message to them that just stop it, just take your hands off. Ghanaians are aware, Ghanaians have caught you, and Ghanaians will not accept it.
Take La Palm Beach Hotel and then Royal La Palm. Last year, the annual statement shows that they are running at loss. So how can a company that is running at loss want to take profitable hotels, properties that belong to the state, properties that belong to you and I? That's the reason why we are here to protest, to tell the government in Buda that the people in power, the power of the people is stronger than people in power.
Honorable, is there nothing that could have been done in Parliament about this issue?
We are using multiple prone approach. We are going to file private member motion to stop government appointees and then people with politically inclined people to start taking state property. Especially in this case, a cabinet minister want to take properties that belong to you and I. We will not allow that. So we are working on private member motion. It depends when we finish. The president will have that courage, that boldness to sign it into act sign the act into the law. That is it, because there are a lot of private member motion acts that is there. The president refused to sign.
Oh, it's good. Given that it's a working day, I want to appreciate everybody who has showed up to protect their interests as either contributors of SNIT or good citizens of Ghana. And I'm very impressed with the turnout. And I know as we are going to keep picking up, and we'll all make the statements we intend to make to the president and his appointees.
Do you think, Honorable, that this demonstration would yield the results that you want?
I am hoping and praying that once you are a duty bearer, it means you owe a duty to the state, the people that have elected you or appointed you. And so I'm hoping that the president, if not for anything, for once, will listen to the cry of the people. There are so many things that we've been speaking on, and he's turned a deaf ear to it. We are hoping that this time he will hear, because it is not an individual property. It is properties for all of us, and we are hoping that we'll be able to make the needed statement. This is simply a lazy man's approach to solving management problems. And if an organization has survived to this far, and it is also making some profit, and you say that the best way out is to sell it off, then you are being lazy. You are not trying to find solution to the problem.
I'm happy about the numbers, I'm happy about the energy, and I'm happy about the issues captured on the placards, because people know what they're looking for. Especially when you get here, you realize that the people of La are so angry. They are so angry about the state of the trade fair, because initially I think they thought that it was going to be renovated, but they're learning all of a sudden that it's been sold. When you come to the beachfront, it's been sold. I mean, I understand even the regular Labadi beach that we knew of old was recently in court, but fortunately for the La people, they won. What is it? What is it? I mean, where are we taking all these monies, and how much can we look? We all go into the same 6 feet grave. These days it's even 3 feet. Why? What is it? You're looking for the money for your children. How about your children? What would they do? Would they just sit and spend your money? So Ghanaians, this is about you and about investment in SNIT.
The previous, we've been doing activities over there. You understand? So why?
So your issue has to do with the state enterprises.
Listen, now why we are today, the issue is simple. We are going to sell the hotel to somebody who, by the end of the year, it doesn't make profit. You are making profit, then you are selling the profit to the one not making profit. I mean, it's uncalled for. Sell it to somebody who makes profit, as I'm doing profit. You understand? The issue is simple. So selling everything in the country, trade fair.
So you are here as part of an organization, or you are here for yourself? I want to know, in what capacity are you here today?
Oh, I'm a Ghanaian, and something is going on in Ghana in which it bothers me. So let it have to take part. I'm a Ghanaian.
Do you think your business today will change something?
Definitely. When we are creating awareness, it will change. Creating awareness, it will change. We all need to create awareness.
What do you want to happen?
Because we are not creating awareness. You, for instance, you don't know that this place has been sold. I mean, are you getting me? If we don't create awareness, are you aware that this place has been sold? Yeah. So you are not. So we have to create awareness for you to know that, hey, selling here. Oh, it's uncalled for.
They told us that when you think you are coming into his administration to make money, then it's better you go to the private sector. So what is happening now? Ghana must work. The country belongs to us. So we are telling the president, we are reminding him, if he has forgotten the message he delivers to us, then we are reminding him to wake up. Thank you. ya tuaba ma eno ntia se bra na beton o ma na dwapade nyina se sana ka dadafo no be ya nka ma meto enti de wo ye na ya de ginjan on respect obi a wo man mu wa ma ye bre ye magufie ye nko school enkwala tifie okom oya obi bia boa ye de Ghana so na do dan kwa gufu ado kasa wo ka che Ghana fo no wasi kasa ni trase nipa ho che no o man no aho kire wom na se bi ba bia wa tifie do wa nya bibia ama Ghana na o man na dopade na wo to dia ama cabinet minister se be dia na be so jade man kirema.
Oh, you say Rock City Airboka. You are making losses, and now there was a demonstration that you are making losses, and that Labadi should rather rescue you and not Rock City rescue Labadi.
Well, first of all, Obia Ogana Hanim say Rock City, I mean, San Wetuma. This idea may a minister, may MP.
Yes.
I know, but Rock City, the minimum say, Omomoka. Obia any hobbit in your account, baby, I say Rock City.
You are not making losses.
Well, me who could Tony Samijefi.
Yes.
I was studio Maha when Neo Kuja to Shebata career came na Rock City is making losses or intercepted documents from GI or intercepted document Bia. The Hockey can
from GRA.
Me say na
serial number.
Me say Nini
or set up be and sign it off.
Minyaba. Bibia ni wa Kuja to kan was asem no na ye no kre. In Tronkwanu try in the first place. In the first place, Rock City, or Mama Aswati, and my check or GRE say, filing on 2023 taxes. I was almost filing by June ending. Into Munyam filing. Into could you to intercepted document there or GRE. Rock City focus on 209C GRE, no matter filing taxes. I'm filing the end of the month. Into your document in a way. On your document in GRE BBS anyway, a contumpo bosremuka in pro.
Nothing at all.
There's nothing. In
2022, no losses.
Me say 2022 Rock City did not make losses. But he was categorical.
With 2023.
So what intercepted documents.
Yes.
Emma serial number, yes. Emma file number, Emma
the person who signed off sample.
Me say GRE. Rock City has not even filed their 2023 taxes. It's due June ending. Into Nyawe. I am told one and and then I'm daring you. I'm daring him. So see what documents a chair said Rock City 2023. I finally was GRA and made losses on Famra. Me will fear be war Trasaku, me Nusukra. Me told 2014. Me the back channel.
If there's a proof.
Me see on Famra Ghana for Nani ma dance for. So to me the Rock City 2023 accounts, Basse Rock City is making losses in our Shabatarina making losses on Famra. Mrs. Hafi me the channel on pair. NGO be a charity be or babyano. Where Danis are dying at the amount. On his orders, Ghana for Nani me dance for. In fact, Nanaya or the consensus in Lofton, Rock City or hotel back war. Akosombo Intercontinental Hotel, a Rock City there. Or call the crew or to me prove Sa hotel, remember Rock City for assign their money. He should prove it. You see, or Hineni, na me a minister, me MP, me the domain, me Casabibri, and Yamano can Nina and Tro. Ha ni na me competition charge, and I me the way for her. My emergency, service and quality dear grow and Yamua. Me family won't go ahead and go come into the Makaman, and yes, me baby car. The Rock City Hotel, and there, so hotels a one crime. Kempinski, 269 rooms, Moving Pick, 260 rooms, Labadi, 160 rooms, Holiday Inn, 160 rooms, Venice saying Fiesta Royale. Okay, Casa hotels I can see a one crime now, Bomoa. And then improve the Rock City in terms of number of rooms. Rock City has about 1,000 rooms now. Can hotels say what my body now can the number of rooms from more? They are not even close to Rock City.
I see you are not paying taxes.
But I'm saying that Rock City, I'll come to that. Rock City is building over 3,000 rooms today there. What are you talking about? We are not paying taxes. This is a company that is paying VAT and paying taxes almost about 100,000 equivalent to $100,000 almost every month. What are you talking about? They don't pay taxes. Check from GRA, check from SNIT. Put all the Rock City hotels in Ghana, Akosombo, in Kumasi, in Accra, in Takoradi, and check whether they are not paying taxes. You see, the lies, I don't have any problem him doing his politics. Oh yeah, the politics in him and family. Minkasa, I'm not going to go near the kinds of lies that he tells. But to be categorical on TV as an ordinary man and put it in a way, you know, sometimes it's quite annoying. And
Labadi is making about 158 million and gains.
I'm not going to.
And that you're not making anything.
But I'm saying that Rock City is expanding to be the biggest hotel in Africa. In all the 16 regions, 54 markets in Ghana, and hopefully take the brand international. He cannot bring it down. And that is all the matter is all about. What Rock City is seeking to do, he cannot stop it.
You think he's trying to do that?
But I mean, that's his problem. It's a problem of hate, and separate Brian Champon from the company Rock City. Miwa Rock City Bekoso. So they are saying, we bet in the Rock City, so separate. But even if for political convenience you want to bring it together, speak the truth. Speak the truth. I'm telling him, and name no kind of Rock City Boka. Me cheni da wa Trasako. Me chena Kosombo Intercontinental Hotel and Rock City. Me the better on fa. On me can prove it to Ghanaians. His lies and lies. You could do your truth. Oh, hang ni kan sem chantro. No kwebie ni bosse mu kan kwa. Na fe na maka no. Me epeni. Ban peni de djuma kesi a hye me se na fe mani ekoho. Me sanso di do mani mu ebitifi. Ene wo se ma mani bre ho. But enye ni ma na okeka no. Wo di asema ko shraj. Ntime nkabi. Shraj on report beba. Some now can like a second na shraj drum report. Minim de among the baby, but only the baby in Ghana. You be who sell cano cray, and as a one cano cray. It didn't say ye, Uchini Pafa knew a bet is a maintenance. Now, you know Ghana, when you coupon in a Eheno. Rock City, no, I am a
He has labored, he has suffered to lead his people into the land of freedom. He is the Redeemer. He has labored, he has suffered to lead.
Joining us in the Dr. Kwabena studios of Pan-African Television, where we are bringing you today's edition of the Mother of All Talk Shows, Alaji and Alaji. We are live on Pan-African Television, we are live on social media, we are on Facebook, you can watch us live, you can also watch us on YouTube. Pan-African Television is the pages you should be looking for. I am Sena Tinopo. It's my pleasure to welcome you to this edition of the show. Once again, we're also live on Radio Go. We're also live on many affiliates across the country. And of course, don't forget, your thoughts are very important to us on this show. So share them via our WhatsApp line or text message line, or you can share it when you're watching us on social media, either on Facebook or YouTube. We'll share some of your views. A lot of people keep accusing me of not reading their messages. I can only share some, not everything you send to us. So we'll share some of your views in the show as we always do today. Now, this morning we are discussing, of course, the demonstration that happened last week. Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa himself was here. We talked about that demo that happened just this Tuesday, the Tuesday that just passed. The demonstration that they tagged "Hands Off Our Hotels." It was a well-attended demonstration. They sent a petition to the presidency. So we'll be talking about that and related issues. And of course, you saw Brian Champon, whose hotel is attempting to buy these hotels, also daring Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa to put out details or the documents he claims he has in possession about the performance of his hotel. Well, that has been responded to. But he promised all kinds of things if Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa is able to put out those documents, including house in Trasako, hotel in his constituency, the kind of things he's promised. But Honorable Okudzeto has responded to him. We are yet to hear from him. But we'll be talking about the demonstration and the issues that have come up subsequently. Then we'll move on to the NDC's campaign team. The NDC is seeking to wrestle power from the New Patriotic Party. They have put out the campaign team that will help it do that. The campaign team will be led by their General Secretary, Rambo Fifi Fiavikwete. And then they have a campaign team for the flag bearer, which will be led by Professor Joshua Alabi, and a campaign team for their running mate, which will be led by Mr. Alesek Befia. We'll be talking about the composition of that campaign team, and comments will be made on it. And then we'll conclude with the state of Ghana's economy, because the Ghana Statistical Service says the economy grew by 4.7% in the first quarter of the year. Good news? Well, this is how we'll conclude our discussion today. Now, joining me to discuss these issues this morning, Kwame Kwesi is General Secretary of the Socialist Movement of Ghana. We're happy to see him this morning. And of course, we're also happy to see a member of the Afro-Franco movement, the Movement for Change, the Alliance for Revolutionary Change. As always, lawyer Andrew Apia Dankwa joins us in studio. Always nice to see lawyer, and it's fantastic to have a member of Parliament for Cape Coast South, Honorable Kweku George Ricketts Hagan, joining us in studio for today's discussion. The panel will be completed by a member of the NDC in Ododo Diodio, and a financial analyst, Ni Yaboy Anan, that will complete our panel for today to discuss the issues that I just tabled. And of course, we are way behind time, so we'll jump into the discussion and start with the one that has to do with the hands of our hotel. And of course, I'll start with Honorable George Kweku Ricketts Hagan. Honorable, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. And good morning to my good friend Kwesi and my brother, and your viewers and those who are listening to us this morning. First of all, I haven't had the opportunity to do this, but I must commend Honorable Okujoto Ablakwa for following this issue up and bringing it to where it is today. It's been almost 2 years that I know that he's been trying to follow this up. So it just did not happen yesterday, and he just didn't get up and go for Honorable Brian Achampon. But it's been some kind of investigation, and obviously this is something that he is good at in terms of finding some of these things out and getting detailed information to support whatever claims that he made. The reason I'm saying this is that the genesis of this issue goes way back to 2022. It just did not happen yesterday. And it started as a result of SNIT coming up with a notice, basically an advert in the papers, this particular advert, that they're going to sell off their hotels. You know, basically these six hotels that were initially mentioned. And also a policy document that I chanced on, that they actually wanted to do more by selling all its unlisted assets. Unlisted assets. When we say unlisted assets, we mean assets owned by SNIT that are not listed in the capital market, in the stock exchange, of which these hotels are part of, because these hotels are not listed. I became very alarmed, obviously knowing the operations of SNIT. This came around February of 2022. This was when this advert. And in the advert, it says that people who are interested in this expression of interest should send their document, and it will actually be open, you know, like an open tender. On the 23rd of March which is a month after the advert came out. As I said, I became very alarmed knowing the workings of SNIT and the dangers of disposing of this asset. So I wrote to the Right Honorable Speaker to ask for permission to make an urgent statement on the SNIT matter. So this is the letter that I sent to the Right Honorable Speaker on this SNIT matter. At that time, there was no issue with Honorable Brian Achampon or anyone trying to. SNIT has just come out that they want to sell the hotel. And I just want to read a portion of this to you. My letter to Speaker, just ignore the first part. I said, I would like to sought your permission to make an urgent statement on the floor of Parliament on the deplorable state of our state pension managed by the Social Security and National Investment Trust, and their recent proposal to sell off most of its long-term unlisted assets, including their 6 big hotels across the country, office buildings, and their shareholdings in real estate companies. The intention is to reduce shares of these assets to only 0.4. So SNIT policy is to reduce all its unlisted assets, these infrastructures, to 0.4%, or 4%, sorry. And that was quite alarming. So I said, Mr. Speaker, these assets are the jewel in the crown of SNIT asset, and it will be catastrophic if SNIT is allowed to go ahead with the sale. It will put the future of pension payment of retirees at risk and possibly collapse the scheme, as there are not enough contributors, that is enough people working today to sustain the scheme. Mr. Speaker, time is of the essence, as SNIT has already advertised the expression of interest. Honorable Haruna Idrisu, then the minority leader, who I discussed this with before approaching the Speaker, I said, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, the minority leader, has approved the attached statement. That's the statement I wanted to make, and recommended to you. I humbly await your. Speaker didn't waste time on it. So on the 1st, and I will give you this document, I made a statement on the floor of Parliament. It says, statement by Honorable Kweku Rikitagan, Member of Parliament for Cape Coast South, on the state of pension in Ghana, the case of SNIT. And this was made on the 1st of March, 2022. So Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa, I believe, was one of the contributors. After making a statement, people contributed. And after he and I had a discussion, and he actually took interest in this and decided to do some work on this. Then he and I had a few discussions where he had unearthed, a lot of things. Now, SNIT cooled off. In my statement, I requested that Parliament brings in the Director General of SNIT and the management of SNIT to come and explain, first and foremost, why they want to sell the hotel, and secondly, why they want to get rid of all its long-term assets. Because SNIT is a long-term investor simply because it gets long-term money. Because it gets pension money that is invested on behalf of people who are working today to give them income when they retire. They have this long-term funds to be able to invest in this long-term asset. And they are one of the few institutions, financial institutions in this country, who can embark on that kind of, not even banks, because banks don't necessarily know when people will come for their money. But at least with pension, we know when people are going to retire, so they can have a proper planning. SNIT is the second largest financial institution in this country, only second to the Bank of Ghana. No, SNIT is a cash cow. And no institution in Ghana, not even the Bank of Ghana, has the kind of money SNIT has. Because Bank of Ghana only has money because it prints it or it raises money on behalf of the government, for the government. It's not its money, it's only a custodian. But SNIT money, SNIT is also a custodian, but it holds that money long term for workers who are working today. If SNIT were to be any other company, SNIT would have collapsed. But because it's a pension and people are always contributing, working and contributing, SNIT is able to sort of be kept afloat by that. But technically, SNIT is near insolvent. What happened? There was a big problem, and I'm coming to come to this hotel, but this is the genesis and this is the story behind, and it's bigger than the hotels and bigger than Brian Champon. And if care is not taken, we will have a serious problem on our hand, bigger than the debt restructuring, bigger than the losses that Bank of Ghana has made. So SNIT has this policy now. In the last 8 years, SNIT has a policy of selling all its long-term assets. We are talking about the hotels. We are talking about most of the skyrise buildings that you see in the commercial, area of Accra. The World Trade Center building, the Emporium building, many of MTN building, all those buildings are owned by SNIT. They are badly managed because they don't have any serious management company actually managing it. They have Brawl doing some work, and they have their own internal real estate department, which was set up basically to manage its own asset, buildings of directors and all that. And these are the companies managing SNIT hotels and properties. And the management of these hotels has become a Siberia for directors of SNIT that somebody obviously doesn't want to see at SNIT head office. So if you become surplus requirement, but they cannot actually fire you because you've been there for 20, 30 years, you are unproductive, they ship you to go and manage one of these hotels. So you find out that a lot of SNIT directors have been seconded over the years to manage SNIT properties across the country. I have worked with some of them. I've served on the board of SNIT. That's why I have all this information. I built a World Trade Center with SNIT, so I know, what is going on there. Now, the other problem that happened, that has put SNIT in the situation that SNIT is in now, before Brian Champon and others come in, is that during the last days of President Kufuor, we had a new Pensions Act. Originally, since the inception of SNIT, SNIT used to manage all the countries, the whole Ghana's formal sector pension, which then was 17.5% of the contributions made by employers and employees. Solely, as I said, SNIT was a cash cow, has lots of money and doesn't know what to do with it. It gives money into various investments. SNIT is actually the largest investor in Ghana's capital market. SNIT has shares in almost every stock in the stock exchange. At least about 22 of the 30 or so stocks that they have there. Now, when the reforms came, that changed the contribution to 18.5% instead of 17.5%. SNIT's management or SNIT, the contribution that comes to SNIT, reduced from 17.5% to 11%, because SNIT was supposed to collect 13.5%, but 2.5% was supposed to be given to the health NHI. So SNIT only ended up with only 11%, and then the new creation, which is the corporate trustees, ended up with a 5%, and then they had a third tier. So they had 3 tiers. The first tier is SNIT, The second tier is the corporate trustees, and the voluntary one, which is the third tier, the Provident Fund. Now, what that did to SNIT is that overnight, SNIT lost 37% of all pension contributions. And that has been the pattern from that time onwards, because the rest of the money goes to all this other creation. It was as a result of that that the NPRA was created. The National Pensions Regulatory Authority was created to regulate SNIT. But they have been weak since inception, because SNIT is a giant. And basically this NPRA itself was set up, in conjunction with SNIT itself. So SNIT don't see them as their regulators, but SNIT thinks that it's bigger than them. So this is the genesis of SNIT's problem. So SNIT got to a situation where overnight, 37% of all the monies coming to them was not coming anymore. The structure with SNIT is that SNIT invests in long-term projects, obviously to fund future pensions. Now, it doesn't most of the time go and seek the investment, but it is people rather who come to the corridors of SNIT with various term sheets of projects that they intend to do, and come and convince SNIT to put money in those projects. SNIT owns hotels, as I said, commercial buildings. It owns energy business. The Senate plant in Tema, next to VRE, is owned by SNIT. That produces 100 megawatts of electricity. There are other Western malls, and all those are partially, and in some cases 100% owned by SNIT. So SNIT is littered with pretty much good project and bad project, because the bad project came to the corridors of SNIT with somebody behind it, gets SNIT to throw money in it, and then SNIT doesn't even know how those things are being managed. So comes these hotels. SNIT decided that they are not in the business of hotels. Listen to the logic. They are not in the business of running hotels. Therefore, it is better to divest these hotels and maybe get some income from it, or get some money from it by selling them. Now, in the advert, if you go back and read it, the advert that came out, it said SNIT wasn't going to put any money in these hotels in terms of revamping them. So whoever comes to tender will have to have the money to invest in the hotel to get it. They have set up the parameters. They wanted the SNIT hotels to be world-class hotels. So whoever is coming should be prepared to have money to get SNIT to a world-class hotel. I don't know whether SNIT forgot or they decided to. SNIT earlier on had engaged a company called Legacy from South Africa to manage their Labadi. Labadi Beach belongs to them. And they didn't buy it. They were just management company who had put money in and get money from the money they're able to raise by running the hotel to pay themselves and to give back SNIT what is due SNIT. They signed another agreement for this company after they had done well with Labadi to take over all these hotels, 6 hotels, and do the same with them. In fact, to an extent that the one in Cape Coast, which is called Bajaya, Elmina, was going to be turned into a hotel. It was a hotel already, and a hospitality management school to produce the people who work in the hospitality industry. And they are to be accredited by the University of Cape Coast to be able to run that. Now, SNIT decided to abrogate that contract with the Legacy on Labadi and all the other ones that they signed. and set up a company called Golden Beach Hotel, their own company. Sent one of their Siberian people there to run it, and it was a disaster. Then they came to the conclusion, as I said, that they are not good at managing hotels, therefore they are not going into hotels. What SNIT forgot is that all the things they have invested in, they are actually not good at any of them. Because SNIT operates in terms of investment like what private equities do. They may not necessarily have an expertise in the field, but if it's a good investment, they go in there and probably bring in the expertise and participate in those companies. So that's basically what SNIT is doing. Most of the things that SNIT bought, it puts some of its people on the board and all that to see to what is going on there. But cronyism in the last 8 years is pretty much collapsing all the income that should be coming to SNIT that is not coming. So they decided to get rid of these hotels. Now, the mere fact that they said they were not going to put in money means that the hotels were going to be sold at knockdown prices. Because if you are selling a dilapidated building to me and you are not prepared to put any money in us restoring that building, then I can only take it from you at the knockdown price. And that brings in the gentleman, Brian Champon, a government official, Minister of State, Cabinet Minister, who does not see anything wrong with the word conflict of interest, doesn't probably understand it. And that a company associated to him, as far as he is concerned, that he is not participating in, so he claims, could go ahead and buy a quasi-state institution, which SNIT is, asset, and not see anything wrong with it. And that's a tragedy in this country. That if things like that should continue, we are going to have a serious problem. And I said the story is bigger than hotels, because similar things are going on in the commercial properties of SNIT. As I said, SNIT wants to sell off all these properties. So who knows who is there in those other things that they are trying to sell? Who knows what has been sold? Who knows who are the players? The hotels are 6 or so of them, you know. But there are huge assets of SNIT that is also on sale. And people, cronies, are into this, coming up with all sorts of valuations in buying these things cheaply. It is wrong for the Minister of State, a cabinet minister, whether the company is 100 miles away from him, as the sole owner of the company, to even put in a bid. And what surprises me, that this guy and the NPP government and the people who are supporting him don't even see any issue with this. This is what we have degenerated into as a country. And if care is not taken, and this sale is allowed to go ahead, God help all of us in what will happen in the future. You will very soon hear of the commercial asset of SNIT also being sold off to people at knockdown prices, because SNIT again is not prepared to put in any money. And this is a serious problem, and it's something that I'm happy that Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa took this up, did the kind of investigation. As I said, when I started this, there was nothing like Brian Champon. My interest was not even on, I didn't even think of government side of things, but my interest was not even in who is buying it. My interest is to stop the sale of SNIT immediately. Just the last bit of something I want to read to you here, which is in my statement. I'll make this statement available to you. I said in the speech, in the presentation I made in Parliament, I said, therefore, Mr. Speaker, SNIT should be discouraged from selling its long-term asset and be encouraged to invest funds to revamp its long-term asset. If you read this, you will get a lot of things that, you know, that I said on that day. And it's in the Ansah in Parliament. You need to be able to find it. So again, I must commend Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa for what he has done. I must commend the people who went out there with us to demonstrate and to signal that this kind of things cannot go on. In fact, I was somebody who was not too much worried about, you know, maybe purchasing of government land and all those things. Because, look, these things started since independence, where retired civil servants are maybe given, they're able to buy a plot of state land. Remember, most of them were living in government bungalows, and you have to leave the bungalow for somebody else, your successor, to come and occupy it. Most of them did not have homes, or, you know, still wanted to live in Accra. Maybe they are not from Accra. So small parcels of land were given to these people to build their houses in the Jolus and the airport and that. It was on a small scale. What is happening today is government land being looted across the country for commercial projects spearheaded by politicians. Buying these lands cheaply and doing commercial activities with it to enrich themselves. Prime lands, not necessarily for their own, even small property to live in. If you go to cantonment area, where we used to have single houses and all that all over the place, now when you go there, it's apartments. So the person who got the land did not get the land to build himself a house like it was done in the 60s. They got the land for commercial activities, bought the land at knockdown prices, and they're using them for these activities. And people in this country are standing up to defend. And the gentleman who is a minister of state can come on television or an interview and say that, put some kind of a challenge to Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa and add some salt to the injury, that if he's able to prove what he's saying, he's going to give his house in, what is it called? Transaco or hotel. Disrespecting all of us, belittling the intelligence of all of us as Ghanaians. And we are sitting down and watching. This sale must not go on. If it does, it's going to create a problem down the road. What is going to happen when even Brian Achampon or whoever buys this hotel? The question you ask yourself is, what is SNIT going to use that money for? SNIT is supposed to invest in long-term assets. These are, look, hotels, we know in this country, we know the infrastructure deficit and all that we have. We know that tourism infrastructure is lacking in this country. And what is tourism infrastructure? Hotels, restaurants, and on what have you. This is an area that the government is encouraging. Government is giving tax exemptions to cronies to invest in hotels. And SNIT is selling them at knockdown prices to somebody else. And a time will come when the government when SNIT gets the money, and let me tell you, this has been going on for a long time though, but it was escalated when the MPP government came to power. SNIT uses its money, first of all, as I said, to buy this unlisted asset, the real estate and all that they have, the commercial properties, the hotels and all that. It uses its money again in investing in the capital market, and I mean stocks. As I said, is the biggest investor in the Ghana Stock Exchange. So SNIT is helping the development of our capital market. SNIT is also one of the biggest bondholders, government bondholders in this country. Because government uses, SNIT uses its money, the cash that is ours, in buying government bond. Now let me tell you the problem there in the last 8 years with government bond. When the money that SNIT invests is only in the books of SNIT, but that money in the last 8 years has never come back. Because when that bond matures, government and SNIT roll that bond over. They don't pay. And in some cases, even the coupons, the interest that were to be paid, are not paid. Therefore, the interest and the principal are both put together and rolled over. And they've been rolling it over, rolling it over. So in SNIT books, they have money. But make a call on SNIT for that money to pay pensioners, and that money cannot come because the government itself hasn't got it. That money has also suffered haircuts and all sorts of cuts. So to allow SNIT to be able to sell these hotels, what the government wants to do is to encourage SNIT to sell the hotels and its asset. So now that it is being shut out of the capital market, the external debt market, and even in the local market, domestic market itself is become choked with treasury bills. The government wants to take SNIT money from these assets and use it in the wasteful, frivolous manner that is done with our money in the last 8 years. So a time will come that if SNIT goes ahead with any of these sales, SNIT will have no asset in terms of infrastructure or physical asset. SNIT will only have cash in the stock exchange. Stock exchange can collapse and SNIT will lose all pensions money. Government is not unable to pay bonds, giving haircut. Therefore, the cash sitting with government can also have serious problems. SNIT is limited in where it invests its money. So are the trustees and all that. Because it is pension money, they are supposed to invest it in a close to risk-free assets so that they don't go into these hedge funds and other things and waste people's money. The government, who is supposed to be the most risk-free, itself has become a problematic customer to have. And this is the situation that we are in. The issue is bigger than hotels. The issue is bigger than Brian Achampon. It is the whole institution called SNIT and this government with the policies that they have fashioned together to loot this country and deprive pensioners of future pension. In the ILO report that is given to SNIT, that's an actuarial report that is given to SNIT, and I've been following this since 2011, consistently says that SNIT within a few years will be unable to continue the scheme to be able to pay people. Because less people, high unemployment means that less people are going into the workforce. Those who have retired today, it is not the money that they contributed that is paying their pension. That money paid somebody else's. It is the money being contributed today together with investment income that is paying the pension of people who are living on retirement today. And only a small percentage of people who are on retirement are actually receiving pension. So majority of the people have to take some job somewhere in the private sector to be able to earn a living, or they are relying on families and all that. Because we know that the leap and all those things doesn't reach anywhere. And if care is not taken. So, look, this issue is not about Brian Achampon. Yes, he's the one who is gone into this thing, which he shouldn't have. I can't, this is criminal. It should never be allowed. And I can't understand why people can't even see it. And people are actually sitting down and making arguments about this. The pros and cons. Brana Champon is a businessman. If he's a businessman, he should leave government. Go and do his business. After all, that's what President Akufo-Addo said. If you want to make money, stay in the private sector and make your money. You won't make it in my government. He cannot be in government, use his influence to buy SNIT, a quasi-state institution's asset, at a knockdown prices and make a commercial enterprise out of it and call himself a successful businessman at the expense of pensioners and those of us who are still working today. Probably those who are on pension in the next, the average I think is about 20, 30 years you will be gone. So maybe those people will get pension. But Senator, people like you, your contribution will end up in SNIT hotels that will end up in some private hand. So let's comment Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa. Look, a lot of things will be thrown at him. But let's look at the substance of the matter. It's not going for, when I started, I wasn't going for, I didn't even know Brana Champon. He wasn't even in the game. The notices came out in February. I wrote to the speaker on the 25th of February. I made a statement on the 1st of March. That's the statement here, I'll give you a copy. And Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa took this thing and he took a different life on its own. Before he even informed me, Ablakwa, about this Brian and all that, because when I was doing this, I was looking at stopping SNIT, because I was trying to beat the 23rd deadline in their advert of opening the bid. And I was calling on Parliament to call in the Director General, the management, the minister responsible, both finance and employment, to come and answer questions why SNIT is taking this diabolic policy direction of selling assets they owe 100% all the way to 4%. How will SNIT be able to survive? What will SNIT contributions that it takes will be invested in? Government bonds to create the kind of problems that we have created. So that's the genesis of this story. It's bigger than hotels, bigger than Brana Champon. And real rot is going on in SNIT, and we need to halt it and halt it now. Otherwise, there will not be pension for anybody.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that background and laying a very good foundation and expanding the debate a bit more. Thank you. In fact, his member of parliament for Cape Coast South, Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa, I think a day after the demonstration, made this post on Facebook. May I respectfully assure the revered chiefs and good people of the central region who have called us for a patriotic partnership to stage the next hands of our hotel demonstration, since they are vehemently opposed to the sale of Elmina Beach Hotel and Rich Royal Hotel, both in the central region, that we have unanimously agreed and resolved to hold a similar massive protest in the central region if President Akufo-Addo fails to stop the sales within the next few days. So it could be heading to your constituency very soon. This further, Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa again. It says checks on the ownership details of the 6 companies shortlisted in the controversial sale of SNIT hotels confirm that Spartan, I don't know what this, Ives Limited, is owned by Freddie Blake's son, Kwao Osamao Blake. Apparently, Freddie Blake's son, Kwao, has bigger plans for Labadi Beach Hotel beyond controlling its lucrative beachfronts. The latest information pointing to a spirited effort by Mr. Blake to purchase SNIT hotels after his infamous beachfront encroachment is certainly bound to create fresh credibility crisis for Mr. Freddie Blake, who claimed only last week, amidst issuing threats, that his sons have never been interested in capturing or owning SNIT hotels. In fact, Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa has responded to Mr. Brana Champon's but says he doesn't want any of the things that he said he was going to give him. Lawyer, let's hear you.
Yeah, so, Senator, I want to take this opportunity to wish you a good morning. Wish Uncle Kwesi good morning. I was really engrossed in the submission of Honorable here. Fantastic submission, and I must say that is a submission that I want to associate with on all fours, on all fours. My own Don, it's a long time since we met. Hopefully we can have a very fantastic discussion here. And like I said, as in the Honorable has set a very great tone, and I hope I can follow, and all of us can follow in service to our country. And also wish your lovely viewers a good morning. But I want to say that as much as I said that I stand on all fours with what he said, I'm particularly want to emphasize what he said concerning how huge this issue is. In fact, that this issue is bigger than Brian, it's bigger than any one of us. You get it, because see, you can look at this issue from so many angles, and our attempt to even go into the finance side. Well, he's here, the Don himself is here. I think they will do a fantastic job at that. But also, if you take into consideration the fact that ILO actually is saying that by 2030, 36, SNIT may not be able to pay the contributions of the old people at that time, I'm sure, which will likely include most of us here. SNIT will not be able to pay as in the way it is being run. Now, if that is what is at stake, and we vote a president into office, and the Constitution advises the president to have certain policy considerations in mind when he's taking certain decisions, and one of which is, as in the chapter 6 of the Constitution, in fact, not to quote what he says. So when you read the social objectives of our Constitution, particularly Article 37, 6b, that the state shall provide social assistance to the aged, such as will enable them to maintain a decent standard of living. You understand? If you understand, as in the thorough submission of Honorable here, then this matter borders on the well-being of every citizen of this country. It borders on the well-being because at the end the state is the biggest investor, so they invest in projects, they make available funds in the capital market. And we know that usually in highly developed countries, the pension funds are the source or the soul of economic transformation, because you need money to be transformed. You understand? And because of the long-term nature of pension funds, usually in highly developed countries, that's the source for their transformation. And also the fact that they also provide some sort of security. And I think the word security is captured in their name for the aged. Because of, and the fact that SNIT, every month, imagine, all of us, all the working force in Ghana, everybody contributes about, SNIT is about, you said 11 or 13 point something percent of our money goes into SNIT. Now, what that for me does is that then it puts a huge burden on the president. It puts a huge burden on the president when issues concerning SNIT come up or are in the fore. For me, I know I want to just limit myself to what this represents or stand for the kind of leadership we've been given by the president, taking into consideration the comments he made when this issue came up. Because when this issue came up, an issue that really exposes the president as having failed to deliver on every single aspect of the oath he took. Yes, because what this issue can lead us to is one, a situation where the 37.6 I'm talking about cannot be fulfilled. You understand? But beyond that, where the president is sitting down aloof and allowing his cabinet minister to breach the public trust that the people of this country have in him. The trust that really is holding together our constitutional democracy. Because we are a republic. Because when you read the oath of governance or the presidential oath, it keeps on mentioning the Republic of Ghana. So because it's a republic, then what it essentially means is that the we being the sovereign, the public being the people, you need their confidence, you need their trust for this system of governance to work. Because we give our powers to the politician, to the president, who then gives it to his ministers. So that if any act is done that can potentially undermine that trust, then the president is putting the whole country in a situation where this constitution, this republic, will be undermined, will be in danger. Because if the people lose faith in the ability of political leadership, in the ability of political leadership, not only to grant on its promises of leadership, but where we believe that they are using the powers that we give them essentially to enrich themselves, then it breaks that trust. And once that trust is broken, what it does is that it then creates some form of threat to the republic and to the constitution. Because, honestly speaking, I cannot believe that Brian Champon, a cabinet minister, will even put himself in this situation in the first place. And having put yourself in this situation, you let's say you do not have regard to the public trust that is created in you as a cabinet minister, but having then, or your attention having been drawn by the reaction of the people of Ghana to be making the sort of arguments he's making, and then the attitude of the president, the attitude of not just the NPP members, because I've actually also heard shockingly an NDC MP attempt to defend this clear evidence of massive depravity in leadership on the altar of friendship. Because once again, what I know what you're saying is it is bigger than Brian Champon. It's even bigger than the president. Because what is at stake is the republic itself. That's what is at stake. That is what is at stake. And so if we, the citizens of Ghana, all of us, pledge to defend the constitution of Ghana, then we should come together. It shouldn't be about your partisan coloring, and defy and fight against the wanton destruction of the Republic of Ghana, being championed by the president himself. Being championed by the president, because the president said in his oath that he was going to be faithful to the Republic of Ghana. So then why do you consistently put Ghana in a situation where this system that we've taken upon ourselves, believing that is the best system that can protect the interests of the people of Ghana, is the best system that can protect the integrity of this country? Why do you continuously expose the survival of the system by decisions or non-decisions you make? Because immediately Brian Champon did this. If indeed you had any regard to the oath you took to be faithful to Ghana, and if you understood the potential of what Brian Champon to do to undermine the integrity of our state, immediately you will sack him. Immediately you will sack him. But this is the first time. This president sat down and allowed the interior minister to go and say that he was going to grant about 30 slots to NPP parliamentary candidates. Now, if you understand the role the police or the security agency plays in keeping together our republic, and the fact that the reason why we have this republic and we have this constitution, because we believe that it's the best way in which our personal liberties, our lives, and our right to pursue our own individual happiness can be fulfilled. So you should always have regard to that. So that if, at the end, the institutions that the constitution has created to enable us achieve that goal, and you, the president, having taken an oath, not only to be faithful to Ghana, but to preserve, protect, and defend the constitution of Ghana, that you are going to dedicate yourself to the well-being of the people of Ghana, and an understanding that if these institutions, if the republic collapses or is placed in the position where it can collapse, then clearly the purpose for which this system was created in the first place, and the system that you yourself took an oath to protect, is going to be undermined. Then what you are doing is to open up the republic to unnecessary threats. You understand? So the Brian Champon situation, the interior minister's situation, where clearly the security agencies were going to be undermined because you are going to put party apparatchiks there, people not on the you are going to make appointments not on the basis of merit. If you take the Galamsey issue, the fact that they're into a trust was created by the president has allowed party apparatchiks to, as it were, steal the property of the state. If you take into consideration the extent to which government properties are being sold, like Chichinga, the cantonment lands, the way they are distributed to themselves like Chichinga, then clearly what this by Champon issue is bringing or is exposing is a fundamental lack of integrity of the leadership of Nana Akufo-Addo and its impact on the survival of our republic itself. That is what is happening. And the fact that when this matter has been brought to him, all he could say is that his employment minister should go and have a discussion with organized labor. Does he appreciate and understand the oath he took? Or is it the case that the purpose for which he became president or wanted to become president was not to protect all of our collective interest and that he was pursuing a parochial agenda? Is that the case? Because Sesena is becoming one too many. It's becoming one too many. As in, if really you understand that to be faithful to Ghana, to protect, preserve, defend the constitution of Ghana, to dedicate yourself to the well-being of Ghana, is going to be undermined if, by your appointments, people do not even believe in the fairness or the ability of the Electoral Commission to be fair. You understand? Because there should always be certain critical policy considerations or purpose for which will dictate the kind of decisions you make. You should always have at the back of your mind. So every decision you take as the president of this country, you should have at the back of your mind the oath you took. That is this decision I'm making, or is the use of the powers I've given to any of my ministers, are they using it in a manner that is adverse to the oath I took? So when you, the president, you head up by a Champon, a cabinet minister, has put in a bit, because you have had arguments, very interesting arguments. In fact, I want to use the word pedestrian arguments, that because of the separate legal entity concept, the fact that a company is different from its owner, it's not Brian Champon buying it, it's different. But the question, who is the beneficial owner of Rock City? Where Rock City makes dividends, profits, where would the dividends go? You get a picture. So clearly, your cabinet minister has taken a decision that, beyond breaching the public code, even captured in our constitution, is breaching the public trust, and it can potentially undermine the confidence the people of Ghana have in the republic, in the people we've given our powers to. You, the president, when you heard this, when they asked you, did you ask yourself this simple question? In the way Brian Champon is acting, does it represent his being faithful or my being faithful to the Republic of Ghana? In the way SNIT is being run, to the extent that SNIT is being run, or the decisions that the people in SNIT, the trustees are taking, or the directors are taking, or the directors are you, the president, appointed. Because you understand, SNIT is the statutory public trust. You understand? So it's no regular company, it's a statutory public trust that's owned by the government of Ghana. You understand? Which at every point in time, ultimate responsibility on how SNIT is run, what to aid the republic achieve the objectives and the social objectives. In how the directors are behaving, does it represent my being faithful? As when I say my, the president, my being faithful to the Republic of Ghana? Because if at the end of the, under your watch, the directors you've chosen to SNIT are running SNIT in such a way that by 2036, SNIT won't have funds to pay pensioners. potentially breaking the social structure of this country. Potentially. Because if SNIT can't pay its pensions, just imagine the pressure that will be put to bear on the Republic. And the president, you have no issue. So the president, you're okay. You're okay with SNIT being run in such a way as to expose the citizens of this country to the mayhem that it can potentially cause. You have no issue. So we talk about corruption. The president said he was going to fight corruption. That's why they did this special prosecutor issue. He does not think that what Brian is doing amounts to corruption. He does not see that selling public property to your cohorts amounts to corruption. Or we think corruption is just when money exchanges hands. But a minister, a public official at the highest level, cabinet minister, is attempting to use that influence to purchase public property. And you don't think that is corruption? Because in this battle against corruption, the number one weapon is the president's own personal integrity. It's the president's own personal integrity. And he does not think that his cabinet minister attempting to purchase public company does not amount to corruption. He doesn't see anything wrong. He doesn't see it that way. The question I told Nanado, is he a leader at all? Because you are the president of Ghana, that is positional. But at the end of the day, you are supposed to be the leader of Ghana. That's why you take an oath to be faithful to Ghana. That's why you take an oath to preserve, to defend the constitution of Ghana. You understand? So, for me, yes, I commend Okujeto. He's doing great. But it's a worry that it must always be Okujeto, or over the course of 32 years. It looks as if it's always the job of whichever political party is the minority in government to be battling the ills in leadership. And what's even more worrying is the lack of principle of our politicians. Clearly. What was so in the first in J.J. Rawlings' time? I remember I was a young boy then, but I remember the uproar and the issues made concerning Nana Kunedu's attempt to buy or the Ansah country. That's when and the fact that he even went to, he was even tried, he went to court and all. I remember comments made by certain people belonging to the MPP party, and most of these were still around. Now, when President Kufuor came into power, there were issues about MPP people attempting to buy public property. Indeed, I remember the first time, well, not the first time, but I think one of the earlier times when Okujeto came into the public was a claim that, not a claim, the MPP chairman, MPP chairman, who was his name, Jacob, attempt to buy a bungalow that he has stayed in. Yeah. You recall. Then, I also recall the uproar in this country, especially from then the MPP members, when the state gave concessions to the brother of President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, as in the Nimehin concessions. So when what's it called? Concessions were given to Ibrahim. That one, it was not buying and selling. It was not the fact that did he have the capacity to undertake those mining projects or not. You see? And so, this politics of when I'm in opposition, I criticize, and then when I come into power, I'm seen to be doing the same thing must end. Because there seems to be a fundamental lack of regard to principle in this country. A fundamental lack of regard to principle. And so, these same people who criticize similar acts, like Honorable rightly said, it's gone on for some time, but we need to draw a line and say that never again should we, and you see, and it's because I'm thinking that it's because people in leadership, well, we the Ghanaians ourselves, we seem to lack a certain regard to the ethics of leadership. Understand? So if it means that, because you see, when you take the constitution of the USA, I think it's about.
Please wrap up for me on that.
So when you see the constitution of the USA, it's about 5-6 pages. There's a reason why our constitution is that big, because I think we all came to a realization because of the way we are thinking. Let's put everything in paper so that there's no ambiguity as to the way things are going. I'll call on Ghanaians that we should push for this. That beyond the public code of conduct enshrined in our constitution, probably we come out with a clear ethical code for ministers and cabinet ministers. Clear one. We don't want any ambiguity. That when you are a cabinet minister, because of what is at stake, because of the potential of your actions to kill the trust the public has in public leadership, then you cannot do A, B, C, D, E, F. You don't leave it. Because of the potential. So, for me, I certainly had a lot more to say, but I wish to end by saying that, listen, we condemn this potential. It must be stopped. The president must at least try and reclaim a little bit of his integrity by stopping this sale immediately and ordering an investigation into the acts of his minister. After he, the president himself, paid the terms of the oath he took, that if he breaches his oath, the 3 oaths, to be faithful, to preserve and defend the constitution, to dedicate himself to the well-being, that if he breaches any of them, that he shall subject himself to the laws of Ghana. I call on him to subject himself, because he's clearly breached all. But then what is at stake is bigger than he, the president himself. It's bigger than Brian Champo. It's bigger than any one of us. What is at stake is about the integrity of the system of governance we have taken to protect our lives, our liberties, and our right to our happiness. And we should not sit down and allow that purpose to be breached.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me do a few comments that have been sent by Facebook. This is Elder Joseph Esiama Donko, who says, Senna, pensioners' monthly allowance increased 15% instead of 25% in January 2024. Our allowances are eroded by the current economic situation. We are worse off currently. Alasan Hamdan said, let's ask ourselves why always Honorable Ablakwa. Is it the only MP in Ghana? Is it the only person fighting for the interests of the nation? Meaning if Honorable Ablakwa was not in parliament, then people would have sold all state properties to their party leaders and we wouldn't have known. God bless Honorable Ablakwa for the good work he's doing for Mother Ghana. May he may he be president one day in Ghana. Kofi Salmon says, let us all learn to speak truth to power. Our opinion leaders, chiefs and clergies have misled us. They are, for all you know, in bed with the Kufuor's government. There's Brasp Hill Mafo, who wants to know how many years Brian Champo contributed to SNIT. There's Senior Sly, who is also joining us. Since the wind of change is coming, John Mahama and NDC is coming, but mere bragging and deceiving Ghanaians continuously promising things he knows he can't deliver. Let's reject him and kick MPP out coming elections, period. There's Abdullahi Silla, who, okay, I will address that issue later. Kujo Fisi says, please, which NDC MP is supporting Brian Champo's Rock City bid to acquire majority shares in those SNIT hotels under discussion? Vondi. I think I know the member of parliament, okay? And he said that way?
From the central region, yeah.
Okay. So you've heard him say?
Yes.
Oh.
He's in my caucus, so I'm supposed to bring a disciplinary action
against him because of
Central Region Caucus, of which I chair. Central Region MPs, NDC minority MPs.
Mm. So this is currently before you as the chairman of the caucus?
Yes.
Thank you. There's Tammy Moisa who says it would be unforgivable for well-meaning NPP members to endorse another arrogant candidate like Napo, given their past experience with Akufo-Addo. In 2008, they overlooked Akufo-Addo's arrogance and elected him as their presidential candidate, a decision they have come to regret. They must remember President Kufuor's advice on electing arrogant Akufo-Addo in 2008. There's Juliana D. Nelson says, did Akufo-Addo not say it was immoral for his then government appointees to buy government buildings at Donkomi when Jake, then CJ, etc. were grabbing? Trewadwin says, Ghana is not being governed by Akufo-Addo and Bawumia. Ghana has been invaded by insurgency and barbaric criminals. So those are some of the comments you're sending to us via Facebook. I'll go to the WhatsApp message after I'm done with Don. Good morning.
Good morning, Senator.
Personally, it's been a while too.
Yes, yeah. It's been a while. And I've heard of you. Well, I will greet comrades here and our cherished viewers at home. Well, this SNIT issue, I will start off by saying that I've been lucky to be involved in most of the, should I say, sale and acquisitions of maybe public firms and private firms as well. And therefore, this restricts the way I would want to deal with this issue. I think I should come from purely the professional aspect of getting things done in this environment of sales and acquisition. Before you set out to buy or sell any company, I think there are things that you do. And SNIT, in a way, have tried on their website to explain processes they took the sale through before Rock City bid, and what Rock City bid, and why they gave the Lot 1 and Lot 2 to Rock City. And I would want it to remain as Rock City for now. So, if I have my own company and I want to sell, something must have prompted the sale. I am not making enough money. The business is running down, and I cannot maximize the wealth of shareholders, which is SNIT, which is only holding it in trust for the working population of this country. And that trust, because we have to believe that our government will work in our interest, has firmly been placed in the hands of government. This is not a government institution. This is an institution owned by workers of this country, held in trust for them by government. And therefore my money is there. Your money is there. That is where our interest is. Continuing from that, I will say that SNIT probably themselves may be making losses. Have they considered selling SNIT themselves? Themselves as SNIT, have they considered selling it? I don't think they have considered selling it. They might have considered other ways and means of making sure that they stay afloat, and the responsibility given to them, they do justice to that. Now talk of these hotels. One way or the other, I have known them, either as a customer or as an auditor going in there. to do some work. But that I cannot speak to. Running an hotel business is difficult, especially in our environment. And at all times, you must seek to have good managers to run those hotels. Is this issue of SNIT about the location of the hotels are not helping? No, I say they have one of the best in this country. The most advantageous locations to have as a hotel or an hospitality business. 2, in terms of their operations, are they having issues because of their age? They need to replace assets and all that. Are they really having that issue? Are they having issues of patronage? Are they having issues of inexperienced management? Are they having issues of theft? Are they having issues relating to tax and then the financial environment they operate in? If it is a business that I decide that I will no longer put money in, which means I will not increase my liability or equity in those businesses, that alone does not stop the company itself. And here, SNIT is only a shareholder. Does not stop the company itself going out there with a good business plan to actually get debt on their books to run and make money. So again, the excuse of SNIT deciding that we will no longer put in money is moot. Then the processes leading to this. We were told there was a selection of a TA, transaction advisors, who brought up values, and in their own statements they issued, they claimed they looked at replacement costs. What this tells me, normally most of the transaction advisors may not be valuers themselves, and in terms of business valuation, you just don't value the tangible assets, you also value the intangible assets, the goodwill and all that. You are supposed to make a case for what valuation method used. And sometimes, in summary, you would have to put a weight on all the valuation methods, probably 2 or 3 valuation methods. So if you use a cost replacement, if you use the income approach, whatever you decide to use as the valuer, it is not a sealed value. It is only a value based on what you have been presented with and your positioning. That would determine what value you place on an asset. That also does not limit that if you go to the market and you are offered more than what you had valued, then it makes it a good deal. Because the one who also seek to buy, for instance, there is a company in this country that we sought to sell at a certain value on the stock exchange. But right up to the closing of the deal, we realized there is an opportunity to rake in more. and therefore the value was pushed up, the shares were split, and Ghanaians actually oversubscribed and bought it for more. So government had more than it has anticipated. So nobody again should tell us that it is 1 in a million that somebody made an offer more than they had valued the company for. Again, that is not in terms of business when you put out an asset for sale. Then let's come back to the facts, and Honorable mentioned it, that SNIT have the act that the new act kind of reduced their contributions that comes to them, and we had what we call the private advisory firms also taking part of the monies to invest and all that. The issue is it is just government trying to secure monies from us as workers to themselves, because most of them are going back to the same government and borrowing to government with those same monies. Then SNIT. SNIT, because of the new act, have also stopped paying lump sum to a certain group of pensioners. Either to SNIT would have to pay lump sum before paying the monthly allowances to us. Today, because of that act, so the act also comes with some benefit to SNIT that I just want to clear. And so it takes some burden off the back of SNIT. Now, Rock City. If somebody comes and says, I am making this offer for 1 and 2, probably they may have done their own private valuation of what the asset is worth. Or in some cases, and especially in the cases of banks, when you have brought your proposal and they have picked the best, we all go into a kind of a board, a sub-board committee where you have your representative, I have my representative, we pick a valuer and the asset is valued. I cannot justify the method SNIT used or decide for them what method would best suit this transaction. But I can only say that, are we sure that Rock City did not have any insider information about the value placed on the hotel by SNIT? Again, was it independently the management of the individual hotels that actually did the valuation, or it was the shareholder SNIT that did the valuation? That is very critical, because if it is SNIT that did the valuation and I am a cabinet minister, I may be privy to that information. So at the time the valuation was put up, who were those in cabinet? Maybe we may find the shareholders of Rock City on the table of cabinet. That is where, for me, the name Brian Achampon will come in. Was he there? Was he not there? His proximity to the people in there, in cabinet, how close or how remote is it? If SNIT wishes to tell us all workers how transparent they have been, I would suggest to them, make public the valuation reports. Because I cannot imagine that if you quote 59 million US dollars for tier 1 and tier 2, whereas hotels, not the standard of La Beach Hotel and La Palm Royal, actually is costing people more than. And in their statement, they have actually stated that, and let me probably pick it from what they actually said in terms of the methodology that they had used. That, look, we have looked at recent similar transactions, and those similar transactions justify the value we have placed on the lot 1 and lot 2. And I can confidently tell you here that I know hotels recently that joined, more recent hotel, not to the standard of what we have at La Beach and La Palm Royal Beach, costing more than $30 million a piece. And so what other hotels are they talking of? And that is why I would challenge SNIT. Workers, we are interested. Contributors of SNIT, we are all interested in knowing what value was placed on it and how the values were determined. And once we get that, I think we would all know where this is coming from and where it is going to end. And let me end this by saying that nobody sells a company without looking out for his future interest in the company. Most especially when you want to still hold some amount of shares. If I am taking a decision to sell a company, it is because I want to increase the value of that company. I may hold 70% of a company. That gives me basically nothing. So, in the business boardrooms, what you do is that, how much of it can I sell? How much of money can this sale bring back into the hotel in terms of management, restructuring, liquidity and everything? That will mean that intrinsically my value, although reduced, will still be higher than what I have today. That is the interest you ought to look. SNIT is quiet on that. That is opaque. That justification has not been made to us as workers. That, look, if you want to keep 4% of it, that 4%, due to the sales structure, this is what the value of the hotel will be. And therefore I will hold 4%. But it will mean that in value, I have more than the $60 million I am selling it for. Has that justification been made? If these justifications are made, if these valuations have been put out there for us to see, I think we will be at peace with whatever decision will be. I would say here again that I have no problem with any businessman doing a genuine business. But I think that it is time that we consider making it a law that for any state property or business asset that will be sold, it should first be offered on the stock market for the rest of us all as Ghanaians to buy into that company than offering it to individuals. We have not said to anybody, to any government, that we cannot buy our own business assets as a people. And the processes and the time it will take, it's similar to putting it on the stock market. It is because the scrutiny on the stock market is tedious Therefore, our own government, who is supposed to make sure that we have a very good capital market in this country, avoids the same stock market, yet wishes the stock market to grow. How is that possible? Did SNIT consider putting this on the stock market against the consideration that they implemented, and what are the reasons for that? I think we need more information from SNIT. If this deal has to go on, all these things must be put on the table for the rest of us to know. They are not more knowledgeable than us. They just have the opportunity to serve in trust of workers. And therefore, they should not assume that the rest of us are dummies. And they are the only ones who know what's up. Thank you.
Thank you. And of course, SNIT has issued only one statement on this issue. The statement they issued where they said they will submit themselves to the process of charge. But they've never given further details on what has happened subsequently. Thank you. Thank you very much, John. There's this one coming from Papa Bisu who says, hi, this whole purchase of SNIT hotels with the new revelation of the Blaze equally bidding for same, as revealed by Honorable Ablakwa indeed, from my own observation, shows there's a very long arm of the president, equally part of interested parties, but preferring to use the face of Barney Champon via Rock City just to cover the 80-year-old president's face. Either way, should the Blaze had won the bidding too, same long arm of the 80-year-old president would have persisted. We must all take note the long-standing friendship between Freddie Blay and Nanado. Point is, Barney Champo is just a small fish in this purchase. Question is, why is the president very, very quiet and not coming out to stop the purchase if he is not indirectly involved? Why this state capturing by Nanado and his cronies? There's also this one coming from Dennis Yakwete who says, obviously, looking at the gargantuan nature of Rock City, it may not have been strategically located to transcend political regimes for the purposes of at least breaking even, and hence there must be a plan B to sustain Rock City, which may no longer benefit from government programs in opposition. And Labadi Hotel, among others, come as perfect target to achieve this plan. I'm also tempted to believe that Brian might not be alone in this when one begins to reflect and properly contextualize Brian's earlier statement that the NPP will not hand over power to the NDC. That said, we the working class and by extension SNIT contributors do not forgive the leadership of the organized labor should this deal go through in its current form and shape. Thank you, Dennis, for that message. Let me read some of the earlier messages I got. This is Hamza in Pig Farm, who says, let me use this opportunity to salute Honorable Blacka wherever he is this morning. I will advise communicators and functionaries of the NPP to stop their attacks and insults on him and do the needful by taking their hands off our hotels. Honorable Blacka, for God's sake, is performing his oversight responsibility as a member of parliament. We know that about $58 million of the poor taxpayers' money has been channeled to the National Cathedral. This was all through the hard work of Ablakwa. Let us not forget Honorable Ablakwa started this fight against the sale of state assets as far back as 2016. Honorable Barney Champo is also used as a frontier. There are powerful people behind the sale of our hotels, and it is nothing but state capture. A Japadia document in my mind. That's Hamza who sent that. Thank you for that message. Let me read one more and then I'll come to Comic Chrissy Pratt. Good morning. Let's not forget that former president used 3 years to devolve Ghana 4 years, not 4 years, because the first year was in court. Okay, this one is coming from him. Mr. Pratt.
Well, first and foremost, I'd like to commend Honorable Samuel Okujato Ablakwa, Honorable Ricketts Hagen, and the many other people who have joined this struggle to ensure that those we elect to manage state assets do not leave office with those assets in their pockets. Clearly, the issue at stake is not whether or not the SNIT hotels are being properly sold or improperly sold. That's not the issue. It is not the issue. The issue is not whether or not they've been properly valued or undervalued or overvalued. That's a non-issue in this discussion. The principal issue is that people we elect into office to manage public assets should not leave office with those public assets in their back pocket. Finish. It is not complicated at all. It's a very simple issue. And this morning, to be quite honest with you, I've seen my brother Nee struggling all over the place and so on. The issue is so simple. It's not as complicated as you want to make it look. We have elected a government. Make sure, the mandate of every government is to make sure the state assets are so well managed that they are able to provide resources or multiply resources for the satisfaction of the needs of our people, for the realization of the aspirations of our people. Finish. Nothing more, nothing less. Okay? So, here are hotels owned by SNIT. Under no circumstances should these hotels be transferred to public office holders. That's all. That's all. You understand? Now, the argument about whether this is being bought by Brian Achampong or by Rock City Hotel and so on is so pedestrian. We don't even have to go there at all. Yes, it is true that in law, the company is not its owner and so on. But who are the beneficiary owners of the companies? That's the bottom line. You understand? It is clear that the disposal of public assets are decisions which ultimately will end up in cabinet. Okay? Especially in this particular case. So, whether or not there was a conflict of interest he knew or didn't know and so on is completely irrelevant. His position as a member of the cabinet should disqualify him from acquiring those assets. Finished. Nothing more or less. I hope it's very clear. Nothing more or less. Now, I'm worried about a certain development. And that development is simply about what others have described as state capture. It's not just about the SNIT hotels. It's about many things. It's about how the vigilance of our people stopped the privatization of the Electricity Company of Ghana. That's one of the key issues in this discussion. This discussion is about how, in a twinkle of an eye, government bungalows, have ended up in the hands of elected officials. And for me, it's an eyesore. If you go to cantonments, what is happening there is an eyesore. Government bungalows being broken down, monstrous structures being built and so on. And if you ask questions, change of ownership has changed from the state to individuals who have entrusted with responsibility for managing the state. That's a problem. It's a huge problem. I mean, my brother, you know, Mr. Apia Dankwa, linked it up to even the recruitment of persons into the security services and so on. Yes, it is linked. It is state capture, it is linked. I mean, one of the things which I found most horrifying happened last week. When we woke up one morning and were told that the National Investigations Bureau has conducted an opinion poll to help the New Patriotic Party decide on who should be the running mate. I mean, I was so shocked. You understand? And I asked very simple questions. Has this survey been done for the NDC? Has the National Investigations Bureau found it necessary to help the NDC decide who the best running mate should be? Has it done the same for the Convention People's Party? Has it done the same for the People's National Convention and so on? And mind you, these surveys cost resources. Those resources belong to the state. So when those resources are expended for a political party and so on, it does raise many ethical questions and so on. Okay? So that ought to be our worry. Yes, there's been a massive demonstration. Many people attended that demonstration. That demonstration is an expression of the outrage of the public. And I noticed that the people who participated in that demonstration came from the Ghana Federation of Labour, they came from the TUC, they came from other organized labor sources and so on. Okay? But is that the remedy? That is not the remedy. That is a way of drawing attention to the problem. But eventually the remedy is to put in place measures which stops elected public officials from grabbing state assets. And that is why I'm happy that there is talk of some legislation coming up to stop political office holders from taking over these assets. You understand? Now, again, the issue of privatization of state and public enterprises comes up again. Look, we know of what the Nkrumah government did, the import substitution program and so on. We know of the numerous factories which were built. At a certain stage, Ghana was producing television sets, radio sets, refrigerators, deep freezers, you know, what have you? Matches, cutlasses, and so on. Today, as a result of reckless privatization of public assets, all of these factories and so on have collapsed. They have collapsed. Indeed, the only enterprises who survive privatization are two hotels. Golden Tulip, which is now Lancaster, and Ambassador Moving Peak Hotel. So clearly, that argument that these enterprises thrive better in private labor and so on, the state machinery cannot find managers for a hotel like Labadi Beach Hotel. You mean the whole government structure cannot find people who manage Labadi Beach Hotel? Now, if they cannot manage Labadi Beach Hotel, can they manage Jubilee House? What can they manage if they cannot manage Labadi Beach Hotel? That's a problem. I do hope, and I have confidence, that this struggle will ultimately lead to a sanitization. Having started contributing to SNIT in 1974, from 1974 all the way up to 1987. The value of my contributions is 10 cedis. Less than 10 cedis, I think. I decided to forget about it. It's not worth anything. So this is what we are talking about. You understand? This is what we are talking about. And I do not wish to make any more comments.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So what I'll do is I'll go through a few comments that have been made by those of you who are watching us and listening to us before we move on to the next discussion. Musa Batwa says, let's call a spade and not a big spoon. God bless people like Honorable Kujato Ablakwa and those who have demonstrated against the sale of SNIT asset. Honorable Ablakwa has consistently exposed corruption and Akufo-Addo and Bawumia's leadership with substantial evidence. His unwavering commitment to fighting for Ghana and standing up against the hawks in our political system is truly commendable. The final here says, Sana, if they said those hotels are not doing well, that is why they sold them, then what about state transport? That's STC. That's also doing worse. And the SNIT owns 80% in state transport. That's performing badly. But they rather went for the hotels that are making profit, as we were told. Thank you for that message. This one, okay, some more messages from Abbas Amogobo in Ofingso. Says, good morning. God will never allow Dr. Bawumia to scam Ghanaians again. Look at how difficult it's taking him to choose just a running mate. This is the man who called Mahama so many names, including being incompetent and indecisive. His disgrace is just near. That's Abbas Amogobo's focus this morning. And then there's Habib Bantus in Italy, who says, good morning. If Brian Ichampo has so much money to buy SNIT hotels, why don't he go somewhere else and build new hotels like Ross City? Conflict of interest and state capture is the order of the day under the mother serpent of corruption. It's only in Ghana when you fight corruption, it fires back at you. President Akufo-Addo and Bawumia government shall go down in history as the most corrupt government in Ghana ever had. We remember how Akufo-Addo added $800 million to the Ameri deal, if not for the vigilance of the NDC in Parliament. We shall never forget PDS and the wanton grabbing of state lands, including Cecilia Dapa's money in her bedroom. 2024 elections is an opportunity to put this corrupt government out of power and reclaim everything stolen from us Ghanaians. GM come and rescue us. We can't breathe. Beep sent that. There's Angelo who says, as an individual and at this stage, I think I need some vigorous education. What is it that is in state assets that MPP politicians always desire to subvert to themselves? Ghana still has empty beaches, and well-wishers who wanted to invest can go and acquire and do same, as the government did in the case of La Beach Hotel and others. I still don't know what the interests really are. That's Angelo who sent that one. Prince Henry Koforidua says, in fact, Nana Akufo-Addo, aka the mother serpent of corruption, doesn't respect Ghanaians at all, because if he does, I don't think he would sanction this Onchendi SML deal again. The only way to seek accountability from the MP government led by Nana Bawumia is by voting them out. Thank you very much for that message. Davisana says, good morning. In discussions on the mafia acquisition of state hotels by Brian Champon, are you also thinking about the fact that he could well be acting as a front for, he mentions the president and Achim Mafia? Let's shine our eyes. So this has come up consistently in most of the comments I'm seeing this morning. In fact, one of the things you can easily do is, I dare you to just pick an Uber or a taxi and let the driver drive you around Cantonments and be asking the driver, who owns this? Who owns this? You see the names they mention. You'll be amazed at the kind of information that people share with you when you are sitting in a car not saying anything. They are telling you who is building this, who is building that, who is pulling this down to build this, who this belongs to, who that belongs to, around, especially the Cantonments area. It's amazing. We'll move on to a separate discussion.
Just a quick one. Because Uncle basically mentioned something about the performance of the hotels. Yeah. You may have a company that has a good P&L, which bottom line is positive, but has a very bad cash flow. And you may have a hotel that also have a negative bottom line. I mean, the profits are not looking good, but a very strong cash flow, liquid cash to take on opportunities and all that. So even with that, it comes back to the same management.
Okay, thank you.
Is that important?
No, I'm saying that it comes back to the management, that you put a good management and you have the good results.
Yes, but
so the situation is actually to do with management and not a sale.
Please. What you're saying, as far as I'm concerned, and I'm sorry to say that, is completely irrelevant in this discussion. Completely, and you know that. We are saying that no matter what, whether the company is doing well or is not doing well, the people we elected to look after our interests should not leave office with those properties in their back pocket.
With.
That's the bottom line.
That I agree with.
So the argument you're making is totally irrelevant.
That I agree with. But that is not to say. That is not to say that if we would have the opportunity to make more as a nation by selling, we shouldn't. You see, today we are looking at Rock City and not to the politicians.
That is the issue.
Yes, we should sell. We can sell. I have made the case. If you say that and we conclusively agree on that, then it will be a problem.
It's 10 cities today. I mean, that is a clear failure of the management of that particular SNIT, scheme. The other thing is the political angle of it. I completely agree. And that's why I will support the bill that Okudzeto wants to bring up. Whatever has happened in the past, and it's probably happened on both sides, going forward, because of the abuse, as I said, I believe that's from independence, from in Nkrumah's time. I believe that people, government officials, civil servants have been buying parcels of land to build their house. At that time, it wasn't a problem, it wasn't alarming. We have not seen what we've seen today. And for that reason, we should prevent all this from happening again in the future by any government official leaving office and, put it in Kwesi's words, having a government asset. The very things that they are supposed to be responsible for at the back of their pocket. For me, that's straight and simple.
Thank you.
No analysis on whether it's a good sale or bad sale. My question, what will SNIT even use the money for? They have no use for that money other than giving it to government to squander it.
Well, this is, and I'll come to you to start off the second discussion for us, and it has to do with the NDC naming the campaign team. Just two messages. One, this is from Maswala Pabia, so his constituencies. Says, Honorable Kwabena, God bless Honorable Kwabena for standing firm even in the face of vilifications and condemnation by Brian Champon and his MBB colleagues to continue the fight against state capture. On December 7th, Brian and his people will see their smoothness levels. This one is coming from Nanka Bruce, Cape Coast, who says, in fact, I'm shocked at the Akufo-Addo government selling state properties and state lands across the length and breadth of the country to give themselves. It's like when they die, they will take it along to their grace. But Sana, I was very happy when I heard His Excellency John Mahama saying, quote, the Akufo-Addo and Bawumia is disposing of state lands and properties at an unprecedented rate. When elected, my administration will prioritize the investigation and repossession of these lands. Sends greetings to Honorable Ricketts. Honorable, so the NDC this week named a campaign team. In fact, they have a campaign team, they have a steering committee. If you look through the campaign team, no member of parliament was named, none at all. It was only Richard Koshiga who is actually coordinating the parliamentary campaigns. They have, I think, the national organizer who is in charge of regional campaigns. Honorable Fifi Avikwete, who is the general secretary of the party, is the national coordinator of a campaign. They have a flag bearers campaign, which is led by Professor Joshua Alabi, and then they have a running mate campaign, which is also led by Mr. Alessek Befia. So that's the structure they've put out. Honorable. start off the discussion for us on the campaign team. Please, you have 10 minutes.
Yeah, probably we need 5. I don't actually see the issue that people are talking about. For me, first of all, I must commend the party for making progress, towards an effective campaign. We've done things step by step, and we've got to a point where we have to put our campaign team together, manifesto follows, and then we are good to go. We have vice running mate in place and all that. And that's commendable. Look at that, we are in the middle part of the year, exactly 6 months, to go. And nothing surprises me in this. You would expect the party to have a campaign team. You would expect the president to have a campaign team. You would expect His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo to have a campaign team. You would not expect that members of parliament will necessarily be part of the campaign team. Look, if all of us, and most of the members of parliament are actually running for their seats and to win the president and election in their constituencies, if we should all go out there, members of parliament and the parliamentary candidate, the PCs, we are all now PCs, if we should all go out there and campaign for the president, John Dramani Mahama, and ourselves, we probably wouldn't need a campaign team. If we should win in all our various constituencies that we are contesting, parliamentary and presidential, the campaign team actually would be irrelevant, wouldn't be needed. So I don't expect to burden parliamentary candidate with being part of the campaign team. In fact, the people who are in the campaign team cannot work with anyone except the parliamentary candidate, because they are what's the campaign team for? To campaign in all the 275 constituencies in the country, and all of them have parliamentary candidates on the side of the NDC. Some are MPs, some are coming up. So the beauty of this is that you realize that those who are the key people who are managing JM, the president, are also part of the party campaign team, as Professor Joshua Alabi. The same thing with Ansah, as I call her, team. So it tells you that some coordination will need to happen, because the part of having a running mate is not just to win power and make the running mate your vice president and assign her to do things. You have to win an election. Her face is not on the ballot, paper. She's supposed to help the president or the incoming president to campaign across the country, which he probably will not be able to do on his own, in the last 6 months. So she will be able to take part of the country, and His Excellency John Dramani Mahama will also take part of the country to campaign. So they will all need their own team to be able to coordinate their travels and activities crisscrossing the nation. Same with His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And the party will also be doing the same. But if you don't coordinate it, that's where you will have a problem. Because you should, at all times, after they have, this becomes a division of labor. After they have set out the division of labor, you need to be able to know where everyone is at what time, and the challenges being faced, and probably making some changes. It's like a football match. You need to maybe move people from positions, different positions, to play in other positions. And I am happy. Of course, Honorable Atuforsen is in there, in the party's campaign team, obviously as the leader of the minority, so that we in Parliament can also coordinate with the campaign structures that's been set up, by the party. So, to be honest with you, I was not expecting my name to be in the campaign team, either at national or at the presidential level, because I have a job to execute for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for the party, and that is to win Cape Coast South in the presidential and parliamentary election. Same with my brother and many of us, or all of us who are out there. So our hands are full to be coming to Accra, and because if we are part of the campaign team, we should be, should be coming to Accra in order to attend campaign strategic meeting and all, which some of them will be invited. We have Honorable Atoforsen, who will be part of some of these meetings and will be able to convey to us any strategic, moves or changes that are going on. So for me, it's well, maybe you say nothing is perfect. It is near perfect structure that we have at the moment, and we are good to go. You just have to put the manifesto in, and we are ready to go. So I am quite happy, and I am extremely happy. I mean, I'm the caucus chair of the Central Region, so I already have a responsibility of winning my own constituency, presidential and parliamentary, and also supporting my colleagues, PCs, not only the members of parliament, the PCs across the 22, if you take mine out, constituencies in the region, to win the election. So the layers have been put in place, and the pyramid has been built. So it's just a matter of things trickling down, strategies trickling down, and there are people on the field to do the work. You don't want to create any complicated structure of having members of parliament because you have to be part of the. You are just creating a cumbersome structure. That's a simple, straightforward, effective, executable, and winning team. It's in place. While we are still waiting for some running mates and other people being put together. So there is no argument as far as this is concerned, not to look at any personalities and see whether they are at the right place. I don't see it. Whoever else, and it's not just the names that they've mentioned. There are so many other people who are doing things together. Don't forget, we have committees that were set up to put the manifestos and all that together. And some of these committees have taken life of their own in terms of organizing programs and all that. As I sit here, I'll be going to my constituency. One such committee is coming, has organized a program there with the women and all that. And this is to support me in the constituency. So the structures are there. And there may be some overlaps, but you need overlaps. Because when you have the overlaps, then it becomes a watertight type of system that nothing gets ignored because somebody will cover it. And for me, that is a structure that I see. Okay. And the way it's been designed, for me, as I said, nothing is perfect, so we say near perfect.
Okay. Thank you.
Hope I did 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Emmanuel from Tema says, please, what will the state workers' contribution to the scheme be if our tour is given out? Are our pensioners and subsequent ones from now to years to come going to receive benefits? We must be very circumspect dealing with this matter. I think if they think they are not capable of managing our future saved money, then they must pay everyone's contributions with interest accrued over time to them. Then they can take those properties, do what they want with it. Because looking at things, workers still contributed to the scheme will earn them nothing in the future. Emmanuel sent that from Tema. Lawyer, I'm sure you've seen the campaign team of the National Democratic Congress. What do you think?
I have very little to say, except to say that I think this is a bit of the job of the politician that they really enjoy. Ghana politicians in general, not all of the majority of us, enjoy the campaign, but we don't know how to govern. We enjoy the campaign, the razzmatazz, the going around, but then when it comes to the nitty-gritties of delivering governance that will uplift the general lives of the people, we we are seriously found wanting. For me, you see, the interesting bit of the NDC's campaign team is not necessarily on the team. I'm not part of the NDC, so I wouldn't know the individual strength of the members in terms of selling one Jomama and then selling his message, because essentially that's the tax. Their tax is to sell the person of Jomama as being capable of leading, especially after he was rejected massively by Ghanaians in 2016. Because my personal view is that, and I think I'll say it again, and one thing that has helped Jomama, because honestly speaking, in 2016 when Mama lost the election and the manner in which he lost the election, I thought his political career was over, to be honest with you personally. But what has helped Mama is the unbelievable extent of failure of Nana Akufo-Addo and his mate, who wants us to give him the steer. But we won't give him the steer. That's what has held, in my view, is helping Mama, because clearly, in my view, as much as I felt that between when he became president, he didn't do much. He didn't give the kind of leadership that is required to transform this country. I say without any fear and any doubt that he's much better. He was much better than the kind of leadership what's it called, Nanado is giving us. But collectively, when I consider the way we do politics in this country in general, the only conclusion I come to, and that's why, and I think that's why there seems to be a lack of euphoria and excitement going to the 2024 elections, is the fact that, and I'm very convinced in my mind, the majority of politicians, not all, because also, but majority of the politicians we've seen right now, they enjoy the campaign, they run, but they don't know how to. And then this is one out of also the weaknesses in our political parties. Because one of the key functions of a political party really is to find and identify credible people who can give leadership that will transform the nation. Because ultimately, both MPP, NDC's constitution, or the other political parties, certainly for the Honorable Lanchman and why some of us are joining, the purpose of all political parties is to lead to the ultimate transformation of the country. That's also every decision you take as a political party in terms of who you are going to sponsor, because really they are going to sponsor. That's what they do. They sponsor. They have the power to build public opinion, mobilize public opinion, lead discuss, but the focus, the purpose ultimately should be whether it's in choosing who you sponsor, whether it's in how you mobilize public opinion. Whatever a political party does, the focus ultimately has to be how does it help in our agenda to transform the country. And I think that the political parties have failed in that regard, both the MPP and the NDC, especially the MPP, but also the NDC, in that I believe strongly that both parties have talented people. Both parties. As in, I've never bought, even when I was in the MPP, I've never bought that idea from the MPP that seemed to suggest that anybody in the NDC was rubbish, as in it can't be possible. Because really what was dividing them, or what to have divided them, was a difference in ideas. But then the parties are all united in their object of transforming the country. So I've always believed that the NDC also has talented people who can transform the country. The question is whether or not the party is strong and the strategies are strong enough to identify those people and then project them. I think that's where I think the political parties have failed, because one of the biggest sins the MPP has done was to sit down and allow somebody like Nanado to lead us. And he having led us to also sit down and watch on aloof and allow him, give him the free rein to destroy or bring our democracy to an extent where right now its survival is even is discussed. You get a picture. Yeah. Also, right now political parties instead are interested in vile propaganda. Because on Thursday, I couldn't believe that one of the biggest newspapers in this country, linked up, will bring up the issue of Haruna and Muntaka, why they have not been added. And you could see clearly exactly where they were going to fuel, in my view, very unnecessary propaganda that there is a rift between them and then but you see, you can understand why they do that, because, like I said, our politicians are really interested in how to get the power, but they have very little regard to delivering a governance that's exposing our whole country to a potential of the benefits of the system we have chosen, which in my view is the surest system to protect the purpose of what government should be, which is to protect our liberties, our lives, and our individual, pursuit of our happiness. So yes, they've done well. At least they've brought up with a campaign team. Like I'm saying, somebody saying Mufas, he's struggling to even choose his running mate. So at least they have brought up their campaign team. It's interesting because I think they have 3 campaign teams. The party itself has its campaign team. The candidate himself has his own team, and then and for me, it seems to suggest that as if so yes, I know that they're all campaigning for His Excellency John Mahama, maybe because of the danger of the misinformation that's in our system and how it's hindering our ability to transform. And a lot of Ghanaians are of the impression that really when they are going to vote, they are going to vote for the political party. I've had conversations with certain people in the NPP. I'll mention their names, who tell me clearly that they know that His Excellency Dr. Bawumia can't do the job. Yeah, they are going to, so don't vote for him, but they vote for the NPP. See, but you see, that misinformation is dangerous because then you are going to choose. The tax on us as citizens, 7 December is to choose a leader. You know, and we don't give that leadership to the political parties. And then the Nanado have shown us where his party clearly has told him to sack your finance minister because he's doing well. Now the person we vote for is the candidate. You understand? Because we run the presidential system. So really, where we have a situation where you have the president himself has his campaign team. The vice has his campaign team. The party, it falls that impression that we really are voting for the political party, but we are not voting for the political party in the presidential election. We are voting for the candidate. Yeah, you understand? So, I have little to say, except to say that at the end, the ultimate decision will be the decision of Ghanaians, and so we cannot also extricate ourselves from the problems that we are faced because of the kind of considerations we have when we are making those very critical decisions. They will come and sell their candidates to you, John Mahama in this instance, and his message. Let us be guided ultimately by our love for our country and the demand on all of us as Ghanaians to build our country. And the role that leadership has in directing us, all of us, in that tax that is on us, because nobody will build this country for us. We will build Ghana ourselves. But to succeed in that, we need credible leadership. Indeed, going to 2024, we need a restoration of the trust because of the extent to which leadership has been depraved. Let us have regard for all that and make a choice or choose a leader who has the ability to restore the confidence we have in leadership. And my view is that, as much as I've said here, that I think John Mahama is better than Nanado and certainly better than Bawumia, I think Honorable Alanche Martin is better than all of them. Okay. So let us vote for Honorable Alanche Martin to restore credibility in leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Hadi Impik Farm says, may Allah bless and protect Honorable Blackwell for the good work he's doing for Mother Ghana. We, the good people of Ghana, will be very funny to elect Dr. Bawumia as our president come December 7, 2024. If Dr. Bawumia has what it takes to be president, to have used it to help his boss Nanado, what difference will he bring? He should use his knowledge to help solve the economic problems we are facing. Vote for a visionary leader. Vote for GM and Jane. He says, Mash Taylor Yendi says, good morning.
Citizen TV, the citizen's power. 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 Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
West End FM in Elembele. Then on other affiliates platforms. And I say I'm production crew and it's Kwame Kwache Fit one they call him and it's the Korea the Padipande Pepe Pap Salad and I say come Eugene Bar and the production crew Midian and Kwabena Bobie Ansah, the old soldier, the old lion, the last man standing, Commander Boam. You have Kopim no Siabre and you are for God and country and for our future generations. But let me clear this one. Okay, we are more check say Ayawaso West is West. Ayawaso West Women Organizer and Omabino. Women Organizer and Kaho. Okay, Women Organizer and Omuyino. Now, they are them no, what them after 72 hours, right? How much in it abe? And only 3 days. What will be? And only 3 days. Court. But the fact of the matter is that they don't have any tight charges. And what I will sit here to tell Ghanaians, Ghana ni bia wutie mi bia no. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. In fact, omo police for no omo suma omo ewo eye ayawa so no. What I'm hearing is a MPP boys ni bia omo ayo omo terrorists aso omo police atare no. Omo na omo esuma omo. And Ghana for and stay strong. You see, there is little they can do. They can't do anything. The far point they can go is to put people in cells, in detention, and all that. They can't kill anybody. The day, and let me say this, the day that Ghana police foolishly, the MPP Dampare led people. Now the police service ni mwache tu. The day eya omuso mwache CPP ni, PNC ni, NDC ni, or any Ghanaian political activist. Ana omo kuno. That day Akufo-Addo and his family and his friends, no, enye easy. Enipa 8 omukumu omo 2020 no, it won't happen again. And Akufo-Addo and Bawumia should hear this. It won't happen. Intimo obia ensuro, obia enko enye na juma within the confines of the law. Yes, ombe dintro ni ababecho no mensuro and every and nanajo menya course na sana na jo course men that me frɛ Chief Bani me catch Chief Bani say Chief mintiminda say a Bobie 2M nyina no course obi o be frɛ na wato baha Bobie na NDC mpanimfo no wai na say ye den na say ye den me say me NDC pani me there is nothing I can do. Me call police station where me call in what capacity? But you see, sabe ya bami embuno yenyi yani na yantias say we have a duty to rescue this country. Come what may, we have a duty to rescue this country. Makacha and these other opposition parties, no, they should devise a strategy in mobilization. They should devise a strategy in mobilization. They pick one, you move in units. It becomes very difficult for them to attack. What will be 3 days? What you know? Fanuko court. Let the court determine. We are running a democratic dispensation, for heaven's sake. And you see, I had a what problem no? Tiana me busame won say those days the likes of Akufo-Addo, Kwaku Bakonom, they were complaining about the Rawlings regime. What were they complaining for? About what? No more kasa sa so if what will be 3 days ago, you can't even prepare any charge against the person. You just decided to keep the person in cells, using political power to teach somebody lesson. We are poor complete. Whether you are in the presidency or you are in the police headquarters, we are complete. You are just like an animal. Nobody should regard you as a human being. And you lost their governor minor. You can't take matters into your own hands and do things the way you want it. As if say, as you free baby, and you better more Ghana, and a more Ghana. How possible? I say you Ghana and obi abepe baby apechi so their momo pena moye. No, it shouldn't be so. And the whole system is quiet. The Peace Council is quiet. The only thing the Peace Council understand, give us $1 million. Thieves, criminals, no mun kocheni akromfo omo bra na omo de akoye Peace Council no omo abobo omo ano. And omo abobo omo ano. So they omo abobo omo ano simply because and you see, when these things goes on, my NDC supporters from Ayawa so NTC Krum says here, you will see Peace Council coming out to issue a statement. They are criminals and they have a criminal in the person of Akufo-Addo Bawumia Akromfo too, just to destroy the country or loot or minor into the budget say $1 million. Me bibi abema Akufo-Addo ne Bawumia buafu no mo fa $1 million nemra no mo nche na de odine de bekọ akoto estate so mo amobra bia now de odine de bekọ akoto asase no akoto no asi 3 bedrooms omo nyina omo ko pension kokrafo agimifo omo ko pension and yeah taxes so be so obeboa na na didi a yani ni bedi so yachi will be 3 days, which is against the law. That one you won't be there is nothing like Peace Council. Let NDC supporters from Ayawa also hit the street and move towards the police station. In the evening, the Peace Council Baba issue statement say asumbieni or mainumu. These are fools. Ogoka, yes, lecture be a GIJ or ya na odidi matem. No matter what no. Ofuisa. If you think say we are MPP communicator, come out. Don't just sit at the GIJ there and do your rubbish. You can leave the teaching hall, come out. Yeah, you street no bra nye. Don't stay the GIJ there talking rubbish. Come out. They will teaching professional. No about near the CNE. So 3 days. Obi anka bibia National House of Chiefs, Omo Okroma. Because Akufo-Addo has allowed them to go on Galamsey rampage, Omo are mining illegally. And for Akromfo, they are thieves. So they are okay, it should happen. 3 days. How can you arrest somebody? Dampare no, that is illegal. And Greater Regional Command, Police Commander, no, they just said, I saw move clear free or a punishment. 3 days. How can you hold somebody 3 days? Why bunny? Okay, actually, okay, go to court. But because of foolishness, Ubekomna Kwasiate say Nanabi after a police commander, Nanabi wait me ma Dampare instructions. If this dirty boy. How possible? That's okay. There are serious matters we need to attend to. And that is exactly what we are going to do. Ghana is for Ghanaians. You cannot leave Ghana for any riffraffs to have a field day, do what they think they want to do. It won't happen. That one we can assure them it won't happen. Maybe be framing, Bobie. So it seems NDC. No, the issue has gone beyond NDC. We need to take our destiny into our own hands. It's our struggle to liberate this country. It's a yes, NDC will be the beneficiary, but look, I feel that I have an obligation to be part of this struggle. It's a very sad situation, and I think every Ghanaian who matters must speak. Uchi Obia, the law gives you, is it 72 hours? Prepare the person. Why? Akufo-Addo is watching Krofobi. Now mo de Kafugwe Kweku. 4 Evers, 1 Northerner. Also, Kumfo by hanging. They have sentenced them to death by hanging. So Ghana for Monteya. A Saturday will be Enana Rollins time. They say Rollins are finding Crawford treasonable offenses. Now then, Tina Rollins, Achim Crawford are punished more for treasonable offenses. Today, I heard that guy, Bombay Kwekubako, went to Omokotra or Moyi Enyoso. Now I thought saying and Kombedi Hong Komo. Rollins time there, if I know be guilty for a treasoner, Rollins a cruel. Today, Akufo-Addo, so will be the Ekura Kafugwe, any Mekusam. Any fork and knife to obey a coup. 4 Evers, 1 Northerner. Oma sentence him to death by hanging. And I wish Akufo-Addo would quickly sign it, unsign. Yeah, sign it. If you claim you are a bold man, sign it. Let's hang them in Ghana. Sign it. So Akufo-Addo sini kuku odura, unsign. Sign it. append your signature to it. Let's go. Do this. Do it. We'll push you. Do it. But if you know you just want to punish the person because maybe you don't like the person's face, and in the coming days, Amanfobe raise press conferences on that charges norm the ball in IPA 5. Yes. And even if we must go on demonstration, we will hit the street. Because if these idiots were able to find their voices in the 79, 80s, going rampage on the streets, claiming that they don't like the Rawlings administration, then if you have these idiots, same idiots, foolish guys doing the same thing, then I don't know why if you're a Ghanaian you must sit down and watch them. Thank you. Thank you so much. Nana Kwame Isaac, thank you. Gantura, ya baby. Raymond SK is here. Yamunina say. This is Accra FM. Thank you. So that's it live. We are back here, but my men don't come away, and I'll be brief on this matter. So, one, when you have very senseless people running a country, very senseless, nyansa, they don't care. So, omo yadia ne te say, on say driver ni, when we are driver and you don't drive in such a way to protect others on the street, offense. You need to drive with a mindset to protect others' lives, to make driving more easier. While I talk, you have a duty to drive in such a way that driving tantano may cause problems road users. That is how you run a country or you live in a country. So what to what now na unya power ubu o man no ese miniminianom ene abusia ene ti o man mu int mebu o man. You see, sometimes you know na and I'm part that I think President Mills and Mahama omujejai Ekufuado nom dodo. Yes, when sometimes me trasia yana me try say me agree with Mills and Mahama that look yembu o man say ye ya tamfo no ye nyane saa na yebu o man say ebusua ena wona wonsa ka tumi ne say be hwe ye sikasem totoye so be hwe ye police service so be hwe we so you don't use those things against the very people you live with them in the country. You don't do that. And so obi anya sika wa abusuam na otietia obi a so even you know Christ unacceptable. But kwame ebi kura ono ni sika no anya abusua na pema no one akobone brand waye. But even so befia is unacceptable to be working on people. So when we give you power, ya the Ansah say to tunieme yi. Inti se wone omanfo kasa, you need to be careful. In the first place, you running mate. And when him MPP enya problem. Yes, omanya problem. Omanya problem. Do you know why? Ekufuado Bawumia and the MPP leadership, the current MPP leadership, they are so stupid that they think Ghanaians are still stupid like them. Cut here and put it out there. Ekufuado Bawumia, MPP national chairman, leadership, they are so stupid that they think Ghanaians are still stupid like them. And they think, what makes it even more dangerous is that they think that Ashantis in Ashanti region are so stupid like them. And your man say, se na omunim se Ghana fo agimi a ye de so agimi na asante fo agimi na ano no a ene so asante fo agimi sa na ye omo eno ye omo se obia agimi te se wo omo gimi. Do you know why? So who TM or Kemu any fear officer, any national security officer, TME. Kwame, then I would timiko running mate. Then you announce it to everybody. That running mate you are makoini there or your this year. Or your Santini or this year. Ukoyi Baumia. Did you hear them mentioning Baumia as of this year? Baumia the only Busia. So they are telling you the real color of the MPP. So Baumia don't need to go to stadium baby on command in Sasso. Baumia you come on Koino. And you come say Anakra. Somebody just refresh my mind. What is that? Kwame, omofa Baumia de neko mamprusi hinewo. Se ye ko outdoor no e wo naregu. What is de neko naregu? Se ho no mo ko outdoor no. No. Okay, in Accra. Didn't go and cry now almost so no. Now, what you running mate? Tell us. Again, na poverty me ayama Ghana. Oh, na poverty me I say why dentist or two sen or to two kakayawa or to me two. Inti Ghana for na poba kaka emabio. And yes, sir. Na ya kaka aye nyina no ne decide say ene de ye dokota waba ti kaka away ti ekoto amanapo adaya we doctor otusin yes sir. So tell us kaka doctor ono abano na moye ni picture no okrokura ne ma yedi tutu sen no na de no na sise ne nsa na ne hwini boti no bo ye beto ama no. Tell us Napo can do this, Napo can do this, Napo can do that. Why you say one constituency? Why you say fair? Then they started Napo your this year. Napo ya dia ndie otumfo nana MPP asuma mo video ya when the catch say ebruni a opese oto aba wo MPP ni kura no a opese oto aba ma odehye Kwame, let me tell you uni mi nkobo bi a sha ase various chieftaincy areas eya omno otumfo ewa asem nyina ahemfuna sore eye campaign against MPP. Do you know why? They are afraid. So otumfo na de Napo eba na MPP we ni a otumfo be use Napo to crush them and take their seats. Yeah. Me TB and a private TB. Various groups. Who there a free next week you call groups that be back out. And you see, the sad thing is that they have decided to disgrace Otumfo. They just want Ghanaians to insult Otumfo. A noble king. More dragging about Adia, any can say, more dragging them. And what I am hearing, now who say Nipa MPP no nim nyansa. Now for your this year. Who told you that a eya person oto aba ebe so oto aba na otumfo mra medini so otumfo na de na kwa aba. Who told you say an ever adani a oto aba fantini a oto aba say oto aba ma MPP am otumfo aba bedini so, especially when we the Ashantis, we are struggling with this issue of Asante predominance. So we a political party, Ansah. You don't go there. What's I matter so now? So you are endorsing the fact that yes, Otumfo the neighbor. But Kwame, you see, unim the trick. Mister. Also, Omukasa, you 85% because the calculation is that so 85% in Ashanti region. Now Omubenya Eastern region, Kakrebi Soswa. When we need elections, that is their mindset. So let's use Napo. Niefa and Shipi. Yeah, stronghold base. You use Napo and fan Shipi a stronghold base. But there is something. Mensaka research be about 2 days ago, not 3 days ago. That was on Sunday. And I obedient research in Sunday, me. And I won't touch on it. Because when I touch on it, they will go out there and work on it. But I won't touch on it. I read a thing, Miss Ray. Kwame, I'm telling you, Ashanti region, say MPP Timinya 70% Nenya Mena Ajuomo. I am telling you. Take this from me. Take this from me. Ashanti region. Say MPP Timinya 70%. You see, Ayanada Omu Yusu Kufo Edada Baumia. That's a ufa Ayanapa Mensiaba Tanechi. Na Ombetimi Anya Beye 90% or 85% in Ashanti region. You don't know dada Baumia. Some Baumia no not getting Juma. Or falam. He is just there. Esuba intihi. Eno. So the idea and say, yam pekino. Tiano no de to trim. And that is why you see na Baumia e peduchum. Ekufuado no peduchum. And that is why Fremo Pare eni Napo enkasa. And no also who Fremo Pare e won bebre. She was not seen. And so be who because we know that Fremo Pare Yobia always Ashanti region MPP program or forefront. Now kasa no you say no call one kasa. Okay, now until I'm boss in the movie. No, I'm boss no na ponum team no. Fremo Opare and Trembi. So Fremo Opare that we all know or no kwa separate and Fremo Opare ko beji microphone na yedede any ade. Yes, aduchumu so anko ho. Aduchumu ansi ho. Okay. So the idea is say, oh, yamfa Napo wa Jimmy Kra yamfa ono na mensia be support no na omanya 90%. Look, Kwame, me ma me fra Asante Mampon. Nkwadum bretu abusua ba pani ena ne ba eneme. Ya wanya ne baby kro. Me ba pefro offense. I'm telling you. Oma imagine say ombetwe otumfu awura politics no agu nanimu ase. And that is why they are doing that. And unfortunately otumfu is allowing it. But Kwame, opa omo nkofo otumfu enye national campaign manager. ya mesi ya no kwa no mba we poto opa ma MPP e abandon no campaign team so ma kwafo otumfo se campaign manager no mo fa mo atianka ho na kia mema jo ma ma jai election ne ye on jai ma ye can people get 30% coffee a na nyame na age wo mo. You see, we are not running a chieftaincy system. We are not running a chieftaincy system. So you want to be in fact I hear some ubia. But the point is that MPP the give woman it's so I am yase Bawumia omoya Bawumia sa it's so sad. Here Kwame enkoba ye tifri bunu no MPP be lose bunu seats now because of that campaign no otumfo na de na poba otumfo na de na poba me on be lose bunu seats now down the kind of conversation free a bunu ba coastal areas no MPP diagram takrade on be lose takrade they will lose takrade what they Kwame are they way first time be bia. You see they have betrayed Bawumia. Oma pan want to make too much and it's sad. Or this year no na ebano. And I like the way NDC presented Professor Jena Opoku. Because look, they have a work to do. When you are running mate, it was announced. They went to UPSA. Omunika call a headquarters. No call down daddy. Party headquarters. No fanfare. They don't have time. Straight to UPSA. The woman gave us serious friends lecture on governance. A topic for almost 1 week, 2 weeks. Now the media discussing Professor Jenano Opoku for 2 weeks. NDC and Kase yanko ekumfi etuam yanko nana kwajiri ho yemfa Professor Jenano Opoku nkonko chia hwan no. Quickly they rushed here to Western region no tisi ura numu. Yeah, we were getting feedbacks from Western region. People were calling us that Bobie mama mena baboswo den touching base areas ni bi okra omokwa omo news team no capture. They go there, they work, they come out. And this time around Kwame say MPP diagram NDC be super coastal lines ni nyina. Because as much as we come here to work, we come here we go on social media. And your social media we touch base with other information institutions to get information. So we know what is happening. Some of us, we are political animals. We don't sleep, we eat, drink, dress politics. Because that is the wheel. And here they have a co-development. Inti omunko mamprisi nko kan kire omo se mamprisi for nto abama odihye. Especially when you know that we the Ashantis with our kin, we are struggling with the issue about dominance, the perception around us. Inti se mo Jimmy Kura no amuni consultants yo amko social media even omo mnya sandfo a omo MPP no mukra ampo no usia omo a they have little sentiments about we the Ashantis. There is this perception that as a Ghana a yamo two wide powers a perception. But o tun for no homo yes, and the Frank say yeah dey boy homo den. Obi o ya dey obo no homo den bia na ya na tore bia ne ho ahi. Normal. But if you know that house was a tag no now ko fa running mate edna ko magana for to aba now ko catch them say me de odihye otumfo am ya odihye say me fa namra. Over to you, Yolati. And says my mate to free what region pa voter region in some mate and yasum kuma upper east upper west share tamale jai in some mate papa bono central region crowd o mon pesa 70 crowd sa na o mon keke ho ya so mo kan ho sa na o mon keke no e wa your friend say central and western region ne ai nchi takwa yes sa asem no na bufu ya o mo so tumfo na de entiase nkrasi yes nkrofo na keke ho yes nkrofo keka say odi da po ba na MVP wini a otumfo abaje nkrofo nsa ase e wo western region enya se kuma ho mate sa asem ni nyina no mo kan ni ase yase nkrofo so de kwa kasa foforo mu mpo yes ukọ Sunday ma area what just I didn't near so mo keka say ebno akra no ensasene bi o otumfo pa say na powi ni pe obeba be gini nyina dia soja fo baba buo mo agini nyina mo otumfo sa no mo keka asimo mo kapa me ti bi kra na me maseme. And these are issues we should not allow it to come into public domain. We should not allow these kind of things to come into public domain. As much as we are trying to suppress some information, we say, I'm Bontino, na pie. For how long can you suppress information? That dabon thing. I think phone nam ekeka. Oh, voter region say nyasem say say yes group B. Yes group B o. Me dey name group kro. Yes group group B. Ni yes group no. After so be issue statement say MPP we ni na po with running mate no enso form kra no a otumfo mo mfasika ma ema meye mo so ma tisa ayi no so mo keka ho oyiwa so enya me nkwa na sai mate ya see ensemo ekoso enya sem kuma yeso ko Pandai area wo say ya omoka omokeka okosa omoka oko dagomba say omokeka sa ansem no ho. Why should you do this to Otumfo? Why dragging his name into something that papa no Otumfo be odu no or the politics den e futu okro otu wo amfa ufiri nanimu within some few meters away na wabu nanimtia enso se omo de Otumfo aba be semu o mitibia na meyema hye kwame se me ya santini nti metia na meyema hye ama se yese wo mo kantam se na popa na Otumfo be use no abetra Ghana for konso omompre woni me say group bi wo enkra ha me de menim ba bi omwo na omo keka say yes I intino tun for ba no obesra government no obespine sase obespine sase na ayi na po abe vice president ya umbeba be jinsas ni bebre I'm say no we don't tell one oh ensima kakra kasei na mo ka timi kura obi ano kakra me sabe me di na tem so omunyai sansam no but when na kofa ba eye na po MP before na kofa ba say yakofa odesi abremo yakofa odesi aba yakofa odesi hey no mo keka ho on keka say encrans asini bebre wo kra obejeje When said that Doma Ekromo say Napo Abaya Vice President, yes, a Napo Bako Jidoma Kruno, Ediama Otunfo Monte. Oh, Kwame Monte. What was what? Okosa was what? Was what? Encrofobe Bratio Womate Atene Bebia. Why should you do that? Why? I don't know some yes, sir. But let me deal with this matter, then I end it here. Tio be me and Kwakasem Mokwame Krumanimpo. And no providing not to turn one. Yeah, Agbesibaso was say I even have the audio. Wahoo. Sewahu and some na make us a tene no crofo keka hwe wahun wa sa enye hwe on the crofo keka no atene o na make an say no mum fancy ya this abo say e be tretra kosan na ne nam kurase ene nam kurase kra ma MPP wan ya hi about tre we maka ne say no se mo anyai ho asem komodie na mo amanansie ya wo be se be kosa na tre na ekọ na tre na ana asem no so ehu and say quite chisa and the problem ababa yes and the problem ababa why should you cause troubles about tre na kwatri na kwa sa entwa he ya Ghana fo nyina na beka boma to aba ati MPP na mo dia akwase otumfo hwe Francis Mensa also secret recording no where you are no on Facebook some boy enie also make us nkrofo ate omunim nkrofo tapes no aya nkrofo akeka o so o mo nto aba manapo amo otumfo metra mo ko ho no already na sandefo egwe amakeka tumudia monto aso national security dia mo record ye mo ya mo bibia anya ye message no call out dada message no ekwa abonten dada mo ya mo bibia anya ye tumonto aso mbibi mo ya ni ho me fa me ho na nkrofo nsem mo keka fa mo ho no ana me bɔ mo amane se muntie ensem a nkrofo ka fa mo ho ene se de o musi eyemo adapatwe because Ghana for enye enkoda na sabita frache what to edi aso mo nsem hwe so bi asande me so bi asande me say otumfo ne East Legon club fo no executive fo no na aka bom na edi na poba na East Legon fo no abeje nkrofo sase East Legon executives no o ma ja abeje nkrofo hwense mo kekafa me papa Kwame despite no ho hwe asunim onipa wo dwopa on pene ho asem Kwame despite hwe so me papa na beto asem media Kwame despite on ka ho onu ofori munyo mu mfrim but son no mebeka no say one person beje jinkran fon sase one say some mo kekan say apie Kwame hwe asem kase apie and one more come na fa ashita for bebia But there won't no. Come, let me finish this. And Obia will tell me be and tell me. A drum and Kwasipobia is true. We have heard it here. I'm from Domahin crew. And it's all over here. Share. Many they went 70 air setano. And then I make us say after this program, we should make sure such ensensano. NCA na enseta enkwatri bebre. That is my friend's advice. But say enseta enkwatri bebre. Hey there. Me come on, let me come on feel it. But Ghana near would tell me, listen to me. And I'll just pose 3 questions. How can somebody who is 80 years, a president, was sorry one day, and I'm talking about Tekufuado, or sorry, and a ban it say, or no, Obefa a year on mine. Esika. Now they are quite fro a private jet. TMU. Or sorry one day. And offer aska. And I'll say my fa or mine sika worth 10.5 million Ghana cedis or so. May they offer private jet. How can this reckless president, how can you foolish guy like Napo, how can you compare this person to Kwame Nkrumah and even go beyond by saying why are they Kwame Nkrumah? What about them? Kwame Nkrumah and in Abusia. Kwame Nkrumah died, 1 table, 1 lantern, ne bag, nothing. Me mako Kwame Nkrumah feel a enkrofon da. Oko shebe bia na busia 40 Kwame orebe ho. Kwame Nkrumah ntwa trade fair lands anchicha ma na busia fo. Kwame Nkrumah AC trade fair. Sebe ya the ordinary Ghanaian ebenya baby aye adwuma artisans omo me artifacts omo de beba ho eye local nyema bi na chese business koso omo restaurants omo eye pubs ewom. Then this guy called Ekufuado decided so obe breaki trade fair down na one na busuane na nanfufu atwitwa ensase no ache a place that me containing a nipa by 5,000 and over on na busuafo atwitwa besisi a dine. Then one apo Jimmy 40 sell. You insult Kwame Nkrumah, say mo Kwame Nkrumah no. Momo Kwame Nkrumah no. A fool like you, Napo, a fool, a twerp. Ujain ba te sell. Mo Kwame Nkrumah no. Kwame Nkrumah was not a thief. Obia abantimu say me boot trade fair gu na twitwa asase no na ye de asidan na ya ton flats. Now oko boni dia be obebo oko bo Akufo-Addo din we na me kura me duru ba bia me fere se be bo Akufo-Addo din say o ye me president. Kwame yi your friends say adai asemo ka fa Akufo-Addo that you go down as the worst president in Ghana. Obi awutimi anante ko la akobu wom hospital agu fom emfie miensa enan ni wakwaje budget ose minsi na ensi kira. Look, Kwame Nkrumah enya how many years in government? 7 years or 8 years? 6 or 7? Check it for me. 57, then 66. 9 years. 9 years. So like on Akufo-Addo 8 years. Check a near market Kwame Nkrumah yeah a sustaining Ghana for over 60 years now. Nebu sounds 8 years. Mention one. Wabu la asalam a psychiatric hospital no ewo Adabraka no. Kano for yata no ma twafa. De Kwame Nkrumah sijaye no. Look at when fools nkwasiafo say fom niam Kwame Nkrumah di jaye. Na wo jimi fo to say wo na po egira ho edidi Kwame Nkrumah atem. Yes, you insult him because he was not a fool, a thief. Se Kwame Nkrumah tiasia enka Accra Psychiatric Center no enka wasi abiem ama se wo de yarefo ko ho a no hunu se wo de da ko baby papa. You couldn't do that. Oma be twafa afa GBC atuapem Kwame Nkrumah ensase e da kire no munkobusa sa hwan ena afa sansase no GBC for ye one agitation munkobusa kenu for that sa hwan ena afa sansase no. Uko jina platform so akodidi Nkrumah atem. A foolish boy like Dapo who could jina a platform Dapo who mwadia obi mwadia nchen. And when him come when my dear back home Eddie Napo, I'm telling you that Napo should come and attack Professor Jena Nopoku or maybe do an age of my amatem. Yarintina said Napoleon and no ya or my come want to be. Oh, tape no. Oh, tape no. A video na tape. You be mammy. Wasn't I not try my ama? Johnny. They will run. Napo ni papa kwasi you know better. Omu fra apejafie my foot. Sakofo am free wheel numu. Afra kwasi asa no free omu fie wono ankasa nkyere no a. Ono akofo no beje no gina wo krom a. So omo jimi a. Ombo so bia jimi chen omo. Wasina no twa mahama. And the peace council must call Napo to order. Bo mame. Obi antie your friend say Napo.
Na Benjamin say NBC for we need papa be afa masa do mama. Et me masiba no try do mama. Every say obajira kumasi odini ya tem no. Ye fi
Ye cabbage no, the best share the answer. Ye cabbage no, but best share the say, Kasa, Elsa Honte, the one. Abua way, to my ama for say, Kasa Honte, Abua way to send a po, Abua the deep a form. So, what was Senna no, was what Senna no try my hammer. O two for us, I'm finding quite damn no uncle to for beyond 1 year, be finding now. You see, we will cause them to do whatever they want to do. We'll provoke them. We'll provoke them for them to do whatever. We want to go to that length with them. And we are ever ready, prepared to go that length. Was it not trying my hammer? Now, boy, Abu. Kwasiawe, na Ghana MPP na abafo ka Kwasiawe di running mate. Was na no twen mama. Yesu yase ya no twen no. Yesu yase ya no twen no papa. And MPP for atiem no nko kankyere no. Saso wase na no twen mama. Yase ya no twen no. Wase na no. Say ye nti no mdi yi no say onu betua bedidi Professor Jane ene Mahama atem to provoke them. Na podi na no ye o obetumi aba bedidi atem. Ombete. And that is why I keep on telling Magan and EBA and Sromo, everybody should rise up. Don't fear them. Don't do it. Sema no chai mahama. Basiwano. How can you compare? No, any comparison crowd. Say mon kroma nimpono. Mon kroma no Ghana for kroma nimpono. And you see, always when I sit here, I tell you, say, Sankrofo, they don't see us as Omoni Yen who say, a yomo say, Omono free a crobiso, and I Ghana for slaves, no money ete, mon cromanumpo. Napo mo, enter me a braba, nese, nese poku prempe boy, a ya a chain, a ya and croma. Napo should come and tell us. Say Napo say you're quite, we will do it. And nobody can do Foku. Shelley. Nobody. Shelley. Nobody. Can you just know what whole school no? What's it? Any chance? Block school block back okura wan sibi. What's it? Wase na no change on Mahama. Ay la. Say me omo meeting omo be yi no me ne MPP pani bi ti odi nkomo eno ka kire me say Mahama de atemdidie na etimi no pa anti eno omo koyi napo do Allah Bobie ankasa nkyere no na atemnidi aba omi abaji no okroma no atambi the latter boy onti bi mpio so obi yo ma dwene some the atemdidi na eba ye campaign we ya ebe shocking napo no be dwene no mun twata epure na mun kobɔ ma otumfo ntie se me Bobie Ansah na meka se so ankasa nkyere napo wakasa kyere ba ko amfi no begina bonti begimi ye so one for them kwada man say anko kasa ankyere no no ba begimi wa bonten a yeah no we won't sit down for any foolish rat to come say you might take you a hostage and they do whatever they want. Nobody will agree. Nobody obi anpene Say, we audition to me your day. So why should I me your day? We audition, so what? Let's talk about the economy. Gutafo complaining about the dollar. Let's talk about it. Importers are complaining about port charges. Let's talk about it. Nam enra, Kwame, when you say enra, Baumia, Napo, Ekutiankwa, Omant me and Kassem be a bay news. Omant me and Kassem one a year bay news to say, oh, digitalization, go Samuel Kujibi for way, small boy way. I can't tell say kokan na wajibia unim say obi energy so be farming operation and nano jam bosso operation feed yourself. Kwame o ga say obi oye unemployed awo even sabe enkoko ana goats 10 in a cage or yen one more otibi yibi tonwa kaga so ompe. Guys and go on pay. Ah, really? But Jam Akufuado didn't want to and Krumano, Jam Yina no Bo Emame Muntia Semunyansa Sema Jomama Kaye in response to Enano Akufuado Kwaka Sankwasi 70 so no I dear Chen Krumo said ye. Comfort sell. What say or mind to say Ghana? COVID skawadi galamse una utu. Show be on utu galamse or no better to Kwame Nkrumah. The black African of the
Niaka ni propaganda. A boy you're saying now you do so. We are the best government since independence. Nkrumah Poma say, Sir Abain full way. Modemo ho to Nkrumah. Nkrumah was a vision na niaka ni propaganda. A boy you're saying now you do so. We are the best government since independence. Nkrumah Poma say, Sir Abain full way. Modemo ho to Nkrumah. Nkrumah was a visionary. And ne besine would they could doom a cause of Moshe say benya light to my moha. Meanwhile, 1965, and Nkrumah Biesa Akosombo Dam. Ebesine, it is the bulwark of our power supply in this country. And now would you see motorway no? Now she says, "Obi beti mi ako baby Ghana ha." Tama habo Nkrumah nesi. And then Kataman habo niwa. Could we have imported items into this country? Kotoka Airport Nkrumah nesi. You dare not compare yourself to Nkrumah. Don't try. Ezu, mo pese mo ye comparison na. Mo de ma mo fa nko Nkrumah so. Mahama o heya. Ezu, enfa nko rolling so, enfa nko Kufo so. Ata mills enfa nko ne so. Mahama o heya. Me here 4 years. Most of my 4 years. Yes, I'm better say. My track record ni. Yes, we had ni. Me find your comparison. And also most of my. Na niaka ni propaganda. A boy you're saying now you do so. We are the best government since independence. Nkrumah Poma say, "Sir Abain full way. Modemo ho to Nkrumah."
GMI. Ekufuado call one of the Caribbean countries. Now, Okoki Kansa was Yasemno, so no. So I had the HM Nkrumah, said Deo. Emsem say Gabi so it can be Bisa Amrebi. Scano Mariano, omo pe kakra dia no makobo ne saa amrane no no maji kakra no mo de ko. But since Bernard Muna is in the house, I wish he was here by 3 p.m. anyway. But since Owofia menji ne kasa nenka. Bernard Kwaba.
Openi majoso.
Boko de.
Enega na usan bisa boko. Deɛ nsɛm na obi betumi aka sɛ bɔkɔ. When Ntro take center stage of national discourse, when enobetumi aka sɛ Ghana nneɛma adwo. But Ansah na meka no I'm very, very devastated, and the people of Upper West and the entire North will understand my devastation. So one of the giants that Akufo-Addo cannot even compare himself to, despite that he's not been president before, Sir Edward Jaber. Papa yi ekosua ne medicine efi the university in Italy. From Italy, say Italians hwehwe no omo pe no say onye ne medical practice in Italy. He made a vow that he was going to study medicine to come and save his people from one of the forgotten parts of the world, northern or northwestern Ghana, in the Upper West region. Into Oba Ghana no. He came straight to the Upper West region, then Upper regions in Japa, and Obeye Nejuma. Ansah na Rollins Obeye Nukua. Papa no Johnny ko Burkina Faso. At Burkina Faso ko drew ye Nejuma ANT. They didn't ask him to go and do French medical practice Ansah na waba. Omomano, a district hospital, for him to mount the district hospital. After a while, when things normalized in Ghana, now Oba Ghana, Burkina Faso no say that be Yamanokwai and Manimba. It had to take a lot of effort from Cardinal Derry. Say Jadere betimi Abagana na Obeye Nejuma. Oye Juma ewo regional hospital as a doctor na me papa. Eye watchman in the hospital. He developed interest in me as a kid. Little did I know that I would grow up to be mentored by him politically, because he was politically straight. And Papa, in those days, lights any hono, electricity any hono. Otimi at the touch light. Eye operation eye nipa. He did operations to save lives, to deliver women, to remove their goiter. Is it goiter? Fantastic surgeon. In fact, he was a spirit to the sick. What they say, oh yarina say Dr. Jadereba nani pebi ete. When my mother was sick and she could not turn around, want me nyashi. Dana Yakatrin said Dr. Jadere Abafie. The woman sat up. Dr. Jadere was simply a spirit to many people. This morning, almost say Wakani baby. But worst of all, and he say, exactly a week ago, and that is why I'm traumatized. And he say, me call the paramount chief of Golu Niye, Ewo Golu. Me bano, me drew tamalia. Now Dr. Jadere ya frame. Ebi sa me say, she TV, and I see me nam kwan so eko tamale. Me bakra. And I catch them say, some politically JJC. Eti TV so ka say omo omo de free education e de baye. Inti ade na ya ena ba ko so akotena baby ena oka say national health insurance omo na omo de baaye nti ofre me say ma yentena se emma santro yi enkoso sa because the more we allow the lies about who has done what to continue, or say the people who listen to such lies one day will believe in these lies. Inti Enra was another big lie, and so I will not be surprised that we have failed the likes of Dr. Edward Jadere, and he had to give up. Because ne omoko kan ye ewo Kumasi, particularly from the running assistant driver mate no. Assistant driver mate no. So you say about me a driver mate. Ne assistant ebe assistant driver mate. Anya sir. Ne efi assistant driver mate na no could actually trigger a heavy blood pressure in the likes of Dr. Jadere. Then he will trigger his death. And that is why I'm sad that we have allowed a lot of lies to continue without an appropriate response. And unknown to us, it may have led to the death of many. Because Dr. Jadere is a passionate Nkrumahis. And a passion for Nkrumahism, no? Enye adia eye enne. See, mameka bibinchiro. For the uninitiated and the uneducated and uninformed, Nia yefre Ghana enne no, it's not what was the colony. Say unim colony. The colony was the central, including the western region, Greater Accra, including the eastern. Say unim sir. Ashanti was by itself nenka the colony home. So the Ashantis fought the colony and then the British. So sir, the northern territories were not part of the colony. And the Trans-Togoland Volta, including Yendi, Aplau, Akosombo, all the way to Bumprugu, to Chereponi, straight to Kwekpera, they were under the Trans-Togoland Volta. In the independence election in 1956, take note of the date, 1956. Kwame Nkrumah wanting to put together what we now call Ghana, and now listen to why Ghana was founded and how Ghana was founded. Wanting to put together what is now called Ghana, needed to talk and link up to do negotiations. There was a plebiscite in 1956. Say okay. It's like a referendum, or it's a referendum to determine, say, the German holding that was now a UN trusted territory, whether they will be part of Ghana or they will continue to be under the UN control, or they will join the Republic of Togo. Into Kwame Nkrumah within those days, it me echo that path echo drew Nakpanduri. And no who say the portion that he wanted to be part of Ghana, no, Masa, na a year, what we call footpath. How do you call footpath?
Like a bioma bokwai.
Yes. Na kwambi and daho. But on the other side that belongs to the French, you know, no oma grade kwai. Into these people were willing to join the other side so that their portion of the road would be graded. Into Kwame Nkrumah quickly mobilized, took equipment, and then they went to construct the road. So descending the Nakpanduri Scarp through to Garu, Otimi Jose, that place was starred, and that place, Osha, it has one of the finest tourist facilities, Obetimi Ediaye Juma. In terms of power gliding, I'm sure that that place is cheaper and nicer than ATBA. Inti Kwame Nkrumah yeye NOC ne guest house wo baby a oba abeda. This is what Kwame Nkrumah did. From Yendia, where it is the capital of the Dagomba people, was part of the Trans-Togoland Volta. So, Kwame Nkrumah managed to bring all these people and now created what is called Ghana. And that is how come that our independence was not declared in 1956, but was declared in 1957, in order that these people can be part of the declaration of our independence. Napo,
easy work.
Napo, how dare you that you are a citizen of what is now Ghana to think that you can compare somebody to Kwame Nkrumah? Sure, I don't do religion. I don't do religion. But nobody, dead or alive, can ever equate yourself to Kwame Nkrumah. Just as nobody dead or alive can equate yourself to Jesus Christ or Prophet Muhammad. That is how basic it is. In the political arena in Africa, you are a liar. Kwame Nkrumah is an institution of study. Oko Makerele University, they study Pan-Africanism and Nkrumahism. It is a whole course for people to earn master's degree at the Makerele University. Who are you? Who are you? You can do anything. But I say it this way. How do we call bat in Chi?
Apine.
Apine.
Yeah.
Ni anapo mo ye no, akufo do mo ye no. Ete say apine one. O se one egu Nyankopon so, one ana ade no ato no so. So anytime you tend to want to shit on Kwame Nkrumah, you shit on yourself. See, Kwame Nkrumah University for Science and Technology was an idea that was mooted, crafted, right, sowed and nurtured by Kwame Nkrumah. And you're on Napo Ekonye University education. On Chiremi University Akufo-Addo AC. On Chiremi University Akufo-Addo AC ewo maimu. So when Kwame Nkrumah put together what is now called Ghana, the reason why he is the founder of our nation, we no who say saye nipa bi ewo esoro ho school enko ho. So schools, secondary school education and what have you started in South more than 100 years under colonial administration and was not there in the north. So check most of the secondary schools in the north. They are less than 70 years old.
Yeah.
Most, in fact, look, majority, like 99.9% of the secondary schools in the north are less than 70 years old. What does that tell you? That Kwame Nkrumah deliberately extended secondary education to the north, enabling my brothers John Dramani Mahama and Mahmudu Bawumia to get education, to allow me to be also educated. You are comparing chicken feces to Kwame Nkrumah. How is that possible? Na decorum na eni ni kasamunu enu na yeya, because the pace of Kwame Nkrumah is not for mortals. In fact, if they were still writing the Bible or the Quran, Kwame Nkrumah would have been Christian as a prophet.
And he is.
What did Kwame Nkrumah not say about Africa?
Yes.
Whatever Kwame Nkrumah said, young gentlemen, are we not suffering the consequences? This nation owes Kwame Nkrumah a national apology if we want to reclaim our glory. That is what we expect would-be leaders to be calling for. That Papana Odini Bibia Ghana no. We have not honored him. Kwame Nkrumah as president, he did not empower his family. Kwame Nkrumah as president, one for Ghana sika nkosi dan yo. Kwame Nkrumah as president and appointed Ninuamo as ministers of finance, appointing Ninuamo as executive secretaries.
Akufo-Addo bagge no what the force afa creative arts.
Ono na okoda Miami any the boyfriend.
No afechire ne to no. Ono.
Kwame Nkrumah did not do any. Oni baby Asami Nkrumah etisesi ano. It was President Achampong. Kwame Nkrumah wu ya omode na eba no. And also that baby Numguasie. So the state offered that place near prisons officers mess. And omode ma Kwame Nkrumah busuafo. Do you understand? The man who built Ghana did not build a single property for himself. Nata die krampa osheno. Yeah, the law for Ghana no actual property of the Republic of Ghana. He is not the thief that we have today.
Akufo-Addo bagge we hwe restaurant esi cantonments ya.
He is not a thief. He did not appoint his own to come and be taking loans and borrowing and making wealth out of the debt that Ghana was creating. Kwame Nkrumah anyasa. So you are comparing this one to Kwame Nkrumah. You cannot even compare Akufo-Addo to President Kufuor. Even President Kufuor, you cannot compare Akufo-Addo, his track record, to President Kufuor.
Kufuor.
Why?
Buzia. You did 2 years, and you Akufo-Addo young. Very useless president.
Then I can understand, but I think that Napona Ankasano, Utina Minya, I think he noticed that Ofumie. So as soon as he noticed that Ofumie, no, but he cannot eat back the West or say enemenia jiachen obia. I'm sure you remember that sentence.
Yeah.
As soon as he said what he said about Kwame Nkrumah, then he realized that menia jichen obia. You cannot be overly excited to the extent that you want to bite the fingers that created you. Everything that happened in Kumasi was terrifying to me. A beautiful organization, and I need to commend the organizers.
How beautiful is this?
Tell me. Beautiful organization.
How beautiful?
Not in the history of our nation. That you can see the entire royal embodiment to sit in wait to receive your friend saying running mate nominee. So to see the entire Ashanti, all the chiefs assembled with all the entertainment, any bibia in that area was amazing. Intinami Bisa said, "This is running mate nominee." Now President Kufuor, you know, as flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, no, did he get that kind of welcome by Otunfo? Obey president, no, did he get that kind of welcome? But ye, Nsema Asante Hine Ekaye. I say me bay, me nene papa na ewo no. Na me bay na ma hwe no. Me train school fees amano akɔwie medical school. Na matitu no. Na po meti amanfo bi ka say we are arrogant. But me teach you no. I did not teach you arrogance. And I know you. So bibia in your political career, I have been consulted. Inti napo ko nako kachire unyamo what you are worth and why they should vote for you. Otumfo ewie no. O say almost say ahemfo ma omonye politics. And yes sir. But I say how do you call rival in tree? A rival of a woman. Nekra. I say only ukra mpo say mo nko a. But say or nanti etwema utimi hwe no some styles. To wit, if you have your rival and you are not even fighting, when your rival is passing, you look at her with some eye. And yes, sir. Eti ono ye yini ba se ombe ye running mate. Na obi si mama nya campaign mama ba. Inti me ba, ma ye campaign ama ba Ghana for monfa nchame. That is what Otumfo meant. I am not sure. Say after all these, no, Otumfo will be happy with what the assistant driver mate went to do. And his message was supposed to be simple because neda say, listen, for the first time in every function, the president spoke before you. The vice president spoke before you. You were the alpha and omega. Okasa and na program no ewie. You don't understand the magnitude. That was the day you were to give a message.
But how do you want Napo to understand the magnitude?
Because look, you have handlers. Abba, this day, Bobie, give me this day, and even my enemies will run and say, Papa yi wakasa. Me ba ye. Me papa nana asante hene akasa. Wakasa. Ewo demo ye pi abonten so wasan akasa. Nana me da se ene efutu no nyina odi amame no. Me ngu weni mase. That should be your first poll. But nana asante hene akasa no utie ni okaye. O say don't let Mahmoud Bawumia regret choosing you as his running mate. I'm sure that today, if you ask Mahmoud Bawumia, he'll be asking, why did I choose this man?
In fact, Enra, what we heard is that Mahmoud and his wife Samira Inya banter after the program over Napo's choice.
You know, I will understand why. Because Mahmoud Bawumia ne papa Alhaji Mumuni Bawumia is a pick of Kwame Nkrumah. If bombs were killing, enka Alhaji Bawumia ne papa, ne papa make us say enka Mumuni Bawumia any assume that now omoni Kwame Nkrumah omokwa akohia the Upper Volta president Yamiogo no inka Kudungugu, the bomb could have killed them. So nimsa inka at Kudungugu the bomb would have killed them. So probably Bawumia would not have been born to enable him to want to become president. So say when Wutni Papa enwu in that bomb, he understands the person and the persona of Kwame Nkrumah. Now wabe you say bejimechi. Na yempe vote. Then you are running down the person who mentored and brought up his father politically. So I am not sure that the vice president will in any way be excited about what Napo did and Rano. Vice President Ontimida. Ontimi. Me sure on that and Rano on that. Why? I nominated you. Come and compliment me. I didn't say come and bastardize the man who mentored my father. And later, if Kwame Nkrumah was dying in that bomb planted by Matimiho people, no, in Kabomia Papa Subetimiu in that bomb. You are coming to run down that man. Enti Otumfuo say, Mesra Minia, Memma Baomia, Meba, Memma Baomia enunum. Enunu onyonunu. Say media chino. Mayadie Kandayala Dagari Hokunwoma Kandaria Hodehone Dagari Kamael Kahozubule no Yoka Palahona Womamune. You see, Inti Maya dear, yeah, Bonsama Mikakra Mayadia. Killing Pala. Me did you at a grabado here? You tickets yet to say a fufu one day. Oh, I'm glad. Don't so after everything that Otumfuo said, and Enra may say that was Napo your grandee. Inti Enra thank the Inti party for Bia Moahano. One day, don't give up. Don't give up, because from the grassroots you could also get to the luminous summit, as I have been privileged today, and rally the rest of the nation. This message, and the handlers of Napo could not do for him. I am devastated. Finally, Kwame Nkrumah. How do you call calabash? Kura. Onim kura. Masa bucket eninsuo. Mumpe bucket eninsuo mba na mumbeto. So you do this experiment. Yeni kura, yeni bucket. Then you put all your energy trying to sink the kura. So whether it's in a bucket, it is in a basin, or it is in a dam, or a lake or a river. Na all the Korano echo na upia se enkwashasia. Anytime you push with all your energy, by the time you stand up, the calabash will be floating and dancing and enjoying its float. That is Kwame Nkrumah. Tie, President Nelson Mandela. Abra oti asino ana owo ewiase. The rest of the world did everything. When say up to date. Omo ntimi aye Nkrumah film ama ewiase. Do you understand why? Have you seen Kwame Nkrumah film before? I said documentaries. Documentaries, yeah. But when say Omo film ama Mandela, sponsored by the UN and executed by your friend saying Idris Eba. Onimsa. Omo ye. The UN sponsored a film for Nelson Mandela. And they wanted Nelson Mandela to be seen by all Africans as our hero. And they sent one of their surrogate media, BBC, to do a poll. BBC a poll no year. It turned out that votes now Kwame Nkrumah enyano. Mandela could not get a quarter of that vote. And the BBC ankasa ekobisa Mandela say, how do you feel? How do you feel? Say Kwame Nkrumah on tiasino. Ye to aba as the African of the millennium. Na Kwame Nkrumah adinkunim. Unim ni okaya. Mandela's response was that we bisame nipa me to aba emaye. Do you understand that Mandela did not ask BBC to do any polls? But me Mandela no amosi me so me kahunu binu. Unim nipa me to aba maye. Because Africa's greatest man is not in doubt. And me Mandela, menka men beno.
Na Akufo-Addo crampo there. DC for cry the Akufo-Addo.
I'm telling you, no, this is Mandela.
You can look Akufo-Addo nyanipa. In fact, there should be a deliberate system. We should discuss the worst, reckless, blockhead, criminal. Yeah, what do a mind so? From that and you see, Napo, our criminal mind, and maybe he's telling us that when it comes to criminality, Akufo-Addo is better.
No, near in all this, and they say Napo was Minister for Education. Do you now understand why Kwame Nkrumah was bastardized and shredded in our education books?
Yeah.
This is the mentality. But if he and Napo went miscommunicated, the Pulse Ghana, Omo Rani a poll, say, which of these presidents, I think I can share it with you. Now,
me here post. Akufo-Addo.
Oh, that which of these presidents? I'm sure.
Anybody want to say or mind say? Anybody destroy or mind just like that?
I see. Which of these presidents contributed the most to Ghana's development? Omede Kwame Nkrumah bae. And Omodi Nana Addo bae. Nana Addo got 931 votes. Kwame Nkrumah got 12,200 votes.
No, but Akufo-Addo any better than to.
But how? But Minia bless Koku. Minia bless Koku Alomaso.
Jesus Christ.
Or see, the 931 people that voted for Akufo-Addo are actually the problem of Ghana. Do you understand it? From sports, Akufo-Addo cannot compare to Kwame Nkrumah.
How?
To industry, Akufo-Addo is a pale shadow.
How?
To food and agriculture, Akufo-Addo doesn't exist. To education and health, Akufo-Addo doesn't exist. To infrastructure, Akufo-Addo doesn't exist.
How?
Hey, Minya Napo. Nukrese enra. Ona, we need ajicheng obia, but it does not permit you to run amok. Already, there are challenges with you. Say, okay, say, Dana ye ba koko ye ye ewo keta no. O say you personally lead a protest. But political history will tell you that Victor Usu was doing well in 1979, Mebwa, until when he said that the Ewe people are inward looking. That single pronouncement has been an albatross and has been part of the strained relationship. Why accounts are not trusted within the Ewe fraternity. And when you get that opportunity, coming from the stock of Victor Owusu, you should be guided that that history does not repeat itself. Manoisi.
Live at Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. I'll be back. Maybe I'm on fire.
The Paris 2024 Olympics on GoTV is for all of us. For every lift that ended in failure, for every basket and every stride that was a little too short until it wasn't.
That's the first gold medal.
This is for the gold in all of us. Get and stay connected to GoTV to witness Africa's athletes make history in the 2024 Paris Olympics live. On the go with GoTV Stream. GoTV, love it.
you don't know. I mean, one day, and I am Memedro, and you think a band may be here, you know, and to 4 and you'll be a pretty good track on beer. And for chemical shops, pharmaceuticals, and they have our shops beer. I was gonna have me beer. And that's a friend. I was 0243 686861 and 0245 749206. Sankatwe, FDA Fajatu, Kaise, Tabia Takuye, Bemebia Takun. Not recommended for lactating mothers, pregnant women, and children under 15.
Bills was here. If you say, I soon go when you were in Bosia Bonsh, say, I'm dear, Edutrim, or Bia, any to make dear Biara Woody. Bills will be Bimo. Won't hear Susu, won't hear our Nanya, we hear no national ID card. Ain't it to Rikana Frame was 0302 200390 and 0596 920 833. Kai say, on Mansika Krobia Batan, Bank of Ghana, Sawo Bills microcredits, Jumedium. Bills, Uposia Boho Adamfo. Kai say, Jumedi is Shaka Crown.
For any abroach for Sabana Sasi any a dime to moi Royal Chapter Property Group Limited. I the game changer. Esanse Obibia ono omediga enya ne ho ahotoso. Enti se eye wani so odi hunu se obeto asase ana efie de. Bomodin se oni Royal Chapter Property Group Limited. And ebeni sawoso. One and afei 2 expandable bedroom houses are. One more town for kra. Afei one more sasia e teacher manteno. Still one more gusua one more ton. E ben police station no. One more twitwa 70 by 100 and a 35 by 100 full plot and a half plotter one more ton and the ama Ghana for any abroach for nyina one say we building materials was site will be able to nya bi e na juma and Ghana for any abroach for so we hwe nim say obeto asase and a efie de with flexible payment terms no obetumi nya bi our Royal Chapter Property Group Limited frewamo our +233 256 515 862 Ana +233 591 010 337 Ana +233 256 700 831 Ana +44 750 887 1235 Royal Chapter Property Group Limited. Start a new chapter in life.
The Paris 2024 Olympics on GoTV is for all of us. For every lift that ended in failure, for every basket that rebounded, for every goal that was just shy, and every stride that was a little too short until it wasn't.
That's the first gold medal.
This is for the gold in all of us. Get and stay connected to GoTV to witness Africa's athletes make history in the 2024 Paris Olympics live on Supersport and on the go with GoTV Stream. GoTV, love it.
100.5 Accra FM.
Wabatele Accra FM. Yeah, your mommy.
Accra, oh yalo. Accra FM 100.5.
Wabatele Accra FM. Yeah, your mommy.
Accra, oh yalo. FM 100.5.
However, we who are concerned with the immediacy of African independence and unity are not prepared to wait upon the evolution of history. We are determined to give history a revolutionary push. We must adopt a positive, all-out anti-colonialist, anti-imperialist attack. And this quickly, for we cannot afford the luxury of delay. Time acts for the enemy, no less than for ourselves. Let us therefore examine our position seriously and objectively to see how well we have managed so far and evaluate our points of weakness and the necessary remedies. Let us determine what modifications are needed to adjust our strategy to counter the movements of the enemy and overcome him. This requires some plain speaking. And for the sake of Africa, let us speak plainly. As I see it, our greatest danger stems from disunity and the inability to see that the realization of our hopes and aspirations, the realization of our objective of total African independence, and of our future progress and prosperity is inextricably bound up with the necessity to unify our policy and actions in connection with the continuing struggle for independence and the greater task of economic and social reconstruction beyond it. We must therefore face the issue of African unity now, for only unity will make the artificial boundaries and regional demarcations imposed by colonialism obsolete and superfluous. African unity will thus provide an effective remedy for border disputes and internecine troubles. In a united Africa, there could be no frontier claims between Ethiopia and Somalia, or between Zanzibar and Kenya, Guinea or Liberia, or between Ghana, Togoland and the Ivory Coast. Because we would regard ourselves as one great continental family of nations. Some of the leaders, it must be confessed, do not see the struggle of their brother Africans as part of their own struggle. Even if they did, they would not be free to express their solidarity. These rifts are consciously created by the imperialists between the Africans, where they can sit back and watch with sly satisfaction, as well as contempt for those who fail to see how they are being used against Africa's best interests. Regrettably, those states include some who were among the freedom fighters of yesterday and who haven't won their independence are willing to drop it for some token aid and thereby deny to those still struggling for freedom even their moral support. Here is a phenomenon against which all African freedom fighters must be on their guard and resist to the utmost. Even though I appreciate the difficulties facing us, I must admit, I find it strange to watch some of us returning willingly to the colonialist fold. This time, they don't even have the excuse of being forced to subject themselves to foreign domination. It makes one wonder, why so much effort and sacrifice and so many lives were given up to the achievement of independence in the first place, if it can only be so quickly and easily surrendered. Unhappily for us, colonialism creates in some intellectual allegiances which are not severed at the moment of independence, but remain to condition loyalties away from Africa towards the metropolis which draws them. They are unable, it would appear, to accept the idea that Africans can get together to make viable and growing concern of a combined African continent, but rather see their salvation in coming together in association like the Franco-African community mooted recently at Bangui. Although there are many here who speak English, French, Spanish, or Portuguese, nevertheless, we are all Africans. Africans fighting for Africa's independence, Africa's unity, Africa's future.
Yeshangwara, Yeshangwara, Shasira, Nyamye, Ubenyara, Ubenyara, Nyane, Nyane, Wunguara, Nefiu, Yedia, Ubrasika, Sidao Swasio, Yeridao Swasio, Yeridao Swasio, Nyamye, Diana Sida, Nyamye, 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 Nyamye,
Let's do this, young Kwabena. Choko si and can't Ghana for you top choco chocolate spread. What the fabro de moi at the pa top choco. I don't want to see an area. One more day, top choco train, one chocolate drink up bar. So the one here is so shit. When I walk on, Top Choco, that's right. Top Choco say from our 243 033 033. Top Choco. Scientific about clinic. I'm gonna do a bright soja capsules, bright garlic plus capsules. I'm gonna do a bar. Say yon. That's right. Baba. Happy birthday to you, Pastor Vincent, Charlie Tajiman, my senior brother. Happy birthday to you. I have bright soja capsules. What's this? Low sperm count. Ayan numbi. Onam yo ya numbi. White garlic plus capsules. Boost your immune system now. a ɛyɛ anom bia skin care blood sugar ɛyɛ bright garlic plus capsules ɛyɛ anom bi why Mayfield Scientific Herbal Clinic Omo Nungwa at Dogon last stop Estate Junction 0243 983 906 one for you, Bobie Fiagbe. Tango Prime Washing Powder. Tango Prime Washing Powder. What's it? Aya siwatare memunyeham. Atare memunyeham. Na fe so atare ne enche ma o. You know, say use Tango Prime Washing Powder. Washing powder be anywhere in say. Ghana had it. One demo befia. Na eham so. Na Delta paper mill 0243 033 033. Get to the dosopo. Royal Chapter Property Group Limited, Semen Country, Ghana, Funyina. So, open Sassi a bay in Sawama around Teacher Mante. Royal Chapter Property Group Limited. How much you be and you? The show much in the day. I brought you for ye, I brought you for ye. Akitiki Akataka. Chicken polo. Was a pam chicken puta pies. Pam chicken kuta pies. Chicken polo. Chicken polo. Chicken polo. Royal Chapter Property Group Limited. Teacher Mantesa said there. Bianiwa obetu omo efa eye ensasesem si yakase asase asumdue wo ho kasakase bianiwa eye omo Royal Chapter Property Group Limited ensase no nsuo kania bibia odada Come on, 0565158862 Royal Chapter Property Group Limited. Tabia Eba Center. Woman at the Tabia Eba Misha Abatown. Tabia Eba Misha.
The citizens' power. Citizen TV, 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 the citizen.
And my catcher on ye a year audit queries ya omodiama kenatefa maybe bibi so afa eye the existence of my sister Theodi and her friend at NI maybe so edi akyerem. I have SIC report to be from the NIA there. We will deal with it. You be in kakra. You be exercise where you know Ghana for you na be huna de kra air koso. And I'll show you cars that they have given to a year. Yenuya Maya. Rejected cars, no, and the cars are sitting there rotten. Our NIA because they control what goes on. Our NIA, they control it. Yeah, they control it. What catch them almost say? A state capture. They come out to come and tell you, no, a state capture. Mudia, the Akosu of Nigeria, no, Munjai. You see, me say, Akufo-Addo no be kofi. Ghanaians will vote them out. A Ghana Ghana for no MDBCNE. Ebe shock Akufo-Addo say Ghana for you in the busua sa. Ebe shock omo. Me won say a man for sending me videos from BB course for Nigeria. No, me I don't pray that those kind of things, attacks will happen now. No. Yan share your message. Yan go into the elections. Yan to abanwi. Ye to abano wia. Now fade your dust not settle no. Then we can have one-on-one with Akufo-Addo and his people. It's either the law takes its course or the street will take charge. See, me, I'm not interested in those things because I don't wish. Say, Sani Manabesi. Oka state capture. Na omu buafu. Kwame kwache mema document bi. Me pacho fa document ne ma omu na omu fan tuo sesi ama me Kwame. Kwame kwache mema document bi. Anope mema ayibi. Yeah. Meaning, I don't know why they are denying. As if say Ghana, we are so stupid. We don't know what is happening. And I don't know. Oh. Almost a new state capture. Then I heard Nanado. Yeah, all Kasa Bibri. Adaya. Or Syncrophone can a Japadia document. Na a hate. You see, sometimes you need to restrain yourself. Sometimes you need to restrain yourself. Just for national cohesion, national peace. Na watobo. Because the way these fools are provoking Ghanaians, these fools yɛte kurom ha mode entafoɔ ɛyɛ campaign ɛwɔ kurom ha mode entafoɔ ɛyɛ campaign ɛwɔ kurom ha pacha wahu fatu amame yɛte kurom ha mode entafoɔ yɛ campaign yɛte kurom ha mode entafoɔ ɛyɛ campaign ɛma Professor Adai Gimpa bɛka kyerɛ yɛ sɛ everywhere entafoɔ agye baabi afa na nya John Mahama abusuafo. This is on record. Na nya John Mahama abusuafo. Professor Adai bɛka kyerɛ Ghanafoɔ sɛ entafoɔ baabi a bɛkɔ bia entafoɔ agye afa 2016 yɛno na nye hate na nya ɔtan na nya nibre mumu ye Akufo Addo mumu ye yie dabai ahiafoɔ te sɛ mo mu ye yie dabai na mu ye yie. But for stealing Ghana, but for stealing a country like Ghana, mu ye ya no way mu nam krom amosresre aduane di we saw you guys. So nana obi an time ana musika mo afa no enkwasiafo ebeba mo abesre sika na ebeba mo ho. But majority of Ghanaians knows that a filthy money, a chronosika. Yes, fatwa, a chronosika. And obi ampe. Me Bobie Ansah, me sorry try to be my home peche. Yeah. Professor Adai bɛka kyerɛ sɛ ntafo agye Ghana afa. Yɛno na nye hate. Wɔn saa deɛ wei, Oka state capture. Ɔmo so boa. Akufo Addo abusuafo appointees. We bedi atuo na typo na Asante bedi atuo one Asante bedi atuo Akufo Addo cousin de ne koye executive secretary Kofi Daako Asante Asante bedi atuo papa ona no chairman of Gimpa Council Vida Asante bedi atuo emaame ye maame Vida Asante head of president household we Kwasi Kutu Asante member Ghana Hostel Board Asante bedi atuo enua Loretta Ochre Asante bedi atuo sister deputy director general at SNIT. Ewana omode no koye Kenoforiata minister of finance omode no koye Atachia eye minister works and house and ewana omode no koye Kwasi Anwakwata omode no ko Rose Jan Kroma creative arts say grade waje aboso Duke Oforiata presidential staffer say okopre MP your friend say Gabi Akufo Addo nephew ono ena eba be kire ye said yinsinton ECG emfa. Then you tell me say any state capture. What are you talking about? But who road is out there quite two boy. Adawa two. Nana Joa Hackman. Gabi oh a GMPC board also. Kwajo, and when your state capture idea, what is Nanado complaining about? What about Echo Hackman? Board member Goyo, Rodalen Bafojima, Echo Fado's cousin. What are you talking about? Is it not true? They should tell us. So, oh, and you know, correct. Charlie, there be me cost be brave behind 16 we are just 16 is okay. Let's leave out. Enjoy the akano. Enjoy the akano. You can see a buba. A man for se be female. Say you can see you free so. You can see ya buba a be hardly. What? And yeah, and I do complaining about what? Say as some Entesa, and yes, I net here. Oh, Nana Jaisa, Nana Jaisa. Nana Ube Kofi, Udia Kofi, Maka, a Kufadu with his age, and Yaman be all be fan who ready because Sabita Frache, a cocradian, a dear. Even the society will not allow you. And pay your norms. So a Kufuado, yeah, that's okay. But Nana, Omoma Canada. Oh. So Yechecha Ashafo Sizin a Citizen TV Ghana. All right, about 2 p.m. Pepe 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. at them.
Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
So, a document, a Japadia document in 2018. A Japadia document in 2018. 2018 document ne ba no. Bibia ni wa ewo a Japadia document ni mu a. And a buy no obia and deny Oman Kashi. They just kept quiet. Yankwati Nana Kufuado deny no. Yankwati. And Nana Kufuado is talking about hate.
President Kufuor was also accused in 2008. President Kufuor was also accused in 2008 of having sold all of Ghana's gold reserves. Again, the 2012 election saw false reports of my alleged arrest in London for drug possession and fabricated quotes designed to stir ethnic tensions. In 2016, it was alleged by sympathizers of the opposition that I had killed my late wife. Today, with a few months to the December 2024 elections, they are at it again. A fabricated document entitled a Japadia is being peddled around by operatives of the opposition as evidence of a grand scheme by my party to annex the state, the assets of the state. These experiences underscore the importance of discerning truth from falsehood and the need for all of us to remain vigilant against the dangers of misinformation and disinformation. As we approach the 2024 general elections, we have to address these challenges head-on. We should take proactive measures to curb the spread of false information and ensure that the public has access to accurate and reliable information. President Kufuor was also accused in 2008 of having sold all of Ghana's gold reserves. Again, the 2012 election saw false reports of my alleged arrest in London for drug possession and fabricated quotes designed to stir ethnic tensions. In 2016, it was alleged by sympathizers of the opposition that I had killed my late wife. Today, with a few months to the December 2024 elections, they are at it again. A fabricated document entitled Ejapadia is being peddled around by operatives of the opposition as evidence of a grand scheme by my party to annex the assets of the state. These experiences underscore the importance of discerning truth from falsehood and the need for all of us to remain vigilant against the dangers of misinformation and disinformation. As we approach the 2024 general elections, we have to address these challenges head-on. We should take proactive measures to curb the spread of false information and ensure that the public has access to accurate and reliable information. President Kufuor was also accused in 2008 of having sold all of Ghana's gold reserves. Again, the 2012 election saw false reports of my alleged arrest in London for drug possession and
absolutely foolish talk. Absolutely foolish talk. And Obian Tosabe. Foolish talk. Or say false information. You can be far Kufuor. And ya can be so for or no. As if say a Kufuor ne Kufuor nkwane any power Ghana. Look at them. Shano. She nipa or no any abrese. I can't want them. Look at him. She nipa. Ya or no see I can't want them to a false information. We should face it head on. Nonsense. Nonsense. Kwasi akeka. Money kwakuba akonom tena kurom ha. Eka kire say Rollins akobie your friend say gold jewelry shop was there was Switzerland. You couldn't provide one evidence after Kufuor took power from Rollins. Want me any evidence, one evidence. Nana Jan Kwasi akeka no. One evidence. Want me a Magana for one evidence. Musi no way. Kwakubakun, money kwakubakun, Akufo-Addo, money kwakubakun Bombay. Want me to provide any evidence about Rollins. You guys said terrible things about Rollins. Want me to provide one evidence. Listen to Akufo-Addo. Yes, we are in so what? In the Obinya day. Yentutu from Kwasha Mana Obinya day. Then Obinya. And so what? And so what? Some politics no no Mumbatimi aka obia asem obi ntimi nka momo asem momo de ende false information yet krom ha ana wo akufuado wonu abusuafo ade ye campaign to say John Mahama ewo estates ewo wafa Ghana sika de akototo estates ewo Dubai. John Mahama challenge you 8 years rule no, but challenge you say muna mo power provide an evidence nana jankwasi akeka no. Your friend say adan ewo Dubai 8 years now. Akufuado won't me improve you. You are talking about false information. 8 years in Fiangwatuni, you are in power. Who cross state apparatus? Go and investigate. John Mahama Katra on several occasions. Sir, Akufuado, go and investigate. Namonfano Kranamra, so are two hotels are dying. Ewo a Dubai or no John Mahama. You haven't been able to prove it. Na momo de momo to me ka obi wasem. Mono obient mean kamwasem. We are not timid, Akufuado. Ghanaians are not timid, but they are adwene na obi ade ato fom. Se be ya bre o beba. You would be ubetini aka obi asem, obi an kamasem. Would me try and throw to nipa so obi an can be in elements of the opposition. Jesus Christ, my Savior. Jesus Christ, my Savior. Sure. Minka me babe kakra na jereje di asende me. Sure. Me betemo entra Akufuado edito Mahama so a 8 years ni ontimi improve ye. Ewurade Nyankopon Yesu Kristo. Ya ne nipa hwe oko fa ayi weto ma send wa bi fato amame fato Facebook page amame ha false information Akufuado nke so ko jail wo ensem wa kan fa nkrofo ho Ghana ha wa gun nkrofo ho fin enyema woni kwaku ba kono ma ye adeboni mo ye gabinom this statesman boni mo di se mo asi asmia nipa mo senkrofo kwaku ba ko etimi de ayi friend say ebe tro no ni newspaper mu say Paula Foko ekosia eye ayi friend say nkrofo ya Akufuado nkofa omo missionaries ya omo kofa omo ba kromu ano Paula Foko by eba meeting asibi na ode video beba also beba be prove with video eya meboa ewi ase no Paula Foko challenge Kwaku Bakosa to provide an evidence when to me na mo penatu nintino Akufuado with Kwaku Bako you were able to connive Edin Trotto Afokoso Yebusa Kwaku Bako say video no ya or say when the newspaper nim Nana Meboa.
That's a fact.
Meboa. Almost say is it Ukraine? Missionaries? Serbia. Serbia. Medase.
Serbia.
Medase Panana. Medase.
Na mami we yase Gladys Asma.
Medase.
Yase na Otiko Jaba.
Yo.
Akote ho kira Afoko.
Yo.
And Afoko busa and say is this what is happening? How come you didn't let me know about all this? So where are they? And I say Kingsby Hotel. And I say, can you lead me there? And or then call. So they were trying to flee, but Afoko was, bold to tell them his peace. Yes.
And I yes. Say na Afoko to meeting no mubi. No over video. Obe show. Kwaku Bako ntimi anshu
eno ne ne yare odi na wiase no nyame na adome no
momo babeka false information. You see say omo kasate say the room see very clean. Omo kasate say o say o ye nipa so aboa
na onim de esai ma Kwabena asem no kura sai me And you say, why do you bring Kufuor in? Kufuor is not discussing his being vilified. Kufuor has never been vilified. Kufuor is not like you. Why are you bringing the name of Kufuor? You are trying to run away from Moboni Amaye. A Japadia document na moye no. Mu Kufuor, you are part of the whole thing. Una ye. Now the God been a Troye. And you want us to believe that there is someone who is a good writer like that, who is a prophetic being? No. So someone could write what was in your minds that was yet to be implemented into a certain future.
Can you imagine?
So that person is a prophet. Namuka someone kwasi afo ne TV asiana. She Akufo-Addo. Nana.
Me yini one. Say we are in the mobile mo ye ho adwuma me yini one. Akufo-Addo see false information. Me pam chomo share your Facebook page. Mo share a Citizen TV. This is Akufo-Addo. Mahama government blows $10 million on diaries. Nana Addo alleges.
He said it on an international platform.
Hey, Akufo-Addo, you can allege, and nobody can allege because also what in Ghana ni bia. Look at you. 8 years now. When your power, $10 million, would Charles and throw away the to John Mahama so wouldn't me improve ye. Wouldn't mean your whole share, wouldn't me investigate here. Nanado, Jai.
Do you remember what he said about Lordina?
Ogu Lordina anymore as simple. Ogu anymore say Ogu Lordina anymore say on party platform, campaign platform. Yes. Simple.
Then Kwaku came and said, oh, I no credit. Later, no, I no buy no patch.
You guys think you can say anything and what do you mean, Akufo-Addo? What do you mean? What do you mean? Who are you? What do you mean? Some for Akufo-Addo kokai. What are trouble? In Sakura was so. Hey, Debbie, don't go there. Don't go there. As if say, Chesa would you clean. Me fan and collar no. Me fan and collar no. Debbie, Oko Sasha Masia send you another story. Me fa nem collar no. Me fa Ansah your mama on Akufo-Addo once and on Kaba me on intron to almost. Akufo-Addo ni first politician that operate the office of president to me dim tro egu ni yonko president so. Cancer money.
Just abranya na yonko no. No, president.
Yes, but do the young father say ja ense gura tipen. Entinka diplomatically no. Say MPP ni refraf bi ti say bia na na bi. And work as a Jomama ko print diaries $10 million. I mean, let it go. Where there won't papa penimu no wouldn't go trim sa small can wo boa. What do you campaign? We need power. This is what got you power. Misinformation got you power. Akufo-Addo. False information. And a man who be the president. False information a man who to say what be the president abe wiaye. Fatwa Kaswa interchange. Odi intro to Mahama so our Kaswa interchange ho. 8 years now, you have not been able to investigate.
Anya Kaswa interchange na okokan ya
Adiomi.
Osu Adiomi. Eba your betting to send na we dey tro.
Kaswa interchange.
If you so ntimi mo anya deputy minister bi.
Akufo-Addo there's Mahama over $172 million cost. Or say your mama overpriced a interchange no.
Later they didn't know say the interchange included a school, a hospital, your friend is a police. Car park, lorry park, market center, and all those things.
So about 8 years.
Yes.
Investigate.
There be on one kasa. Ni minister, ni deputy minister, na betene to say there be Akufo-Addo. A trona wood.
Yes. Odi say
if you know, and was say. Nenima Guasinti, Usu Adiomi, a good animal city, on deputy minister.
Yes, what the emphasis so Usu Adiomi. 8 years in what the president. Ukra state apparatus.
And a Jomahama inflated cost of a project.
Investigate na yen the obey. What didn't throw the winning na ne supporters are they when I'm Ghana, Jomama a crown for.
Yes.
Jomama Akufado. Today you are talking about false information.
When you are already a false personality walking about.
A false personality walking about, the false personality walking about. Today you are crying
whatever you
Jesus
claim
Christ
to have been
was false. Jesus
Didn't
Christ.
Akufo-Addo let the world know say one a human rights activist? What is human rights about his governance?
Akufo-Addo, yama story MVP for Amotime. You bet me am stories and some Akufo-Addo kafa. And today this man, Charlie, drop it for me. This man, you are coming to tell us we need to face the false information handler. Get with you. Get with you. Get with you.
But Kwabena, me, I'm well advised by his advice because I mean I'm going to face him head on. Because they are the false information.
Yeah, yet Kroma. Yeah, got 2020. Want to me, et me back General Radio so catch say Dr. Lordina Echo APA. Obafie no na Jomahama any ni made elder. Na eye MPP for major kwasiasa and kwasiasa want to me Jimmy. Na eye major campaign. Want to meet me be General Radio so I catch Ghana for say Jomahama awo 16 na forward down so man. Hey, Akufo-Addo, o say obi akwaka say welcome yire eya oya.
Ono so de ebeka fa ne hu bia no kre.
Eya me wampo.
Bibia beka bia bibia no and you can say be obi part me akogina baby say you have done this. Na nya no kra wo Akufo-Addo obetima agya ni pakro no.
Baby o, de eya me ya ne say wo mu no a wo mu de no nya no kre no. They don't talk.
Yes. What would you no creno? Then you are just all there.
Now all kasa. All kasa. Oh kasa say. Here Ghana for ya moti yanka na ewi. You see, and me members na bantamenti me ha me ho. Na me nche bebre me jaya ma womo banana si ye ka false information dia ye power chow wo me nyama wonkwala no so samia okunum sem wo akeka fa mahama ho atamels ho ya na nya no kre ensem basa nanya hwa Akufo-Addo awosu the late John Kuma ko din tro me on asempa John Kuma ne me won asempa be timi bie na no ka say atamels ene eye friend say ato ahoy e fa wo mo ho o free one no John Kuma free one na ade no call law school.
Yes.
Sa case no
abon Nsema.
Yes, sa case ne ma wo Akufo-Addo.
That was when Alan Martin had said no on pesa dirty politics.
Yes,
in his
wo Akufo-Addo. He
held worshipped him.
Yes, yan ma wo de John Kuma law school. Something you have benefited from. Today
Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
Wow. Metimi ayi stories beye wo ha akere wo ensem a wo kafa atamels ene Jomahama ho e okroma na obi nkyere me asem one eya what say Jomahama woni atamels ena equal school. He's your friend. You can criticize him but you came out de ne yare besre no wo so wo yesu wa kunire eya wo di obi yare besre no wo sre atamels ewo campaign platform so the tapes are there wo sre no so ye yarefo wo sre no wo hini mu tinsuo wo di obi kokoka osibuei adenti no akasa me hini mu tinsuo wa unua atamels wo sre no
ugina platform so na wo kasa na sebi obi adidi fanchem na hwen no na mo huna no saa eno wo wantimi amba eno na ye no kura no
o say ye no de o kan false information na se oye yawo atamels dia atamels dia ne nye false information ya di atamels ko ayi ya friend say South Africa na mo ko Kwame Sefa kan say announce say atamels ewu because near prepare for elections na mo de election atamels yare yesu obewu atamels yare yako 2008 na MPP Akufo-Addo mo na mo government na mo main Trump campaign and say atamels ye yarefo we jai na ntimi nya hwe ntimi nya foko jankwase akeka no akwaya modi atamels afa so okroma yeko 2008 atamels yare yano na yamu campaign odi also ya de yire wu politics na wo ku yira me de obi fa home who cares wo ku yire so what obi yere if you know say wo be kan crofo won sem a enya no kura woni and I dare them party to arrest Akufo-Addo today. Say asama wakafa eye John Mahama hono eye false information into honestly na state nko prosecute no. Mo for some ye nipa che obi. And the law can deal with people and the law cannot deal with another set of people. Hwe kwase asem abronye we ya ne sese ayi ne se asete se bola so ayi nwabiri asa poto bibre kwase awe timi be ye statement say John Mahama akofa nkrofo so meyeku mo ja no without providing any evidence. When you say the seriousness of that information that John Mahama akofa nipa abagana so meyeku entu Akufo-Addo, do you know the seriousness of that information that they to abonteno o kawie ya na mokoye na bro regional chairman na obo na baso stupidity at the highest level. Na mo fu se mo ye nipa chen Ghana for na aka no ana mo ho bai na ya mo ye nipa chen obi, and that we should surrender. That moment me aye de mo aka de mo pe bia go and listen to Won to me FM kwase asem mo to wodi.
Obi papa penimu akusuku aben wa sebi abegina bedwema ka say me ba be review SHS na wo obi a wakusuku a wo te brofo obi timi begina bedwem ka say review means cancellation na we Jimmy we
enya misinformation
Jimmy we
hwe woni ade aye ma reho
o ye force ayi
enya false information hwe woni ade aye ma reho say obi ti say abronye na motimi asoma no say onkoka no radio say John Mahama papa ewia generator ena obi bo ni dua kun no
wa wo papa wi Ansah se wi japade a owuja okra wo ton ni nyina di
minima dia Akufo-Addo no mo say wo muti wo mu fie wa ya na ye wo say wo ye nipa bia enti mi hu wo a mi hu wo say nipa fun bi o
sa na da bi wo muti wo mu dwen say wo mu ye nipa eche Ghana fo aka nyina.
What is it John Mahama complaining that?
We heard me be humria. Omo fi so me nipa chen obi.
What is it John Mahama complaining that? Sir, obi papa wabobra, a former president papa. Na kwase ate say abronye. Ne setan tansa no. say Osla enkola abrim
o papa Akufo-Addo papa wo obieni wo Ghana obetima che say Akufo-Addo papa na adwuma we no oye
wo ye krofo che obi
no lawyer wo ye nyina case bi obeye bi agi so okotwa bribe na saa na chambers no so tie
ayi abronye beka asasem we se jo mama papa ko wi generator ne ebo ni di ha me kai story ni bia na me nsu me tie video tape ni bia na me nsu. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, Mahama. Yeah. And the whole Ghana at some point he was feeding the whole Ghana.
And the MPP, no, omo so proud. Omo ni aje abronya kasa. Hey, abronya nim kasa. Hey, abronya kasa o. Hey, they wa kasa. Asema wa kafa mama ho. Asema mama papa ko yi generator. No am da from. Swine. Say, omo de foforo aba ejapade me nka bi mamfo aba konto akwa aba
ova mejo so
nana akwa aba
ya brubru a
unim ya ntia ejapade ni mfiri ho ana adwuma bebre wo ho tina menye mu kasa no ene de me bie mama ho star 413#. Edom Ghana fo amote enka edom ya amote enka. Assembly flash meeting come be catch the Akufo-Addo. Nana nkasa asem we biu. False information. Hwe na say ya unu are wosem. No makofa ase edu nketia e tape. No omo atwa a doctor. Uni mni po yesa hesu ojiri. Ana yesa nkwase ade no. Hesu ojiri kofa jo mama ba girl ya only 18 years ade ne beto social media say akola no me ka onyano aye ho adwuma
or a pedophile
why presidential staffer when he gene ho esan kwase ade amote eye jubili house odinti
penina na adwuma mu a na mami frema pare wo share na nsen
me share no way na te ho asem
yo
na ayi hesu ojire timi apostu saade no one namo na ya timi misika de atua ne ka bosome ne wadi
yes
what postu saade no various groups child rights groups ebe kasa ye say yinadi one namo oti Jubilee House ho police and freno police and musan bibia akwala we politics na mo ya akwala we wo fa ho ben na sabe jankroma kura no a Edwin anu a wo mo abrumu ama ajage no ono kura no sabe obi ntimi emfa no ameto social media say Akufo-Addo ba we minya na me ni sei because politics na mo ya na Edwin anu wo fa ho ben
my sister say no dey here na adwuma no wo kon baby.
They are sending back you said tie ni tenten. Yes nyame dua wo.
Nyame dua.
O mo ases.
O de brum.
Nyame dua na o mo ases na akatatwa da bia tum bai. Yes I don't pose
c'est Madame Catherine toi.
Masa momo yadi brebe. Bradi Yakobo Yesu. Ami chaso. Yeah. Hey, kai baso akana duba. Baba baso akana. Duba. Baso akana. Kajiko baso akana. Allah
banso akana
kai
anakaji kaji
ko baso akana
waya mabobi house aba
ila
Kwabena nsem ni bi abote pa o
me si me tie tie
and you know you see
me said them na me ho so
you see and it's one of their strategies it's Akufo-Addo's best stock in trade to divert all the attention on him and let Baumia do what. And also, Kwabena, say, or try to appeal to a certain conscience internationally.
Yeah.
Say, wait, the next person also no straight should be either John Mahama, Esidun Ketia, or any other stalwart from the NDC. They shouldn't let this thing ever slide, because once it slides, it becomes like a cover on his person. Say he's been vilified, when rather he, Akufo-Addo, no, and they vilify Ghanaians. Whoever in this history,
documents. We know your Tinubu says 7
na me mo abaso se ne de bia me bono na Kwabena me go straight to ejapade
Pacho black pain show but o ye sure say o dia
me amedia
o sure
so na mu mienu be ha madwene ha
me mo pen bebre me twa che obi
mu mienu se mu na mu be ha madwene ha
black we me gidi kire say media
mu wie ya na mu asai atuka na mu mienu
for the last time I share the list of me black pain and sorry Ansah na ye pon until me share black pain so baby I ink na du no na me friend
what the amano
but there be say ye be bom bedwam say me ye kronfo de wo de ma me nyintum
na the father de ba
so o so ma
there be o say me kronfo me wi pen nti wi ase no ma nyina wo nyina
there be ti wo de da de amano tinga Akufo-Addo say ye gas we wi ade akonfa mra
no no pacho
men wi ampo me de aba na de we wi a
cause
Kwabena eye wudi sem se nipa bi betena baabi abo mu tiremu po na asem we enye ne na abeto odwam ebae before the 2016 elections and ehon fa bi edikan bae. I'm sure Sami Hunto, you have the old you know, maybe mo abontin dada, but over kai document bia and maybe me de bamunti a document that had Pakosin Dumudin Alanchemati. No,
say
this one is the second
second
edition.
First one
of the first. First one.
Yeah.
Do you still have it?
I have to check my archives.
Please. Yeah. But media me wo. Kwabena. Yete wo yenka bi nhemu. In fact, there is this friend of mine, Oye Akufo-Addo ofase. And maybe only me din komo say ne wo fase. The entire opese obeye mampani in a family meeting, no. And they say your family be a omo Japan. That family, no, they own everything Japan. And according to say almost every facet of the economy of Japan, no, belongs to that family. And that if se obi pese obuama nebusua ye te said the Japanese family na omo ena omoma obi beye emperor anase empress no aye for over 2,000 years Japan I existed on this planet Earth. Ne se omo mpese omo be boa na ne che se omo pese omo ye abusua na bro. This was because most of the family members of Akufo-Addo never supported his bid to want to become president. Why? Because they had seen how criminally minded he is, and he has been. They had known him to be Obia, the character trait and sub president. Ororo ne Obia bi ne zip anyhow. Waye ne ho basa basa. Waye ne ho as a addict bi ya onina wiase. And they were like, no, how can he, Akufo-Addo, be president? Kwabena, it was on that and Ayanumbi boldly said, say, Akufo-Addo will never be president. I have never run away, but this is not a president. What is presidential about you? because I knew that mehu President Rawlings anyebia mehu your friend is saying President Kufuor, mehu President Mills, mehu President Mahama. Akufo-Addo has no trait of such standard. A Timika say where they are presidential. He has no such trait. And so some rapper say, you see a president or man we muna se nipa we no mabe mampani da. Now we hear tampon. We hear import a free fanom. Me monkroma. Groma is too high. I mean, a personality to bring in some of these things. Then, o convince family ni say, anunti opeso obeye mampani na oma ni family no ebeye te say the Japanese family na omo ena omo emperor na emperor no ko ware no wanya empress say emperor no so beye eya empress ni beye eya no so akọ ware no wono so the only time anybody becomes part of that family is through marriage. And no crampo no Kwabena say yabe ware wo de wa Bible suamu a you don't occupy any high position bia just the title na keke because a family no omo mo hu bibia mu. Kwabena, that was the first time I saw omo first document na ba before 2016 election no. Kwabena Akufo-Addo bury any election. True to it, BBA what document in Mubia Beda bedroom. Emma Ama for Rezi won sem bebre. Kwabena Kaise was it who? And a day at the end of Sunday Park was in Doom. Kwabena, I think we were there when Park was in Doom rubbished it and said, oh, this one can never happen. Now where there communication will be no watna baby na what should be putting it together. But when the thing began to happen, no, and Akwesindum who said the realities have dawned on him. I remember when your friend is saying same was put to Dufour. Dufour no nyina say already it can't happen. And Dufour Yaguni Bank, Akwesi Yaguni Bank, and all these things were discussed detailed in the paper. Hear me, yes, I have not brought the paper here. I still have my copy. Now, then in 2019, COVID no, a friend and Enya Magana, Yebeko election 2020. Then this document came. Asasiano, na nipa owa abusuanem, wabusuani na liki yo, busuani, omo abusuani na liki adewe. Because o say emu rem say nipa ya bobo bomudin wo mu no enso ono kra de na oye na ka omo agyae se ne be ya omo nton koso implement ne oma hodo a eye den ewo document we mu Kwabena bibi bia wo document we mu no about 2019 esi ewo man we mu na. And then I will take only one side of it. Where is the content? The book of content, okay, so the foreword and everything. Okay, let me just leave the foreword out. Now, page 4. Where is the page 4? Page 4. Let me even go to the other side. I mean, political side. Hey, Kwabena, open cry and move just one by one. Banking sector. Banking. There be maybe also banking sector. Biological banking sector no. Then I be funny. Kwabena, Akufo-Addo atiesi funny so akati yaba.
Ne so to phone papa.
Nyahwe
we phone that we crowd na.
So Kwabena, bibia wo mu no. Aba betodwa ama obia hu Sir, this is a manual amudi bu mine over a period. And I can want them. We find a fabia, no discuss it. We find a fabia, no discuss it. Enra said that me what will be the idea sending me say Gabi ako post to BB. Say ebusuya ben no ma Jimmy a omo be tro book bi say. Na wo hwe ebusuya we nyansa ben ne wo. Gabi wo nyansa ben ne wo trim.
Say o man no motive no almost had be wi a o man. Na dabi o wo Gabi wo nam we. PDS en kwa kire say wo wagimi. PDS. E kire say wagimi. Wo man na wo kodi wo a PDS ECG no dia ana na wo negotiate. You are criminal. Obi a wako jail aba wo ba bebu some question we. What Jimmy? Oh, so these people sometimes Kwabena I just try to restrain myself but I'm not able to. Because how? Why your book? Ade aye oforipanyi fie. Edi awodo na wo boy no. Sa nipa na o ka say in the forward no. To our future made up of the present and the unborn, for whom this will of nation is being prepared, to our foremost king Oforipanyi, the progenies spread across this world for whom?
Yeah, that is the forward.
Yes, me kind baby, just to give a why na ono ti mabusua ni mu a why na ni mabusua no ni history a sa dia me bebuboyi as the heads of Nana Apianim Kwaframa Nana Kuntunkununkun and Oforipanyi, our people were never defeated in the wars of old, where nobody's subjects said Kwabena sa dinya obuboyi me meti abusua nim mabusua we why na penny history atie abusua we uyi Professor Danso a wonim nyansa eni ba ko mienu bi a omo no ye me namfo no ntimi ntwi o madimu a abusua we nyansa ni be natim obi a ono atimi aba abedi hene a ono odi hene no wo matu galam say Muhammad ahimfio esinse wiem Sankanya Kufado na be mampani a mo ahimfie kwa mu niska mu disi ahimfie.
No, but unim
watimi abia man no de sia ahimfie akwa de etebi wa ma etebi
unim de em nwanwa
akwa forsa na mo ya ka sama na mo mutimi na wote he ya friend say be ka wote he bia na ayifo no bosomefo no ne meko
unim baby a dana me ba o unim ade ye me nwanwa pa o wiase a Gabi tweet no e ma me hunu say Gabi na dwere nya adwuma. Because so busa me say ehifo ne betimi atnase no mo fa plan na omwa eliki Gabi ukodi PDS won come on me number record o
but it leaked
me number record o it be my boss I'm like Gabi PDS no won come on na o che no mo cheche no e ye listo na record o
Gabi
then about bonting.
Bonnie ensuma.
Simple. Finito.
Bonnie ensuma. Enti semu ya tie baby. Na mo ye bonnie na sesabi. Mo hu semu be ko opposition. Enu ti sa manual na ye di be gina so dia prosecute mo. I make sure say moto a atete nyina no ye be bia ma mframa hoho. Ehwe no ma megina no ma me ye denials bia. Mu denial no enru ba bia. Every Ghanaian, even Bodem mini Kwadwo Bantima Kura say adia ye kan sabio. Okay, so who is the prophet? Let us know who the prophet is. Who wrote this?
No, but the other side of the argument is that say obi atimi atra baby atro
na abemu ampa
enwema we na say watimi akofa book no na ampa wa follow mu niema na ye ni nyina ene na wa bodam pa
enye bodam kwa na wa bodam wagimi
say osu obi
na ye enya wa ye
yo yate ase to nipa ne ye wie no e na wokofa e na wote dem na u follow no one by one wo ye enema e wo mu nyina o ye no one by one enti wo ni nipa no pa say assume NDC for na troye
Jesus Christ
NDC for na troye yate e na NDC for atwa de ama wo say ye o man ni say e na wugimi nti ukura bukuru na wo ye say NDC for say you are ECG you nko wi ate no awia almost ya gu banks no na ugu banks no a na epeja data bank usiyo saa no me no and then this for true book no am ka kire wo say eya fa osafo ba fo ba no ko SNIT na mon ko ton SNIT emu ne manyina yo mate me de ne beko and then this for no what kind of logic is this?
Look at the number of companies or more ankasa ko register 332
what
companies.
Kind of logic
for
is this? What kind of logic is
332 companies. Ni nyina sa 332 companies no nipa no ye dey o conjure magic and who say you will have 332 different companies. Amodi be galamsey. Amodi destroy the whole forest in this country.
What kind of
logic is this? How can human beings behave like this? That, I mean, when Kwabena, the most painful thing in my life is where someone thinks me a fool when he rather is the fool.
Thank you,
It's very painful.
Onda,
kwasia, hey, yeah.
Manu and take over that.
Namenchia, nana. Namenchia tea for near her phone. Namenchia, ya Vivian or him Messica. So, chair, a message or him Messica and send ye. Or him Messica so far when you is not chair, ya Vivian.
Hey, we have
share many son,
me share when you talk.
Mammy, ya minimum or him Messica anymore. Or him Messica say, a men chiao. Emano, I only said you made the be out here. The message is here.
Hey, I mean,
the printed copy.
No, we will do it.
In fact, I didn't know it was a topic.
No. Give me another copy because they say they say dear or chain abekasa. Gabi swaka.
So don't ever use that word for people to attack you.
For a penny, chebi mahin akasa. And he said, your task screen. You be project on the task screen near Busa. The mere say a mere coincidence said the arcane that we Bamusadia. And so we anana. First on the misinformation. President Akufo-Addo, I can't answer. Na said ye, Modika Kano. You see a boy be a bedu a duani, I nya ya. Sabuoko, Sashasika, would do a duani, ya papa. Ya papa. Na 2016 election. Eniama makumaku enum NMPP fojina so at the reggae election. Neka say ye reggae election na dodo na ya no madwe say
ye wiam nko a
ye do election day na ya sesa manako debi election reggae no a process eye ade a enkrofo sua a ye wo consultant a omo ye number 1 omo ka tire Ghana for omo consultants omo ko hu omo ka chom say Akufo-Addo ne personality is not appealing to Ghanaians, especially who find a political history and in the record appealing to Ghanaians. So to more rebranded Akufo-Addo. Until all of a sudden, Akufo-Addo, according to WikiLeaks, Ja Rastafari, locomotive a year train, we see cry Emma Kumo.
Ja Rastafari.
Ja Kumo.
There be Ja Rastafari.
We see.
Ja Rastafari.
And Tampe.
What is in Tampe?
Yeah.
We.
What is we?
So okaka
obwabwa no no ahye.
Okaka ewura bom.
No abwabwa.
Na ode o chechire opipam na twaja tuma we see na eba no. And your friend
that be answer what's the start all them papers no what they do
what's the ahabai
what is ahabai
yeah ahabai special hemp what's the
special hemp
marijuana Mary and Joanna
yeah
we Ntampe
we there
Obonsam Tower
we ye nyina che se ye nyina pura ye nyina
okay o karisi akeko
nyina eti almost share brand Akufo-Addo all of a sudden Akufo-Addo obi anima sorry a wako obi ehu Akufo-Addo da wa sorry ehu sa fi de Akufo-Addo kwa sorry a waboma na tan so kuta bible kakraka bi na sanse na nye
pokra bi
esa se nye ni subanti no bible no asini trase o ti aso de mo na bible no asini trase na fedie omakwa kotwa Akufo-Addo picture bi a chese nanimu hwe nanimu abekasa abofre a won ne
omde zuma
omde Jacob Zuma mama
yes and omde ye was part of the rebranding and omka kire Akufo-Addo say nanim kuro hu antema Ghana for kura na suro ni so omu ni so ye wudini especially okoka ye all die be die nti no on sha say obeka no ho aba nipa mu then Akufo-Addo started eating and Nkrofo Mpesi enum Kalipo ekofro trotro was part of Ebodame Botata was part of the rigging tactics omu use here. Number 2, omo ka tell say on tarnish the image of the political opponent because MPP will base be MPP base no omo they don't verify. So my leaders eka asemo they don't verify. Say no kre, say no kre. Once you leader na kan de omojitum. And very good. And ti se wo ka asema nya no kre the farmer Mahama na appointees ni na ban ho a omo beje adi. And inti no Akufo-Addo started line ebi na mo bobo so eye o say eye diaries Mahama print Rage Hospital Kaswa interchange ehun sensem o ka nyina do ka edifa Lodina Mahama ni nyina na eye part because over here Akufo-Addo against Atamel's wa attack Atamel's personality that when they were campaigning wa attack Atamel's yire anane busia anane bada. And even with Mahama 2012 election Akufo-Addo didn't attack Lodina or Mahama personality, but 2016 what did we see? Akufo-Addo was attacking Mahama, attacking Lodina, attacking Mahama's family because ne adia ya ka chen say wo kan dudu no abeji adi. Number 3, omo ka chen say on promising more than what they can do.
Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
So be ya de kese.
No.
Grofo Judy, so be ya de kese. Eninti no. Shaba kese. And Akufo-Addo tisim any one this, one that, one this, one that, one this, one that. Ubusan so benya sika wo here. Was ye de twen mikoshia me party mpenyefo a na yaba behia. Sa dia to so biem omo ka che say o assorted the pillars of Ghana security architecture. O make sure say obetimi aform paramilitary a che say no de on ba be ne say omo be attack Ghana e security e wo Ghana eninti e no mokofa Serbia mokofa South Africa mercenaries do mo buy.
Hello Omadum. Good afternoon. Omadum.
Bye. You are going to say, Bobo.
Oh, 500.
I tell from Fanche, Yan in TSM say traditional media need or my but yeah, but Facebook so see live so all like the new media, so we are live on Facebook. So my mentor Omo Kachan so all sorting the pillars of Ghana security architecture. And what did we see? Akufo-Addo kofa mercenary from Serbia and South Africa. Trainee womo ekwan ya mo betimi ni aposifo adi akon ekon betimi afa so ni Ghana soldierfo adi akon ye kire omo se de sikuta etuo ento be kan 2016 Mahama ene NDC4 ye work konima na Akufo-Addo gate man atwituo fire warning shot na Mahama the commander in chief of the Ghana Armed Forces na work one. They are tossing be omukatan so omu attack the credibility of the Electoral Commission. And into here, AFAC, let my vote count. All those pressure groups are MPP 40 and now their focus and their attention was on the Electoral Commission to discredit the Electoral Commissioner and the Commission to attack them day and night. MUB and the acquired biometric registration. Baumia Babeka so what discover 76,000 Togolese mudi ewo voter register mu voter region. Charlotte say ekobo data Alisa will tell said Dr. Baumia for data nebra na ye analyze Dr. Baumia anko.
That time the VCRAC
crap and an ediano. enti saa nneɛma mako enum wei. That was the strategy MPP at the reggae election. Misinformation was key. That is how come when the Ghana Phobisa say, more catch in opposition say DKM, Mahama Nini Lodina dia.
Yes.
And tell them no. I didn't know Monchi Lodina. Na Fed who say DKM. Papa no anage money any dian and ne onibo me an campaign.
Kwabena, Mr. Kwabena. Sammy, omote your friend is microfinance companies Marco 341.
Mo.
Omo buy your mugu microfinance companies no. What is OBS that?
Dabi.
Omo share that say
Eddie Sikana Kufosika.
I will get the former
party no.
Ha. Women's Bank. Yeah. Yes.
Women's bank hono sene e kofu kana forata mo na manage inti time na e buy na e ho like omadi hu sika nyina awie no a mo ntumi account for no mo de ka banks na omo collapse no no mo tua ka no omo ka no mo fire no inti won say up to now what to say the founders and I say the directors of Women's Bank abom din wo baby say omo ka ho bi ye sheda and ye di omo call ye just to clear their debt omo madi no eno anu no.
So this is the Akufo-Addo is a product of misinformation. And Dr. Mwakoba sort of kind or say MPP are generally no omo liars. Omo ka asamo ofa seke a largely say a true as compared to NDC. And Akufo-Addo ma metra ma me can't say anything misinformation. Even now by a president to cry a president I would throw some kind of
even the information you cry or they trouble and tell you false information.
It's
false news. Fake news.
Debbie Ameka say somebody should just Google one lie. This morning I was having a conversation with Openibi of Free West, but no cause politicians in editro. And I'm catching okay. Yenim dia ba umi atro wedi. But what ye Seme Mahama as a politician. Will be a wire assembly member, wire MP, deputy minister, vice president, flag bearer, the incoming president. Chireme one verified lies at Mahama a lie as compared to Bawumia and Akufo-Addo. He couldn't. And today, nobody can say my fast check it. Sasemo Mahama ka sasemo ye fast check it no a true. In government and outside government, Mahama has never on car trobia and trobia organ. But you Bawumia, you Akufo-Addo, a one mother. Now the guy be say a japadie. Na yami do. Hey, omu yanko manka unse all this war. Na your boy japadie no swa. And confoso is alleged. Tina kwese oh I say almost anyomwa. But now, Omo hini abeka, ama Omo de facto prime minister so abeka no. Now it gives that opportunity to scrutinize the Japadie document in part 1 and 2, and the project here.
When your friend, Tamfun himself will come yesu.
And the project to a task screen is wa. Na ya trust the ya throw Japadie no money. Na ya compare says adie no ensi wa ba mu ana. Says ye dia ene ede na mani si e wa ba no mo enti eye pa Nyankopɔn your task screen ho enti task screen dey be papa from next week ye be hu adwuma every day be editorial e be make sure say task screen no ye be project one page one paragraph na da ho ni analyze ne ko Gabi asorochire da kumumusa no 2020 proud to 2020 election one friend central ni bi no discuss Japade TV show host political shows one friend morning and threat amusa sa denti na all discuss Japade document na wonya one threat ne so be ma boys abebo no Gabi asorochire da ko ofre a TV host a threaten no say adenti na all discuss Japade book document no na so wanya obemi abebo no we
ade uzo nya na atro
o si anya wa
me kama asemo so
ade o si anya wa obi kana asemo a na eno so age e dia ma ho de si wa mamu nyina e wom like list over kai no Dr. Papa Kwasindum me kan Munti FM the document ne bai said Dr. Papa Kwasindum yes so powerful financially Dr. Papa Kwasindum is so powerful. Yes, I'm back, and I have to take it back. I have to take it back. Said Dr. Papa Kwasindum is so powerful. As I bring Canada, Dr. Papa Kwasindum, GN Bank, all the districts, almost all the constituencies that Dr. Papa Kwasindum, GN Bank branches. Sabre Dr. Papa Kwasindum, say. Ninyuma Ashita Ghana no kuta workers over 3,400 with over 66 companies. And Dr. Papa Kwasindum Juma so obeshe cars, television, TV now not she be say Rise production. Football club now will be on the stadium BBR. And to me secretary list the bar almost said Dr. Papa Kwasindum is becoming like untouchable. So they must find ways. No more channel. O confirm Ansah water by wom.
Mensa water by we creme, we a
wom. And in Yama Sankro form target to
Munina.
Oh, yes.
Your friend is saying,
Jolie,
Ajasari wom.
Wom.
And a Bakui, Duncan Williams wom. And a Bako.
Said Duncan Williams or Mocas on no sick any day. To only the Opeka Craman 1 year. Nice Wakana no to Ampan and Pombes, I know me. Omba no mniko to National Cathedral kwa jiji skabra ni ano kwa jiji skabra no mudie to ane de omunim de ope ano mo ye ma no 10 no mo maka de e kom do mo fa so no enti Gabi asaro kire daako chebi ma hene enya mo na mo ba be kire ye se japade document no eye true anase nye true chebi enya nkwase yafo Catcher say, why Gabi, we hear Gabi, the post now, the Gabi Troy. Gabi say, or him.
Now, how come say a family that says Sebibia
Gabi say, if you believe a family would document its alleged evil plans against the very village they live proudly in, document it in revised copies of a book with the portrait of the head of the family boldly on it. Front cover, then please have your mentor or have your head examined.
Yes, what about them?
Yatia Chebi hine Yetamgana sika over 4 billion
from
GMPC. And a demand so on from Kodina Fashe. Yes, I think Ghana in himself Fashe Papa, what Ghana Yachi was coming in a fashion than Kahon. And come, your time ye and your demand.
I said, we would be that. Just imagine, sir, Jomama fa or Mansika saw the command Yagbonra. Sir, on Fanny na fashion.
Fashion, your time demand. Yatigana,
Jesus Christ.
A
book nechi.
I
want it to be, projected. That is it.
Yes, no, yeah.
Look at what is it not restricted? So it is a book that has been leaked from the family.
Yes.
No, but you don't catch up.
Messi and question Kofa with you. Gabi, any a papa and one in Indian Comono.
There be only a baby, a
Ayensu. 1 year, yes, you didn't come on a leaky and men I'm going to record there. Hunter. Now, call and you me a dupe. That is a document I was saying.
Yatigana, Sao he or Cassasimi. Sao he will be Ghana for say. Yenia, ye hunia, my papa will cook for the Mamma, Mamma Busia for your bay for.
Yes.
Obedi at him. You said to a year, papa, we could famine and nana and cancel. Sabre cranny into a picture cranny black and white and then half a scene. Sabre cranny see any be my air, Benjamin Blen, famine and a foot and half a scene.
I hope a crowd of men go on now.
And so who be deeming and anointing. Yatigana, and local first state housing company. Chebi, near causes a dango. Nipenny ho, Jessie Dan, yes, Sissy dan any dear see ho, a go be brave. We catch a say, na a bushana be your mind, na Krunan Casso Mutimono, now Massadia ba or more or a Chrono Mutimo must save your mind. Yatigana and no cochibi. baby I asphalted mona mo se Ghana ye modia Akufo-Addo busua we no omo na se Ghana ye modia e free Kwame Nkrumah twede amponyankopon bo wiase besin ne mo ahemfie mo antimi ansi se de mo nana mo atakwame no anana mutim Akufo-Addo be president ene mo buche bi ahemfie si ne foforo tramodin munye ska no he se Akufo-Addo amambe ya ban a enka munye sika edisi ene John Dramani Mahama single-handedly will see ahemfie edama no kromo hene in opposition woni abamu no bi aka se wawi aman sika wono ankasa tunubotom sika yesi dan will see ahemfie a complete palace edama no kromo hene
na enye opposition na Dr. Lodina SC hospital
anodiama 10 key projects mona mo sora mo simu sika yen hwe ma ne nsa so no wa himfie asai susu bibi o se yen hwe ma ne nsa enso no wa himfie asai wa himfie so nchensen etise
they are always a working contradiction of their language.
One timian penti wa himfie mpo anto se Akufo-Addo be president and wo bu himfie over $600 and something million mwasi ene si ho no enya ba isika ni bia yentumi nka da bia yentumi nka
yeah womsima obi anka
because Akufo-Addo to amoso na ye ni mu fete na de ni mu fete no in several years within opposition when timian single room grand dedicate am fa mache bia himfie se me na nanu a mo na mudi akunya wakunya nie wasa sinema sidansi wantumi anti se Akufo-Addo be president ba Mahama in opposition will see palace and the Ghana ni bia betima kwa akohwe a obi animi se Mahama enenyo on the sign waka che so do man sika and we anti Mahama we can say Mahama is building the man. What about Akufo-Addo? What about Akufo-Addo? O man sika na mawia ukochebi and the government hospital is one is here oba ma ba see VVIP ward akosi the biggest library esiwa obi akura nko
ho
and now when approach Chebia Blue Town Wi-Fi free Wi-Fi nedem Ghana scanibia na be katre say Gabi asrochida kwa no ntimi koku si center like event center with AstroTurf say or the ana ne mami
Gabi ohie ni ba
bro o Kingsby ha adan kra untimi han
aya Kingsby or the ana ne mami
ohie ni
buburo Kwabena
what the ana ne mami
Jesus Christ Savior
and the was says
so what's UK
Eradi nyame
what's UK unkwa na nyina akotena Sweden edina mo abepie Ghana all these years one timi kra anto block ewo maame na so Gabi one timi anto block ewo ne maame na so Akufo-Addo be president after first 4 years what timi akwa kosi a whole center event center kese AstroTurf nyina tatemu se wo de hyewo maame animonyam Akufo-Addo in opposition wo yire wu ye yemubu wakura ne yenwo ye wo yire na wantimi afia so kura anso am wantimi amfa flower hurei ankwa ankoto wo yire na so and no be president wakosi a whole event center ewo mampon da bi esi e abrewa ye no ewo mampon
yeah na wonim sa inu osi ye no ode ama jankroma no na eye na na ko do
center dada o
eye 31st December women movement Rollins ne yere ana beje won no musima mampon say
mofa
asante mampon man hon ye nya skill training
yeah
nti o mo mpeso so
no mo ye we
atwatwabo eni satan na ye krampo de ne
atwatwabo de obi ehu
atwatwabo mu hu
Zuma Blues
satan ye kra de mampon pa no de na ye sua pa ye adwa yankee tie and die tuta mu no ha e wona ne ye ni nyina ho
and na waje
e fa baabi ye di fa baabi ye basic school ma enkoda
KG
eno wabebu no no wasi no de ama ne ba
wabeje ho no de ama ne ba no wasi chese event center guest house sa wo ho utimi da ho ye bibia bi e wo ho wo be president and now ye we oyire wuye ne enwoye several years when timi anya hwe amfa nhye oyire nimonyam obey president ene de we unya sika no he enye Ghana sika enye Ghana sika wo de no to nche ukoche bia asie ye ene wa kwa kotutu o nyina me disco light nyina abobo ho
ahihye mabo
udu ana dwuna uni mu abeka se eye night club wa hwia obesi form
samanfo
akwa akochele obekọ ne samanfo akochele unya sika no himfa efiri tititititi ana musimo na mu sika mo na mo ti sika so no musika ne de na mutumi di yeye bo himfie so nchensen na etum sapoto bibiri eda mo na musi efiri titititi mo antimi anya ho hwe
roofing sheet ni so pothole untimi
ene ubedi sa ohine eken obedi ne obehye ne fa Akufo-Addo ntino yetimi ka se adan na ewo kwan no ho nyina ba himfie no enchense no so ayeda da yetimi pa ni aboso yetimi pa so ni aboso because edan ne ba himfie no and enchense na da nti ye modernize the town and is a chebi a modernized city town our eastern region ni nyina akiri no nsuo nya to 30 seconds na why flooded because of galamsey so nyo mo ne ba kire ye na no maka me say o benu o mo so o mo respond ye.
Thank you. Assembly is so simple. False information. Akufo-Addo number 1 in Ghana. Me semina me tujo ma amafo a. Yes, he NCU president. Ka me siu no. So agumani mu asese me wia $10 million. Abra wabedi mampani 8 years went me investigate asem. An ka bibia say oh asema me ka fa me nua enhui. Say na enye no kre. Nti we de on fa ncheme. Ana say de me kan na enye no kre. Nti mu yem prosecute no. Orua divine ba be kansa. Divine akwaba. Divine da ben na be ma me Dr. Park question di 1-on-1 na ye disa japade buku e hunko.
Enche mo ono angasa no plan say mo one mo ba be mo ai 1-on-1 interview enche nansenya
mo that one me person ka Kwabena tia na me tia listo to ana otimfimfin any question we to
Doctor mini papa o onganjero oh oh oba me fie kura me no picture kesi a mahorabo
I see
oh so from Hello FM me no
I say Bobie o ka say onimobi a obeji na chi ni ade agoro yo di ache adwuma yo yi aha ntino ka say asema o ka see say only in Chilima we no be needing command there, but no, Baba Jumano Antino, or Casa on the Kofi and Crampo and you crampo.
Ni papa, I own this papa. And then we are my member, a you the restaurant for. Anyway, so what a Akufo-Addo statement about talking about false information and a japade? It was a why a video?
They kind of my minchia a tier 4 and Asher 4. Na Utimu say a better na highway energy a woman, Netizen Rophobia social demo Afabo Apayo, and my match in film from Memo.
Oh,
Yasiaba, Yasaba, and Tino Mokoy, more informing because may banning in Anunze. So what's a come now rule glass and never down. That's a Uchi radio station. Ucha mobile be dango for it. Unya echo. Okay. Me ban. Me kadi mo ekosa na me dia ba be.
Really?
Oh yes, from Asalam down. From Asalam down me dey ba nyina no ekosa.
I see.
Yes, even kwame me no kasa see. Yes, there is a hotel around there. Obe from security man to driver. Me pie na me be ba mo bisa me say me da ben na enfa na me ba. Nti me ka don so me ba cry FM nti we call rage won nyina no mo gina mo pampe ya mo nyina mo ti
e do mo ase
Kwabena na say me time mantem na mro afo mi enu bi na I am cause man studio Hanum by 2:30. Jimmy, he ran when I'm big. That's
it. Iti unim ejapade document wo say you discuss here unim ade a me person go for early emphasis on is the fact that ejapade document number 2024 number 20 uku jombo adumudin ewo mu mi Baumia projection any plan to take the party from the Ashantis any kufuo how to undermine him otunfuo mimi kai saade no unim say the first day I read it obi na send me and I me post it to your WhatsApp group bi mu unim say me the two na that time so that first one no so no Dr. Inu featured prominently Amwabi featured NDC Papa we Dr. Dufuo Munina omu feature Alan was there and
your friend said President Kufuor was there.
Yes, it told him say me who you na me de to
I still have it.
Do you know that people thought say a fabricated story be, and when I posted there they doubted me and I made the enya fans I mean I made a debate I be meeting. But you know why me at the time no I knew say and somebody be one more omo kan no na eye some way few omo anka so makache and e ba no unim say omo commission some research be na Dankwa Institute and na dano. So out of the research no ye they wanted to profile each and every person omo say omo threat ema omo political agenda even from within their own party no they knew. So this is what happened at the end of the day no time omo ye analysis na wie no omo ye omo say omo dey to krata so na be blueprints ama everybody around them so that they know what the agenda is so you don't miss the point and though you know who your enemy is and you know who your friend is. But when say they be me catch them say so what's not them now bobo apayo so obedi boni a ade say o ka o tirim ni say ade ko na wa choro no bi na be photocopy ayo obi na be print ayo obi na be transport na sa wo di boni na se nipa no ne wo nya adwua sa lebra no be liki
enyo bi na better
enyo bi na na wo enyo wa ya choro wi no so kra no bi na be type because all the platforms ni nyina nya wo dia. So what happened is that when they did it no obi ewo mo makachi no hu say no but this you can't do against the state and na nipa no quickly and na onya copy and no leak here because at the time they were planning it no na some of omoankasa namfo ni bi so din wo mu and they were shocked to say we thought we were doing an MPP Dankwa agenda, but not knowing it was an agenda Dankwa was doing against the party itself and the Ashantis and even the whole Ghana. It's the panu we are no leaky. The first information is no. It's unim nipa omu leaky man. No, they are fresamia uku. Omuni kofwa I said that they can bomb a man here first. It to realize right after the first leak after 2016 election, the demeanor of Samia Uku changed in politics.
It's true.
If say unimua you that is where so the first person who know nya sekabi person who nipa ko di Kenya the first document Japade na Samia Uku and the man first because when his name was mentioned say opema oye masem ni sumaiti say inti odu baby I the man be trapping no John Boadu so opensadodo you can't be trusted. So when the people heard it they were shocked to say but you how can you plot against your own no more information man.
Are you seeking to suggest that Abna Koko's Samia Uku engagement it was plotted?
No, I'm not. That's
just by
but I'm just saying what is in the book. It to be sure. Unim say right now no. At the end of do you know that Samia Uku Unim say he wanted to play an indifferent game, like he wanted to remain in the middle. Night to say or a party ni.
But him say your document me say because of that they can't really trust. So they
wanted to find a way
or a Kufuor boy.
Until they wanted to kick him out. It also realizes and I quick like why I say. I no be play game no more say no me neutral. No, they were not giving him anything. You know, no say it's a for him to also vouch for his loyalty and his integrity around the Kufuor Adosono. I don't know how campaign manager for Baumia campaign now. See this document when it came out, and and if somebody tells you say, oh,
I think say 2 documents that have come out. The first one is different from this one.
16.
Modify.
Along the line.
Solid.
And you know what people must know. The question you should ask yourself and say, is it mere coincidence? Say, and some no anymore. Maybe kind of 2016. No, manifest say, real in 2024 now. It can be mere coincidence. It can be. See, I say no. They will take over. Only outlining major institutions who say sectors are if they control in perpetuity family no ending here and even in opposition no, they will control the economy. They said they will hijack the oil industry, they will hijack ECG, telecom company no, they will hijack it, Ghana Water, Tigo Airtel Tigo. They plan and I'm saying banking sector no, they will make sure say Kenoforiata is in the center and the heart of everything our control BBR. So sanema when you know were predicted. And I mean no say the first agenda in the book no, they said they have to instill discipline and fear in Ghanaians and they will start from the media. So exactly 1 month, 2 months they started known as Osla. I started here now almost see a close to radio stations and almost started almost close to radio stations until what a whole normally who that year no everybody kind of share because they identified a loophole. Say no loophole we see yeah cash you better use technicalities be one me that keken crofo we mo out and a pa omo buy into the first no me and say omo use media houses into the made omo here they were looking for mo friend saying frequency ato but no munya bi into them omo here they started killing omu good stations ni bi omu good stations ni bi so now it got to a point that they wanted radio stations and frequencies ni yep prime into do baby no mu negotiate here into na si an ye ben wa be dey untumi nkasa no mu ye ya no ma position mo ho and as si am no kasa open the juicy frequencies your buff frequency reach and be show o tapping on na ugina ho no mu a eyo mu no magege sa frequencies ni nyina and they wanted to hijack the media. Secondly, your imagine say befa event saying the petroleum sector. Unim say ndam no ka say ebi no ono mu unim say ya toto petrol mu e kosoro nyina ne bo kosoro taxes e de to so nyina un say omun ka bi shem de ti amon kasa ne say bisaga bi say wan mu na import petrol ba o man mu ase to da honom omo mato enya adwuma but omo akasa enti atomu a ye kra omo anom ye beneficiaries of the industry as we speak now. And then there is a plan in the book say omo ba jiji nyama ni nyina aboso na sa ban foforo ba no ye so do mo sa ka they will cry foul. The plan is say ye be ji bibia ye ji wi a ye be use sika na protect ye ho but in the end no ye be ma obi ahu say omo tan yen and you know almost clean your machiesi your machia omo to say krata bia obibia no omo de legalities nene you know cover machi. It's at the end of the day no obana o attack your mo it will be like you after a certain group of people. When this thing came out, I was telling Samia Uku, I was telling those young people in MPP say you people should take over the party. MPP na edija amono munji si ona munye ni yie na eyabusuafo bi na omagine omu use mu as puppet and stooges are mo dey your agenda. And today it is apparent, it is obvious, you are all seeing it say all the game they were playing, it was just to satisfy the whims and then caprices of some individuals belonging to some families be agenda. And then me no ka say and then na okrata animu a emba ntwamu ye ka kire me.
Okay, so unim be metia sisi asema o kan dem mama enti hwan na ehye dem etimi tro hu say dabi MPP be ba bam na Akufo-Addo ba bam a sefa kan a oye media man will become part of the agenda. Sefa kan MPA ho sefa kan oni MPM sefa kan ani adomochi omudi ni book no mu amu national security national security yes amu national security payroll impress so a yetiom kadeli o de ya no kwade ya mfansi yese sefa kan oni MPA apola adomochi oni Ghana Aviation and when the trust our book no otimi hunu say me first media for we na ma peja wo mo my empower wo mo no matimi agimi more why not that song sa da ye no
chapter 2 na can say revise no I mean kan kakra net waso page 3 on economic and financial sector control or say phase 1 overview.
Oh, that's okay.
Phase 1 overview or say the first phase of the economic and financial sector control was to be implemented. We have set the ball rolling regarding the objectives set out in our first document. There have been difficulties largely due to some pitfalls on our part. For example, the control of the electricity sector could have been handled better had it not been for the greed of some of the non-achieved elites, and we have included as cover. Again, the way some CSOs obtain vital information easily about the Ejapa project has resulted in them wrong footing as and embolden the opposition to jump into the fray. We should, however, find some indigenous ways to overcome the opposition.
All right.
Change in the leadership of most supervisory institutions, particularly the Central Bank, the Security and Exchange Commission, has allowed for other blueprints to be implemented. For example, the financial sector cleanup successfully eliminated most banks with hostile ownerships.
Yeah, these are all the issues. I mean, we have been reading.
Now, you see, energy sector, Semi, Omoba first, and PDS. And you can't say for me PDS. Omoba, first time, no quickly, no, your marriage, some PDS. See, when it comes to misinformation, these guys are tactful. Make us some tactical. We are tactful about the way Omoyomoniama because Omo agenda. And now you see, unfortunately, they have the media people to also carry the kind of misinformation and the propaganda now Omo they call out. So many of the people also believe the misinformation and then and throw na Omudino. Who didn't say right now? Every idea budgeter Omudiama national security are almost spending on daily basis. Unim say component for communication any media no so change bibia because they don't want any information bia ebema government no look bad and I say ebe say no image it's the bia no they want to counter everything even when they have to fix the problem they will rather spend the money to do propaganda to manipulate the mind and then cognition of people. As we sit here, me, for Nana Akufo-Addo, to come and sit of Sir and Yamawe. False information, kasa in our body politics is here.
Presidency.
And you wanna they be almost to one normal share Juma, normal de my tenacia, normal cookie, ya no monsieur, Monfan Koto Ghana for so. In the first place, and you know, Akufo-Addo defending almost all the corruption happening here and his government. It is the office of the president that quickly no normal babonting, normal babe issue disclaimer. No normal babe issue be no defending. Nana Akufo-Addo nankasa to hono no. Enyo nankasa na no defending obi ti say siladapa. Okita document ayen try no yen bisa na say eni nkasa e kran. The man was so sure in his release and in the acceptance of his resignation say you will be vindicated at the end of the day. Meanwhile he said he wanted to fight corruption. Can we trust such a person? When it comes to misinformation about COVID-19 Sika, when we asked him, when we asked the government about COVID-19, look at the things they told us. See, the COVID-19, Nana Akufo-Addo na busu afọ tena dem no mu hye adwuma de to Ghana for so. when COVID-19 was not even in Ghana, no more farm plan say no. Yan fire Oma to say a chess kama African countries, Ivory Coast wako jomodie. It's yen declare says your COVID-19 nibi. Na ka olumai. Olumai.
Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
Say ebe to me ya sa nipa mi no uji dis one na missing for me ne yonko. Why na engine indi? Tio, obi si 24-hour economy. Wo si anu de enya feasible entumi nya adwuma. Na de wo say every month we be the 1 cedi. Ever beji phone. Me phone here da is me turn 1,002 a. So wo si me tua 1 cedi every month bia. Na is almost 180 years okwana me tua wi. O kasa asem we amenu meni sankrof mummy no why na me hu say or your trofo and say or missing for me the general public. For me, I believe say Ghana for no omu tie no omu to aba no omu nim nyansa no. They should be able to decipher between who a bad person is in power any obia or a geni or the adwuma hye ne so obeye. Me na na kufa do mo. Me hu obia na say or ogina honum na say o show sign say onya aba obeto amaba omia na me yam hyehye me. Unim say madam for guy bi ni abayewa bi enyisan ye a mokoto edin enene nansa ena me din
yes omawo
okay
omunyisan so omunya
okay when you say oban so omawo
madam for bi ni oba bia
omu kwa koto din ena ye friend
say o si eduaduam no kwa fa so nyem no so open sa so de
o friend me say me koja no na me so omi ntumi nko na me pese me bo bia ni din unim say omu koto din o si ọkọ bebi ọmụ tu din no abusuafo no ehun video bi efa abaomia ho na ọhwe ọmụ posture na ọmụ de to ọnum na ọse edin to no kra no onya nkwanto bio ọse abusuafo no ọmụ to ọnum no ọse abject poverty like ohia pa aga na chi ohia pa because 200 cedis ke ko yitu ọnum no ọmụ de da fop chese ọmụ hu yo na ọmụ di baomia chi na madam for no obeto ne bade ni bi so mo say dem pa no mahu oba omia won beto ama no omo so mo de wo mo to MPP mo ye MPP for madam for ne say ho no ma na ne ba ne din obeto no if ebo nanum because ono also ye MPP ni o ono na okoto din na nkasa ye MPP ni but say ono ya sorry dikin me were recording no so no ya sorry dikin no sro nyame na bone ya MPP aban we di adi Ghana no ontumi nhwe so nyanyame a osom no obetumi ato aba e di ama MPP so montena abem no mkoso ndi bone nti so sro nyame ne die obekoso a preacher chere Ghana for say Baumia is a liar and is somebody that Ghanaians should not be voting for.
One message from Orlando Yeboah says, greetings to you my long time bro divine T polymate more fire. Onino.
Orlando,
yeah. Me pacho me ba. Can you also answer here, Bobie? I think JM should make a pronouncement on this document and assure Ghanaians that this agenda won't succeed. He should also respond to this comment by Akufo-Addo and link him to this strange document. He shouldn't be silent. Sometimes JM silence on issues like this gets very nauseating, to say the least. Those of you who are close to him should tell him to be up and doing. I'm Muhammad Musa from Finland. Thank you. Okay, so those of Omo Beno no your Hontono used to Benji. There's someone can't know. Orlando, your boss is going to please tell him for me. Thank you. Okay, so a senior man says great show, great crew members, big ups. Okay, thank you. Let me check if Peter Usu says okay, so let me leave this one. Yakubu Nelson is here with us on Facebook, thank you. And on your TV platform, Citizen TV, Dominic Ghana for us say Moaje, yes, Citizen TV atum. Yami Inshiramo papa. But let me do this work. And I mean Urakum Chacha Beye Jumebi. Then I'll come back into the studio. But me time no but Messiaba, don't worry. All right. So listen to this. One of the criminals decided to use God to prophesy, and Kusibuati prophecy ni na empire ne say MPP winning one ko jail. Me that is what I see. So yango tie Kusibuati. Yango tie Kusibuati.
Permitted to give a political prophecy in Ghana.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Flow.
I have a question to ask the IGP, who happens to ask for that thing that Okujeto said is true. He's my son. Why is it that political scientists can give a forecast and nobody will tell them to stop? Some will give a forecast and say that during this election, this one will lose or win. Nobody talks about it. And that is what they have studied. Unfortunately for me, I dropped out of school. And this is my profession. So why won't you allow me? Or you still don't believe me as a prophet? Watch this. The people that they say are my party members, NPP people, if they don't take care, they will lose almost 7 to 10 seats. But then, if NDC also don't take care, MPP will take over between 19 to 24 seats from them. But then, the election is on the 7th. On the 8th, the result will not come. Everybody shall be jittery. The result will come on the 9th. Some people will try to cause mayhem so that people shall die. And interestingly, they will call people on the street. And the first day, only 1,000 people will show up. The second day, no one will show up. And there shall be peace. And the result is obvious. The things are difficult. I know that there are 2 people coming. But the Lord has told me that by the 9th of December, His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia shall be crowned the President of Ghana. This is not, you know what? This thing has taken me a very long time
prosecution
to say.
And yet in Kano, a friend said, Kwabena Bodu said, Kwabena do Boating or whatever. So one of the criminals, Kwabena do Jemfi, so one of the criminals, and yes, me. So Bompire say quite be asked about me because only jail and tem and wakra a bang won't me in we are on my sika. But you got Jesus I won't quick one. So this
now I see final resource. Now I see final resource.
Final resource.
I say final resource.
Who will declare?
In the spiritual realm.
Papa will declare.
I said.
Hey.
I see final resource.
Hey, who will declare final
resource? In the spiritual
realm. My God. Cash the leadership prophet. Papa Judy.
Listen.
Judy.
Write it down.
Judy.
NDC will win 52.7%.
52.7. 52.7. National Democratic Congress.
Listen. Nothing can change it. Nothing can change it. Nothing can change it. NDC will win 52.7%.
NDC will win 52.7% of the national election results.
I see win of
Papa T and from my some banker.
I see wind of change.
And some from
change of government.
Every Saturday.
No matter what MPP will do,
MPP and phone number.
They will lose 2024.
2024 because so bad.
Says the Lord.
What will lose you?
Says the Lord.
What if I declare the nations, the prophet of our time? Papa.
Well, admit so mine my thing. But for whatever reason, best to him.
Best
known to him, no. Or no say a moya din dear. But omo mama on my moya din should continue.
Yeah.
Even
okay, we don't know on your politics. No, or express it a prophecy.
The prophecy is say
one can say nyame prophecy or no only prophecy.
Ah, okay.
Also a school dropout or in a profession and one can send a calling.
Yes.
Say nyame friend and adwuma nyame friend so me a profession say they would now choose adwuma oye. But obi nyame friend in there. Say nipa ni po so mpo nyame na friend to be. Now obi who the appointing authority.
Na unim say o cancer so say or no fee say o say ba omia na dan for pa. Na oni ba omia $1 da. Prophecy.
Prophecy do.
Yes. Also only baumia $1 da. Na baumia mumna ono abone hoka. Abone hoka. Enti no kana ono abo baumia ho no.
Awsoti.
Kwan bia so no se ne atichide na epedi moja dodo na odi nsuo ko frem. Enti meme there you see I think say holy no it's good say okujeto yes adwuma no. Enka no obi anyone ko nimu no. But Kwabena, come to think of it, who shall saw them ho? Say why if
okay, so much say my sika. Because you knew Kusibuatin before 2016.
Or in their desire to use the way no. Na omo wieska dia kusi omo ankasa sorry dan. Oh, they send ya sorry dan no, oh dan ya wesi.
Efechen cathedral no.
Because we via cathedral sika kusi sorry dan. Oh, privatization of public funds. Privatization of public funds. So Kusibuatin wonu ni nua wu wo UK okofra ni nua ni din to ne ho so Kwabena du Jamfi nya enanu mienu nya passport mienu nya tin numbers mienu nya ID cards mienu national identification cards mienu. A criminal like this is on a pulpit rather, because he is a puppet of Baumia, a puppeteer. Kwabena, do you know it was rumored say he was going to be Baumia's running mate?
Yes.
And do you know say that led to most of the exposés about him? And do you know say time wa eba say omeye running mate biemu no. Now we're spending a lot of money because they were using that the office as a trustee, you know, to extort a lot of money. And a lot of the time, so we share how people's interest. Etimima omo erefi nyame asem na fe they use their own a year. Ebiasida, the reason why I find this a very topical thing to discuss is because yes sir, Kwabena say me I don't discuss fools. Me we Jimmy ama me wait me nyasofo nyankopon nimu no. We me hia na am de me ni bia no nyankopon nya me hwe. We
but a plan,
a scheme. Omo hu say Ghana 4 year easy to go with when it's about sofo no wakasa. And untino, they oftentimes use them. Ebina Owusu Bempa was used by Akufo-Addo when he realized say Owusu Bempa etimi attack John Mahama.
You are right.
And until yen use Owusu Bempa, but it got to a point that when they used him and realized say
you will become a weapon against us.
Nana Meba. Just a minute. Prophet Kumchacha, I will line also. I think say it drops. Yeah, to us.
Say, young here, Usumen Pana, you soon he will become a weapon against us because he doesn't like Baumiano. Just because Baumia has that character trait of, a certain which is best known to them. And almost me and Tatano, me and Bruno. Your Bruno na say you to a fiase ni ene ne ya kakra afiasa koso ne hwe mu a ye betime yusu ne biem and they are using him okay say osu bempaka say ekufado bedi o man nani mu o man ni mu be de in this ono so ne prophecy waka bi and na kwabna asofo no bebre enna me no ka say apart from mo ben to me no. To say, I don't like to even mention names. Let me leave them. They are on their own mission.
Momentum from Ra.
Okay.
Prophet Kumchacha, founder of Heaven Gate Ministries. Prof, Akwaba.
Senior, Wadaroma, Medioso.
Boko de.
Adam ne doso. Umpai bontini.
Prof, yedi nkomobi. Edru seasons say ya, ayana. Moni anom ajamo ke kansem kakra kire ye yenim ekwaya aya moni nyame fa so kasa nenso eye ofre adwuma wonua kusi buaten wa follow ne nsem a one na sore ma no adi ene de os nyame aka kire no
wadawro mama minchia wanka na me kura me ho wa che me so ho ye
Prof.
Yeah, that was right. Now, I mean, yeah, on penny phones, you will see you when and you produce an Ubia would be Yamema, and Patent Tanya.
Ami,
me tia crabby nana, me were office to be. It meant to me and Tiani and Kwabena. Me too car because of them drive when you produce a frame. Me dear Juna baby, I met Padia. It's my incident, dealing in Uncle and the dear. Sebia, Wadaroma, Ubuni, and India, move to me, Etsy, a walk a man.
Okay, so, or shall say, me some mama, what can my mama? All right, okay, so yeah, let's go back now. Yankoti, Pacho Johnson, Yabamoti, Yankoti,
give a political prophecy in Ghana.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Flow.
I have a question to ask the IGP, who happens to ask for that thing that Okuyeto said is true. He's my son. Why is it that political scientists can give a forecast and nobody will tell them to stop? Some will give a forecast and say that during this election, this one will lose or win. Nobody talks about it. And that is what they have studied. Unfortunately for me, I dropped out of school. And this is my profession. So why won't you allow me? Or you still don't believe me as a prophet? Watch this. The people that they say are my party members, NPP people, if they don't take care, they will lose almost 7 to 10 seats. But then, if NDC also don't take care, MPP will take over between 19 to 24 seats from them. But then, the election is on the 7th. On the 8th, the result will not come. Everybody shall be jittery. The result will come on the 9th. Some people will try to cause mayhem so that people shall die. And interestingly, they will call people on the street. And the first day, only 1,000 people will show up. The second day, no one will show up. And there shall be peace. And the result is obvious. The things are difficult. I know that there is there are 2 people coming. But the Lord has told me that by the 9th of December, His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia shall be crowned the President of Ghana. This is not
Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
Yade bremo on Citizen TV Ghana. Me pacho obo Citizen TV Ghana pa na bie na dem na Citizen show na dem ebe she
Citizen Show with Kwabena Bobie Ansah.
So yechechi ahwefo sese na Citizen TV Ghana. All right, about 2 p.m. Pepe 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Them Citizen Show. Yade bremo on Citizen TV Ghana. Me pacho obo Citizen TV Ghana pa na bie na dem na Citizen Show na dem ebe
Citizen Show with Kwabena Bobie Ansah.
So yechechi ahwefo sese na Citizen TV Ghana. All right, about 2 p.m. Pepe 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Them Citizen Show. Yade bremo on Citizen TV Ghana. Me pacho obo Citizen TV Ghana pa na bie na dem na Citizen Show na dem ebe
Citizen Show with Kwabena Bobie Ansah.
So yechechi ahwefo sese na Citizen TV Ghana. All right, about 2 p.m. Pepe 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Them Citizen Show. Yade bremo on Citizen TV Ghana. Me pacho obo Citizen TV Ghana pa na bie na dem na Citizen Show na dem ebe
Citizen Show with Kwabena Bobie Ansah.
So yechechi ahwefo sese na Citizen TV Ghana. All right, about 2 p.m. Pepe 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Them Citizen Show. Yade bremo on Citizen TV Ghana. Me pacho obo Citizen TV Ghana pa na bie na dem na Citizen Show na dem ebe
Citizen Show with Kwabena Bobie Ansah.
Me wana so one penny for ni beef from me. So for ubu woni, so for ubu woni, so for ubu woni. When Pejana wants them, I resign. When Pejana wants them, I resign. When Pejana wants them, I resign. One time, as for the end of my main control. As for study, who used to watch drink, and they can be said. Assume a Tibaba power. Assume a Siberian. And assume a study, a woman can say, Yam mistake. Say, I don't know. You have to be judging me, you know. Yes, your baby, I would do that. Your papa could see watching. Baby, what did I know? What did I have?
Also, the young uncle for the Kakaso MPP.
Young uncle for the kicker.
I think for Kakase.
And go for Kakaсе.
San or Noka.
What the woman said, as soon as be a one. Ya wani ama bi on mo to say nyame odi amese senior mind odi fidie kase we so wo fidie na quite pa nyame istra wo kasa amansantie mbigira wo fidie we so ka and wo fidie kase we so stay that December 7 for no me say bonne date to na sem bonne date to na yemi asof wo kusi boaten from the number 70 that encodo on the 9th December. I have a bani berino. The papa Bawumia, able to me by your president here. Let me see how Mamuda.
So, what you said there, Bema, because you didn't trust actually, ne, sorry, ma.
What was asked for when you be on my own, sir? Where you what can you say no? I'm a woman, or Baba Susana. Sana deep when you be here. And you won't understand a bit here. Was soon coming on the moon. Who was Baba Susana say, and we will call baby. And a month to put near my year. And a month to stand near my year. Now the end of the night, Yamodia. And a month to put near my young to stand near my year into Nebasa.
And we're crown, because you want in Kirby. Because you want in Kirby was this NDC and share ya, MPP and share ya.
Somewhere no one share you, no one share you yet. And no mess up good chat. I'm in fun and come show. What they said, because what the wind was to baby did that. If you are one side, a banner here, you are no shop for wind to him. What the wind to that for that, no one did that. If you are saying MPP, I'm sure you are walking on. What the window and that for? If you are about question of them, I can say one show you. Now, my one quantity, I could have one yet. Now, quantity, no one to be a young, now one yet. They are sworn, and I'm on one looking. The assault that America will be the reason to say. System in Quay. System no assay. System no assay of Ansah and Quay. It is December no. And rather than yesterday, yesterday and Quania, who are the my union. December 7 for no, a Wahai and Chababa. Yabasha. I spoke when you make Casatala. And the Yaman Casantala. Now, where is the Quran, the anomaly in fun and commercial? Because all I show you, dear, and young come show. What's it?
Prof, sir, and come on, Michelle, video beer, or say, I saw my collection cry, Ansah.
And go ye, matter. That's it. Nipa ni nye bia me ede bia ya ba ya asoli kwasi ada ba wiye mi frifie ba asoli na ebia mi boto man kata mi kuta 1000 ese mi boto mu a eto e bia mepon asoli ni ba wiye kura me du fie na aka ba 100 cedis pe
adai
ma so mu e ba office ko nyina do do ba je lo ale fe get to up a general affair. We been so bad. My sister, Munya, the Median, one way you don't want. Yet, I say, one lady, and no put your boy, ya the Minyame, or your papa in Yame. But I sister and the more thing, it is the third one with the uncle for you. I told you know, I just saw one kind of whatever from one. I saw the and so be back for the Sunday we ya. Ube when you be a man there for 2 weeks and 3 weeks. Who be son? Or that can say no yelling. Who be son or that can for a year? Who be son or that can for the never call baby? And you be yo. And you see custom. Lolly fire whatever back on your program. You know, or man, no, you get to me with the alcohol. Minimum crop for baby or one, private cars, I won't use money at the say. Or try do man. Or 2 times a be a 15 minutes, I know I pay more be. And now stopping you be no apart and all the sewer. No, I put rough for no call. Or by no, I say for rough for no, I better find a car, not a call. That's enough. And you. One person, you begin for your back. No one you begin to show a pant. No one you begin. This can be one theatre. That's the American say, or man, you know, in more yet then, I do be a one kind of correct. And that car boy a thing, and the duty a thing, and the dollar a thing, and the petrol a thing, and that 50 nominal a thing. You know this one, yeah. But say, Bible said, and they dear children, I'm really more than back. It's in Hama Ghana, yeah, but a same quotation, a Ghana for one in Yamadi Boy, dear. So you can't have one in Yamadi Boy, dear. And yes, for Ukraine, Russia. Russia for one Ghana for other contour. Ukraine for one Ghana for other contour.
Debbie.
To me, when Yama also okay. It's me, dear. The American and American. You say, Sunday you could have the sea woman saw them more. Minigama saw them, I make as a threat here. Yeah, dear mommy will be born so.
Really? Really?
Hey, now somebody of 3 days in the Armenia threatened by a 10. What them pa?
I must say.
And I want to no penalty. And I ban for so called position, you have to at the end, baby, I was here, and I have mother. Send the Ami baby. What them pa? I saw for Kumchata, Yadimame. And when I met, young let there be a member bomb and some of my NDC for, and some bomb and some John Mahama, and then the vice and in penny for you know, and NDC for 1 penny for you know, because of me. John Mahama, my son. No, do so also. And confirm you soon near the Abayano. May a sophobia, Messicani, a second feno, and mucha, no church. No, Miss Sonania Mana, air Coswa. No, and Quay or John Mahama, Mem woman. Stop for good church and America. What do you hear? Because I don't know when
me I wear, pa, let me follow.
I don't have someone beside them. And no, me can't. Man, and this in beyond the that. Sabio, every baby has stubby, fetch me. What to me, you should wear the NDC for you to for a day. My John Mahama, some none here may be questionable. I know me make man, and this in beyond and the that. Will be one more to me. But another year, we be questioned the end in Koye. John Mahama, that's what do so ever yet. Me bakaya se dum so afay nsole dum so afay company dum so anti crofo ba asole a asole ye offer ni ade yakura di tuatua asofo kan ye de ye aduma ne nkoye ni nyina me ka bi obi e no one more threat sofo kum chata se me you say but aden na nabiye se bibi koso na ye kan you put me so for good chance. I could have some for 4 boys and some mammy. What the my tenum? Domama, former President Domama. Wow, Reverend my tenum solely, ya. What you who, and yes, I for you, and yes, I for it. And what is the Reverend what you will and what is to be Papa, I could be a friend of Bishop Ayensu, out in the end. No, Oboase. I'm not John Mahama, Emerson. No one you did, and what to Odin. to on dimbium. It is something to be impressed and then you may cost. Not so for come chat I may can. And not threatening you say. Happy.
Prof.
Senior.
Erade Emma Yakwana one day, Minya studio, Kabaya Depa.
Mate.
Yadasi Bebre, Yamin Shaw. Mate.
Yamin Town.
Ami, Yadasi Bebre. All right, so that's the live and Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. We are back in the studio, and but for Mr. Babuna, Kwabena, other issues are no person will tackle, but just 1 minute on this matter.
Okay, so
just a minute.
You know, me very religious. I used to be very, very religious, but I think me who say religion has taken the better part of society. Ama and kofobi the indoctrination as senioma. And unti me free that aspect of life and me live semi Christoni me Christoni. Nemum, I have a solid relationship with my God, and I don't want to believe say that makes me a Christian. No. Christian is like a divisive arena where obi a person ma nyankopon ye ketwa and ohunu say me there I belong to this side. I don't belong to me nyame ba. Me pe nyame asem me ni nyame wo ayonkofa. Enu ehia me chen bibia. Obi a cremonia me respecting a religion no. Obi a Christiania me respecting a religion no. But I don't want to feel say no money obi superior to obi. No, I don't believe so. E yadia broni edia say ya dwen a entimi me yanwen yi. Eno na Kwabena won say all your prophecy now no the offer the prophecy no. Kusi Boatin edu Javi Kwabena edu Javi Victor Kusi Boatin Kwabena edu Javi
Obodama yare
won say no mo di vuvuzela alcohol uhu ye o kasa wie ya na wo de tie Jesus ahonfe
yeah
the prophecy no ne tie ono so ne de no before that you know asem na obeka no wo say obi kura kasa ye e ma ne ye say me dey mean politics be stop fooling okay it's a long tape I've listened to it because someone rebutted a congregant rebutted e ma ne can say onya you should stop fooling no on the onye politics e ho na
obedua twa ho na mame
oh it's here
okay what dey we be ho djuma
oh so you can see say MPP for bi kogu asori dem ho say on shan kom no mo monye ne so but some of the members of the church I'm sure they are not in support of the oye you know and it's on the tape he's caught on tape
stop fooling
yes stop fooling it's on the tape but you see him and you look at the person who is able to use his brain. You are an armed robber. You have stolen from the taxpayer. A thief. You, Kusi Boatin, you could not have had that mansion there. You cannot. By any stretch of imagination, you cannot own that thing. And a candidate of jail is being cautioned by one of his members of the congregation, say, and first, sorry, mayor politics. Now you shout at him or her, say, stop fooling. Anyway, Kwabena, I submit lastly and say, Yankopon say, Botro Bojo, Obefina Fanenum. Or the Nimrene any bia, Yankopon, the Nimrene any bia. In fact, and no nema emre eye superior to Onukra Yankopon because one kwetim mre anye bibi. And untino, media. I would still abide by time and believe that it is the mightiest judge. I hope and pray say Nyankopon ebema ya hoden enkwa hoden wo mu na yetimi e de anu nsuo atwen ope na 9th December sebio na che se me di president Kufuor birthday na de ache che se mani so atime wan na ya hwede nyame be.
All right, I'll come back to you. I want to if na opese odiefa.
And come me me do ko oh
yes yakwa ya change time ni wa be yi ni one.
You ka chem so kwaba o de me
unim ya time ni me fan yi ni one.
Sure do me fan me time.
But what me Commander Sugar Factory, you know.
Yeah, Commander me corner book to page but I couldn't get it. And the latest news you say Abanse or the Commander Sugar Factory my Chinese firm.
That is Indian
firm.
But they do so at their own
15 years. Or the ma Adianya no. Or the ma Indian firm 15 years.
So with this government, what is happening?
Nana de Tiani say NPP they don't build. NPP they don't build. As soon as say Obi bu mine, na as soon as say Obi your mine. Kwame Nkrumah ebe your mine, ebu mine. All your mine no or chichiri or mine no or the needed infrastructure or the to her or such the good leadership. Rollins ebe bu mine ebe ye mine. Rollins so ka ho pa and not by a hospital, the regional hospital. Dudona was built by a year Rollins. Ya kwan bebre o no aye na no ye kwa Santima pon. Akwa unam so say he be say Rollins na ye.
Yeah. Yes, intervention.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Kufuor ebe bu mine. Kufuor eninti na unhu hospital a Kufuor 8 years we see ye. Unhu school a we see ye. Nemum ubehu se Kufuor ba ye no. Okay, Ghana for National Health Insurance Scheme, NDC for crash as ye, I mean twice way. Perishable policies. And what they buy. Oko UK, what's the abands when they support him na paying for? Mama are paying for our free within a period of time. Kufuor make sure they say a basic the end of the tenor, and by the time a professor must buy a free maternity policy, no, a new bill because
Professor Mills funded it with state funds.
Yeah, new bill. At that time, Ghana for so developing interest room and to say abai no kopisika no de babeshim. Mahama ebe bu mine ebe your mine. Mahama chire good leadership ahobrase obuoni ni die and no de man Ghana for. You can infrastructure so you can see infrastructures awodo Mahama build including Commander Sugar Factory. Akufo-Addo bebu mine onu kra de na bedi de. Onu de amamu no anyansa na woni bi. Oman no so awanchechire. On Timenchire, Nemum the Achi or Hono, and was animal na autumn. A binu Commander Sugar Factory. Ghana eti before Mahama be fraba, not every year, Sika the import sugar, essentially, is over $400 million.
More.
Yeah, it's Anamika is over 4. Cia Kase. Sugar, I imported about my Ghana is about billions of dollars. Mama call Commander I call essential consensus no say no. Said ye beya a seed na ho odin be gina ne naso no. E kwa be de betimi afa so akati import. Tiniama ni bi wo hon ma ye nia betimi a produce wa ha. Enti yan kosesa dollar with cedi na yan fa nkwa ama no ni. Enti ye no wa ha say ya at least si entimi kura embra ni nyina kura betimi akati eso bi. Enti okofa bibia na friend dollar project. By young farmer Ghana for Manomon Kokra a year and Kokon at the same time. Now discussion with poultry farmers, intimate grow more business, and with time or no poultry farmers in the grow no now you reduce the importation of chicken. And what the Commander Sugar Factory as to buy, say Commander Sugar Factory no, and to me, Commander Sugar Factory no, sugar never produce no, and to me. And satisfy Ghana ye demand, but at least between 40 to 50% annually no ye bet to me send a beya any na eswati the Commander Sugar Factory chas in a year juma once I grow a demand na cost no na fe expand ye bet ma ko be before and the buy and or revive a year Kumasi Shoe Factory and so sergeant for the Kwame Nkrumah na build ye said ye beya a police for na soldier for pabwa debi aya kra fra ma no ne ba enu se de dollar ne kofa de ba se de be ya e betumi anti one ya revive Kumasi shoe factory ya revive ya asoja for immigration, custom, fire service, police, all the security agencies so omo pabo nyina no eye Kumasi shoe factory ene be produce ye hia sika emfa anko enkon kakra emfa ema na fekura ye nkwala school mpaboa abide the social intervention policy by eye free uniforms and free sandals. Shall say for Professor Amos Mahama Betwa so na sampaboa no so ye nkokra mfra ma no ne mfa ma ye nya Kumasi shoe factory said ye be ya yen kresi kanko hihia dollar na yesi de ne pressure ansankofo jute factory Kwame Nkrumah si jute factory MPP tradition ebegu no na koko no aye ti koko ha se no koko bottle no so aye krefra ma no ne ene de aba ena Mahama call adesu jute factory eno so ko si jute factory ho se koko bottle no yampam no Ghana ha se ya na one a create jobs ama Ghana fo nya bi aye afre so se eboa ama seed na stabilize. These were the ideas of John Dramani Mahama. Now Akufo-Addo baya 8 years ni commercial sugar factory anya adwuma yakwaka ka jezo 2023 April commercial sugar factory ebra nana mahemfo ho ne naso oso April ene be sha ase adwuma
I remember I say by April the next
okay twa nim se be so do anso ya tia lanchemanten so you say aban kwa we say obe diversify obeton ana Ghana for say hine ne ha afiesa kwate om se do mo ye ne say omo be kra unfinished product e dey free India no ma be finish e wa ha say na Ghana for say na factory ne say akuafo asase na da hoyi ama asase kura agrofo kura ka se papa kwasi ndum akotwa asase ne bi ahwe di asase no e dey kwakoti university e je nkonkoje Mahama so onye asase na da hoyi ento isi da catch as factory now say nya adwuma no factory now say nya adwuma no o si Mahama factory na nya adwuma afedi o kwa akokra unfinished product raw materials from India no be finish wa ha say yes you omunya me nhwe and the latest one KT Hammond
very shocking
on kanyansa semda say buying the Commander Sugar Factory ne Emma India adwuma ko bi 15 years in finshia dunum so omumfanya adwuma enidi omundidi ho 15 years omundidi ho 15 years basa Indian FM way se munim de yema mo a monwunu hum yenu
India kasa
because Commander Sugar Factory no
se India kasa na etianke
the moment the moment
me fra me ba o
bebre I think o come a India for ka twi papa omuka twi papa in India Malcolm say India for no mo
ba we de we num de
and omo bati aka tro mo the moment
okay
John Dramani Mahama declare na say winner no time Indian or whatever will go there na no matter nkunya no a you see factory the more mo na no mo na manage no they will take over their property the government will take over the property and so India now say 4 months over risk your investment so they kwa
can India ka say
mama nka sem tro oh me express an opinion don't think say India food bi na pa o mpese o mo be ye
o mo sha kire
o mo na e factory na e na o ma sha da akofa India for bia o mo te ba bi make ekrampo no o mo pa aduane ade mu nya e na o ma sha o mo suit na o ma dunu o mo trim sa India ni we ko busa ni dia hwa wo hu because wa be sha Ghana ha ba bia me komo de no
o mo na yes
ana se o ma sha da akofa na free India India so e komo ho pa and omde na ba say minua bra na
yen yusu
don't ever think say sentuo say we
sentuo
China for be there omo ade
o man attach you see
it's for that family
o man peniku for be president
amam
NPP for eno munyank down the part China and India to be o man peniku for AC Jubilee House China for ni see China for the India for the sea.
Yes, I mean when they come
India. Oh no. Make a slip of tongue. A slip of tongue. A slip of tongue. Ye India for no do musie. Akufo-Addo be president. They say by renovation. Jubilee House. When you say India for $1 million, and no money. And that link is there. That link is there. Over the China forces, you know. The first time a China force I say, yeah, Ghana is now man penny for. And a China for who say road contract, because it's a China for prison for Ebegu and Kra.
One more year campaign. One more quiet fundraising with China.
Sion could find Americano. Or man penny for person who say China for, or no Mudins our so. Galam say for one do mobile. One do my road contract. Your causes a China for prison for. Near Doma Banedum Euro contract. Or movie almost a Kwana San and Mutisi Galamsi. And Mutu Galamsi. And it's a uncle Fano, and Intina Canada Japan, Baomiane, a year, a Yotiko Jabamo, a Coquella La Sudala. Oh, and indeed, and I can say, contract, contract or Madiaman, a fire Chinese. And Omonim say, Omoni sa India phone was our partnership. And it's Omo de Momoa, Ometimata or Machi. They will need money to fund their campaign, and even when they are in opposition, MPP still want to control state resources. And China, India for minim se bebre abetra Ghana ha motitwi munte na monkanche munuanom se omagimi na se 4 months akai omudo musika bekwa koma MPP I campaign because KT Hammond sika ne yedi agya no obaye de opeso yenya bie dia o ya na jiregu o sha se ene sesi a answer obi kura kwa kra niama efra manane ababra na mema alliances na otwi bia parliament botugu wanya bia ni na no de cement for so agiagu wanya bia ni ento okope sugar factory for so die na di na se mo agimi na mo ne musika be mana mana di 4 months amunim so ko position a eye mo amjejireje because power sisa India ni emfa ho ni incense abekwa kwahye wo ho untimi mra.
Oh, as I was
well, okay, say, and maybe you always say India for only Kobo Nabona than dance. There's a upper. Oh, come on, I'll come back to you. I'm going to confirm Missika at Chedia. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Eja, Ed say. Boko, but it's a abumama.
Abumama pa.
Say that about phone so.
500 cedis.
Will you? Yeah, your friend say. Felix. Pardon, say your friend say Felix. Oh, okay. So, Uncle Felix, congratulations. Koswana CMG sketch against so star 413 hash CMG sketch there. You go so last hour ye the Baba cheese can kwa man for bedidi. Divine, for me femme, if I offer. Actually, also me send him a document be an say if you guys will agree with me and can person watch na me no ye non kwa ho adwuma mainly. Until I said that I am only first three made the documents and send them someone read.
Let's pray. Say according to Mwazi bim. Say Ubi Mwazi awayinti. And I know topic as
Uncle Dinson. The Buek Rana, Debbie, Divine, ever never saw the affair.
My main fa. Ayi ba me fa fi incense ura no ayi onto say India for no for mo shi incense nya hiriba obi antimi si yo unim sometimes from a hami say yesi ukrom ni wi na mo a ebika na so mi won say union mo fanti for no a omudi animu no omwa na omama achimfo yi so omwa no mode wi omunuan omukrom fo na mo omunja bi senko obi bedi fante fo bone pa na kaketi Hammond ukrom fo na bedi omubone at least common sense no eden yo fantini kremo fantini agaza yes Amadia Tahiru and unimade ehemi time wa Jakpa any attorney general case by at least utie voice na voice note na eba mu no a no ne need nkomo na o ti asem o kan o se fantifo de o ma dwi mu e ha do mu hia ne se obepe sika kakra bi ama o mbeto aba no e de akonti yenya ne yenjeli atofo se fantum na by election ba o ma dwi mu e ha nti pe bibi mo a no mbeto de ama o asem o kan and look at the kind of mindset attorney general ewo about a certain tribe na wo ketia mo nso de akire eno anso ha president na Kufuado infantefo ahemfo eko no hono mu eyi kokko ido ho eko bo pa ko fa infantefo ahemfo bi e de call Flagstaff House no oti e asema na nado kan na eye se kunfifo we ya ni commander fo ya o say the entia sa commander sugar factory any development or samples persuasion no onye ye no is because say infantefo no anto aba amfa ama ono ne preferred candidate tinti no abandon that project ne dey si ho no
we ogigin ene nyame an meka no kre misume yemani ba no na the ba no and the afukujo modeshe
ose enano modeshe you know
afukujo ye no say ombe ye minister me mane ye minister
o mejira mane mo
se de ba obeti mejira mane
Ansah ba no dia
2020
abeso metimi ayi me
o to ba man to ama no man to ama no
abeso me yi me ni afre mo so
and there na nyanwane no kura ni no jejela abeso me yi mani
enti afa sa chira mu no de unim so madwen amba so se papa na didi o matam abamu ha sei efa na yesi ento aba ma wa eno unti development you wan fan ko ba unim ade no mu ye ni nyina no e plan unim say omo ye clean up exercise bi omo ye sweeping bi sectors a omo jijajija nyina omo sanka ni nyina no omo tuetue sa sectors ni nyina intiketi amon bed ne ba ye utie commentary no utie stika sembi okan brovu bi okan ni oligarchy monopoly and we won't tolerate and you are a plan. Wouldn't him say now the energy sector, the health sector, the whatever sector in our banking sector in our they have hijacked. But what have not been able to penetrate right now no a cement manufacturing no how many control no it is a siano omo per way a honso no omo best type of progress omo yomo dia sanso ababeshem. That's the whole plot.
And it's against just one.
Yes, it's just against one person. It's targeted. Cement we are capping, we are putting this thing on it in it's against somebody just because obini obi nyadwin. Again, when him say some of the sectors want
they say
and na omaja bayunim the main agenda no say omaja ne sa no a na omabusuafo no into some of the places in the one no obeto yes yo China for bi omoboa ayomo a na if data bank e can for that ajakura no wonu so masasa e de nkrofobia Seychelles company no omo de ni nyina tire Ghana o e no man it say expatriate bi na only data bank meanwhile it is for them and this is all part of the Japadia plan omo de yenti omo sheda it will be company no already stand hwe amafo bebre refi unim say aban we buy bibi omo register bia omo register no madwin omo refi omo ho and they think say Ghanaians will not remember okay omo yes afu gold for oil edi omo de to so okay ejapa royalty
omo di ejapa royalty vehicle something
bibia omo ye bia special purpose vehicle SPVC no omo ye nyina obo say ejapa this ejapadia this this and omo de ye
okoje ode your friend is saying get fund krakoje
yes omo to ni
dachi
yes all of these things ni nyina no it's a signature See una omudija omu nchirima. It's almost say I didn't we are normal fair chile. It this company is no yen. Now they come and uni mishia penny back we no can say me I say omonye sikama sikana omu timi fan come on it. Uni mzame no can say Gabi will case for UK.
Oh yeah, really?
Yes. Me no can see omo money laundry case for UK omo come answer. Yes, our court.
Gabi or court.
Yes. Gabi or court see me no can say for UK. I will defend the money laundering case be on against himself. But see and we are here today. All of these things
no,
are.
But I think say Gabi Beka saying no cray, and I mean story be baby. I can't remember. I may be wrong. But I need information.
But that is what has been rumored over there.
Yes, and I make no. Now because I say me who go baby say whether almost UK statement be from
Ute Charles Eduwahin Sani tape na and us HM. In the tape, no, the guy was just telling you how they are embezzling and rechannel the money, they are cleaning the money. Until right now, no, see, every government official be a estate developer. Last time, you could be a estate be a developer, or be say, no, or be developing in 50 years' time. But since he can't say, or pay BD because at least all this infrastructure, he can't say, it will not lose money, it will not lose value. And no go what assassin man tam we see no musia because sika no mu baby a bank omutimi fanto omutimi fancy it is sika no mutimi fanya hwe no omutena se a enu bi no omutena se omsi o yenton hotel se maye ho because sika no balance wo ho omutena se a omsi yenton epo no emfa maye ho epo no muton. Like everything, they are selling for themselves. Into one more, yes, we can buy this. No, I state property. So this thing they are doing, what you so Commander Sugar Factory, my India for. Your more music can I be no more cleaning. We have a badge now, as I negligence, that's also be judgment debt. It's planned. So on a sign contract, MOU be at the end of the day.
So be
chemua. Was answer enya. So in Kofu Majiatiama, but me see can't afford necessary December 7 for bay. Almost shine your eye. Yeah, necessary to me Kasai 3 1 Kofu am a bad haircut.
But I didn't say, men from where I sit, all that we need to do, Sia Wagana. And see a bit me a policy ballot boxes ne keke. See it me yere one more street no more. Agbena. Because they say no, the only way out for them and they say omden tokwabeba. Omube yusu omwa and police need there about 70% of the police is against them. About 60% or 65% of the military is against them. And you omwa research omwa the BNI has that report, and they know. Omo yefra napo edieno, na napo dieno almost Q no, and those figures ni no are with them, so they know. Say eba kitikitia, so they will try to target some few places. On say Canada Japan, akwala aba ko omo koto aba no, ebe kan say. Recruit one more recruit Fulani for Ghana Immigration School. I was yeah, as if for you. Or so called Fulani for no doors to chain. A friend is a no. But yet, almost yes, be a Fulani for no MTO. They go to Niger and bring them into Omo and they will use them on the election day. So, to add to what you are saying, you know, media, I believe the ordinary Ghanaian. I'm making that.
Bobie, I make us in Chiro. Unim, o plan now, what can you na fine. But me so much tobacco be. On my imagine say, election time neighbors one, identify party agents are reps for NDC for no. Now more induce with huge monies for them to abandon posts and I say they will be negligent on their duty.
Nobody ashamed.
And no, especially from their strongholds. Unim say they even started with creating, fomenting troubles in certain constituencies. PC, and the chairman Kasa.
Yeah.
Obakono, including the Omaye. Sadia, a CEO, a son of fee, and a Japan constituency way, candidate. As a central candidate in the say, and no more you sue. And also, almost as some crab no go to a scow, Edema, chairman, non incrof. Like, you know, these things are happening in the system. Partiness or the Nancy Hall. Chairman executives want to be because the thing was blown out. It was an internal FIASM. And no more yes, had any to identify certain places be one more a hotspot for them. One, if they know say the city is so hot for them, they go after the executives. Because they know say
induce them.
Yes, to induce them because they know say come work room. So these are the things people must look out for. And yes, Anna, last day to one more one candidate. Yes, your uncle ballot you was when you're running stomach.
And Bobby, why you know Bobby 5?
Make a can say Ejapade document now. Also, and the Kufuado appointment to be all the state-owned media. Why appointment? I just say board of directors. No, I see so many now. And Akufuado appoint new boards for GBC, 3 other state media outlets, and they are 1st August. Now, Kofa a Ejapade document now, and they won't pay 30. What only hijacking of GBC. I say the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation remains the largest media entity in terms of resources and reach. This means that any regime that captures GBC will control the critical mass, especially in the rural communities where the private media does not find economically viable to invest. Sadly, the GBC has largely tilted towards the NDC. Perhaps the duration of the NDC as the longest ruling party has ensured that majority of GBC workers are anti-MPP. We have planned a 3-year layer approach to capturing and controlling the state broadcaster for good. Firstly, the plan is to revoke some of their TV channels would resume in 2021. We have had to backtrack due to the brouhaha surrounding the revocation of their 3 channels. It appears the time, an election year, was inappropriate. KON, that's Kojo Ponkroma, will execute this with finesse and make the channels available to our party business guys who list is being compiled. A number of the GBC radio stations will be sold since they are not living up to task. Secondly, in our next government, we have an executive. We have to execute a massive agenda where most senior GBC staff will proceed to leave. Others will also be transferred to some very remote communities where life appears unbearable. The strategy is to get them resigned, and their position will be filled with party loyalists. This way, we will not only have taken over the state broadcaster, but our plans to sell some of their frequencies will be met with a little or no hesitation. Thirdly, the last straw is to continue to ensure that GBC is inflicted with inadequate budgetary allocations. That would justify the need to sell their frequencies. It will also make their leadership even more loyal, since they will have to continuously keep mute to get bits of their budgetary releases from the finance ministry. And Gabi at work at say Chebi Mahini say a fiction. It will be a dream, and here we are. And they are Kufuado.
Make us be. A Kufuado way at the piano or done and you come wait to one day or your time where more church or Sanama way. They may because Nipa Papa where they be our da, they be an anikum. It's only one the people who to from them.
Achem Mafia. Ama Kokaya. A Kufuado say a clergyman, Emeka Bimano. I didn't tell for my Ache Mafia. Ache Mafia no, enye nipa baako, eye gang. Ubia oni dia ubia onura.
Because papa we order, it's no be no change board. It's ono onkan.
Ubia onura.
It's what we change.
Gabi ebenya more time to focus on Achim agenda into no as or accept any position in the government. To ono ne asase I can so dia poto you. And to ono na serve as a link. And to only make sure so okay, this is your blueprint on to the bar near the babeto. Adwuma we nyina we omo ye nyina eye Dankwa Institute. Ehon ne ye we nyina. Dankwa Institute. Ehon no mo ye we nyina. Akufuado policies also dey ba ye every agenda of Shasi Free eye Dankwa Institute. Dankwa Institute no enye MPP dia o. Eye the Ache Mafias. Omeka cho say MPP or tradition, the Dankwa Dombo Buzia. Sa no moka. 3. But JB Dankwa side, and that's the Dankwa Institute no moye no. Amodi executed the Achem agenda. And today's document, and your compile no the ideas ni na ho free edebaye akufuado policies the first term, the second term, all the policies, the plans ni na ho no medeba, the policies review omo review ho no mo review ni na eye bibia enti eye whole institution. And omo that's why eye so detail no because oko eye Dankwa Institute one more. Ye show ya ye. Ya sign will be on the Jumane say from Anopa kosi anwumre program bi a ye wa Accra FM bia no una wo monitor opon wa na obi so aba nto mo run 24 hours economy no mo run opon wa na obi so aba enti oba bebusa me say lady bia na me adwuma me money din okoye adwuma ho ti say show ya ye on be say topics be no mo discuss here assemble na list we kan ye assemble na bobie kan ye guest eba yin assemble na mo kan ye messages eba ye no what was the response o mo de ba ye every show and it is say o guest eba show si na wa ye flyer na mo de atom page ni akopy na de akoto ho and every day o monim issue a ya discuss in the media o monim topics a ya discuss o monim the reaction a Ghana for there no ma adopt means o mo de be neutralize. This is it 24/7 adwuma mo ya no yeah adwuma mo ya no na e shase
happy
o man peniku 4 pence
George
o man peniku 4 pence o man peniku 4 pence no mo shase
don't mind them
Kwabena Japan sabe no mo office no Kanda
se ba
e ho no mo
akoye owa yi
alajo Bob Marley omo ina ya adwuma ho fe
Babylon
yes omo monitor
Babylon alaje Babylon
akufo dey take over no dey ko share Dankwa Institute for ase omo yes adwuma no enti eye research and omo ye anything omo no omo ye very keen MPP are very keen when it come to the media yen control media no because on say the media and they control the masses. And it will make sure say even their strongholds need there. Accra had 50-50 strongholds they don't go there. And to kwa Ashanti region to make sure say we survive. And to mama family any grow. Every media bia or criticizing this government, you know. Or more poaching was afraid they would just say what tra a pay to near Jaw life for the amount. 10 people in central there, almost paper. I don't know say GBC no, then you who GBC channel TV yanton
Omaton
yanton and GBC GTV koto bonjana say GTV afi kura de omo de ni bre but yen twa TV licenses nyasa yen tumi nya this is it and the japade ne de enya fiction reality
thank you but divine Ochra yebe dealing with the NIA document but divine 30 seconds what do you want to share document what do you see just 30 seconds
Bobie, we say just seconds. I say, "Whoa."
No, I'll tell you, my T40, I say we will do it.
You know, when I saw it, you know, me na me just say mistake and I be pay on my phone so because me am share me no one. And I think say, you know, when you see some of these things and you know what people are doing against the states using state agencies I wish say unim de miminyaya nanka ye kasa nanka your community radio like nko obian TV because anyama ye hu no they are acting like everybody if everybody sees it they should be angry. But when you say be woman you step near microphone things are happening like this just say letters are running left right center so confidential secret coded don't allow this all of these things are happening. Bobie, it's sad.
Listen, Oshemu
as usual senior yenyina enim no ya asefesem na maybe I will rest my energies
for tomorrow
because
thank you.
I think sir we need time to digest the issues, but as my divine kind say here ama mera ho pa ni say kwara ye nyina ya sede say I will see ma Ghana fo nyina ntensem ni enya emuntiase ye no omugina so de toaba. Many are those that go to the polls without knowing or having any knowledge as to what
don't have any information
has happened in the previous years. Into okoto abanzo so a otonisa anyway say ye we ha me we ha. I think say we should channel it through some other cortesis. A bit me aboa ama say akofo.
Nana me receive a document you know. I thought say just one report. And me read the first one we no. Me flip here na say ebi wo so. And I read the second one we. And say me after me read am so that be my bread. I was say me koda ho. Na first 5 na me read here no.
Have you seen the amounts?
Che say yetimi inflate costs.
Yeah. And from the about me campaign.
Yeah. Ade na nke 700,000 yetimi inflate no. E dey over 300,000 be kan ho. Generator well over 250. Yeah, tire just spy yakofa the about substandard battery yakofa ni nyina the about no justification company no bidding obey dey amount on no bidding the contract no man no e ko wi ase a cost or the buy and e bigger than the buy
tomorrow is another day
they wrong
mamenka chairman for say ochra Monsensia a 3 musketeers here they will be here. Royal Chapter Property Group Limited semen kanchiro man for say Ansah say dear bansa si wo teacher man tempotemo a wo mu dem befia. Royal Chapter Property Group Limited and once them in ye I Ghana for so day omo edin so ni
Accra, Ghana, your premier source all politics, entertainment and sports. From the heart-pounding hot news and hot thrilling athletics competitions, we've got it all 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Tune in and immerse yourself in the world of politics. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen's power. Citizen's power. Citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana, your premier source. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
Happy birthday to you, Mary. Bill's microcredit, you don't want to pay. Tabia Bar Center, I mean, sure more. And I send come a year Seahorse 50/50 engine coolant. Yado BBRC. We are out.
Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Your premier.
And it's a done deal. A tight race, but and this is your first seat, you know. Ayaka. If you last week, na ye monitor a figures, no. Na ye monitor a figures. As at a quarter of this year, na Kion atimia close to gap na to 1%. Yeah, na a friend say MPP Obano na only deal with 1%. Second quarter ne ebu ni muno na Kion achino. Wachino, watu achino. and that is why omo why any posters no. So NDC for mo wo Okankwe South. The akano Jumadin last hour finish hard. Omo de ntokwa ba mama mfa ntokwa enhia omo. Omo de ntokwa ba mfa message enhia omo. Mumma message no. Now this is the hour we need to change the tactics. SNDC change your tactics. SNDC resolute. Emma omu ntwim famoso but omu frefre mo ntokwa mama nko kopem se omu do omu nsabe ka ba kono na mo aye omu sheji mama mo tema west any tema east nyina Ghana fo amwo nyina abaso na no omu ko 2 JM a signboard twetwe na Ghana fo watema kwa yire company no ema police force side on and I think tema police commander mebona baso sani ye no wo de obi anka se kabima no just be fair, that's all, just be fair. That is what we need. A fairness me Bobie me nka se be kabima me en kabima me, but just be fair, do your job as a policeman. And I think my police commander watch say enye womu nyina na yenkwasiafo enye womu nyina na yenkwasiafo te se dampare no a enyansafo wom makachro say Greater Accra commander ya asrifi waji MPP atan ani ase a ohunu de oye no sa no. You see these people, they don't learn. Winim say aban besesa aban sesa wa so be yese awudo me estate nyina ya damo ase nyame nhire obi bia mako nyame nhire mako nyame nhire hira nyina ya na menim de ntia onipa ne bi wo ho a oban a wotimu a aban sesa na aban aba na wo ya aban adwuma ne wagimi nti ne wa ma obi dada wo na wo ya ne fon no win say aban sesa wo na wo waso me yese politician no okono baabi. What you say? Enti tema police commander mo ana Ghana friend no mu gina mo naso na no mu gina mo naso ma omo say CJM soundboard no yeda mo ase na me nsira mo bebre saa na epe no ento wonsa emfa de mo obia entwe aba entwituo ba mo nyina ho pintin ade we yempre so simple ade we yempre so simple. You see, your friend positive defiance. Positive defiance doesn't mean say kwatwa ba nemo mempre. Ade no awo ye no mempre. Mi gina me na so mempre. Emo no emfa bibia anka no, and I think say temafo eso eye we no. Omo show we no over the weekend. Jifa gunu num nyina akọ ho. Omo gina ho yempre. So simple. Obia no obia nkontokwa. Say de maka kire ye Okankwe South for no. Omo de ntokwa na eba yeso omo kwose sankrofo bi se omo de omo ba be ye ntokwa wo ho obia na omo nkontokwa na emu nyina mo na so yempre subai no amu yi na di no ye de kwa akosi ye 7 December 8 December 9 December na ye be home 9 December amache ene ye be home, but until then no mempre. Okay, obviously the commander, that's in reference to the Tema police commander, was recently transferred from the IGP's office to Tema, and he's just a good man. Correct. So no, I dampare no. Na dampare no umbe ye nedi 3 weeks ago na nkomu yi nedi. And nante pepa chawa dampare or pepa chawa sa no ye day obeko fie dampare okko hanu nyame ani ba from dampare will go home. They are sanitizing police service, no. And some police for us, my main cancer way. Ghana be koso. And I think some penny phone sorry. Now opposition also. Opposition for no muntieme. Ora I said Nunketia General. Ora John Mahama. Dr. Callistus, Fankrawe Emma Ora John Mahama mame. Sometimes yes, say me pe NDC a posture no, or my approach no, me pe, manage home, but and your money be wa, mon kosunyo, monkoso anyo NDC amayuko muntie mi awie mesre moada. I don't need to call on a year MPP government because they don't care. And for you, all you know, a woman is sad, you know. Sure. Me say a nipa 8 a year within 2 months. The Ghana Police Service is not saying anything. They are not giving us any idea whether they are searching. The media is quiet. A nipa ngotio, a nipa ngotio yera. Yehu omo. Ghana Police is not giving us any update. The Interior Ministry, Kote enam nani abre no ho de obeba be IGP ena ogi one tax metwofo ayiye meeting kwase meeting Kote untimi fanya hwe untimi nya hwe se Ghana for tisi kuruma Kote untimi nya hwe bibia no abetimi aye. Instead, some will address serious, sensitive matters. You are not doing it. Okoka na a West Africa Media Foundation said the Brahma Sulemana na Brahma and Kakari Kofi Kakari professor no mo shedem no mo kekan kwasi asem say you are making the baseless allegations and blah 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 blah. Nipa no ono gie taxes edino on care about the country. We say metrasia mempampa no menkaso aya de. Anyway, so let me concentrate. You see, from this time on, we are very focused. From this time going, we are very focused till 9th December. Yeah, you be free akunu mu na ya ji ahome. And this is the last hour. And we believe God. Yenim so nyame beye mesre NDC Orajo Mama NDC Orajo Mama handlers any communication team enema say mama mwani emra ho ye na magana fo hunu say modwene wo mo ho NDC communication Ora Samijamfi communication strategy communication rattling. Yes, you can rattle, you can do, but strategy please. Orajo Mama and then what ya me and to nka wo enipa nwotwe ayira enye ndisi for eno a kufadu kuma mu no na nsa ya tema em se tema West women organize so de onu kura wayira. Orajo Mama na Monday Ansah na ebedru eye friend say Friday no mayante wonka Ansah no okotamale. NDC please do this. Please do this. Ya pamochao orua to bi kwa achi mutie mia. Do this. Sometimes stand up. You guys should be quick in thinking. It's very important. Obeka say ehun here. Because as much as we are looking for alternative, then we are looking for somebody who can protect our lives. And the lives of the ordinary Ghanaian matters. And now, Kwame, you see, ya tutuo, ama Trump, a 12 and so. Now, Kufuado Tiaka Kankwasi Asem, no issue statement. Say, Trump on Kafra. What to a memu, we are president. What this year, eight Ghanaian citizens. Ayera, you don't care. You are not saying anything. Bawumia is just doing something. Wasasa so be ko diasa wa tinka TV so be de wasasa okoka na Ibrahim Suleiman say udidi na MPP for atem. But Ibrahim, look at all this. What do you expect me to say? I should pamper them. We should pamper them. And Ibrahim, report on your trust how Kakari, West African media said mobile trust. You can't do anything. What can you do? You can't do anything. Where is your power? You can't do anything. Omo state power current me now Brahma. Whoa. Oh, sorry, you are just joking. na your friend say you see I told Trump too. Then the president managed to what? Oh, Ghana for 8 years. And Parliament is aware, led by Alban Pagwin. They are not raising issues. They don't. It's like wah. Last week, Omucha driver NBT ewa. The Ghana Police Service is not addressing the matter. The president doesn't care. The interior minister, is just a joker. Then you have the running mate who also is a joker. A friend is a vice president, Bobie is a joker. Then you have a very weak parliament, as if they don't read news, they don't listen to news, they don't read newspapers. What is it? So these are the things we raise. Then they come and tell you a baseless allegations. A baseless allegation say nipa 80 and you know nipa 8 ayira. How baseless? Same way then our friend baseless allegations. People just set up institutions just to destroy a beautiful country like Ghana. Because it's their own. The YGP Wokroma, nobody is asking him any question. Any police personnel OTM be and catch them and say, Asema Bobie Kano, Nyansenim. Okay, say Americans 8 Bayira. Na America buying at war. Yeah. Debbie, a serious matter. A serious matter. We have our chiefs. Gamanche, wate, the same way. Togba Fede, wate, this issue. Otum for wate. And I don't know Otum for Jina, a friend say, UK, museum, or my speech. While we have serious issues pressing us. I'm here, wate, and he's talking about free SHS. Yagbonura, wate? Ayi Domahine, wate? Duncan Williams no mate. Ghana Pentecostal Assembly o mate. Peace Council, they are aware of this situation that Ghanaians 8 ayira. So it tells you how we don't care about even the lives of Ghanaians. We don't care about each other. We don't care. Christian Council, over Kono Kasok to Peace Council for the budget Takoma government, almost $1 million akwajiedi. You see, when you do the analysis, then you get so wet up that you need to insult them. So you're a foolish man, pa. You are a stupid person to stay in the Peace Council office demanding $1 million, and these are serious matters. And so I will ask Orajo Mahama that yes, NDC is now doing well, but more. And from today, Kopem Friday, General Mosquito, Momiantimonka on this matter. Momayantimonka on this matter. A very crucial. Yachi obi bakuno, yachi obi bakosie, yachi obi yere, yachi obi nuyabema. Tomorrow you can be a victim. Jo mama ntwen na ya nche wo ba Ansah no wakasa. Ore se dun katia mama ntwen na nipa 8 ni yamoma. Show the family some care. Show them some care. It's very, very important. You can't sit here and you are just issuing your friend say a statement to sympathize with Obi Oti America to a fan national. While we have families who are crying, mourning, they can't find their loved ones. So that's it. I won't say much. And I think I've touched on the Brahma issue. Let me just leave that guy. So, Monshe Katie Amon over the weekend. Just watch Katie Amon. I think it happened on last week, Friday. And these people still need, yes, Omunya 8 years.
Of the manufacturers. But I think I see a couple of manufacturers here. What are they doing here? Can they leave the building? I was invited by the Chamber of, say that again? Construction. Yes. I wasn't invited by the Association of Cement Manufacturers. I wasn't invited by them. Can they leave?
Respectfully, Minister, Honourable Minister.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I've had a dealing with them already.
Yeah.
I've done with them. So this is your time. You asked me to meet you. You didn't tell me. I wasn't given any notice that I was going to meet you, a combined meeting of the two of you. I'm supposed to meet with you. This is not a meeting for the manufacturers, please.
Yeah, the respectfully honourable.
No, we're not going to entertain the discussion of this.
Honourable, if
two options. Can I leave or only leave?
Honourable, anyway, Chairman, over to you.
Respectfully, Honourable Minister.
My big brother, let's get this. I've met with them, we know the president presented. I came, look, there's cabinet today. Who called me? Who spoke to me the other day on the phone? You did. Look at how I struggled. I told you, come to my office today, I was going to the most. I'd forgotten entirely that I was cabinet. And then it dawned on me that there's cabinet. All right, yesterday we left the place very late. Today, we started about 8:30 and I sought permission to come and meet you. They'll come back. We've been doing 2 for. I'm here now. I'm not going to entertain any issues, which and part of why you called me. Cement Manufacturing Association, I've met with them. So they don't need to be here at this meeting. Actually, if you want it on record, they would not meet with me. They would not. So can they leave, please?
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Before they leave, I want to passionately approach you. Maybe if you understand the point why we invited them, then you would agree.
No, they would have spoken with you. You know their position. You can articulate their position. I'm not listening to anything.
Okay. Respectfully, our manufacturers, our minister has stated clearly that he has already met you, and then you have articulated your issues, and you have also met us and articulated your issues to us. So he felt that he was meeting only the chamber. So that is where we stand. We don't want a situation where the minister will leave, then we didn't have achieved the purpose for which we are meeting. So with all due respect, painfully for me, I would ask that, hold on, my vice make a point.
Good morning, everyone. Honourable, my name is Anopar Kwaf, a bridge and the vice chairman of the chamber. I think calling you for this humble meeting with our partners, which is the cement manufacturers, is because we share common idea, common goal. With all due respect, I will personally, if I may, I'm making a point to the whole floor that them living makes me to appear that we call this entire meeting off.
From the manufacturers, but I think I see a couple of manufacturers here. What are they doing here? Can they leave the building? I was invited by the Chamber of, say that again, construction. Yes, I wasn't invited by the Association of Cement Manufacturers. I was invited by.
Mame enkoye adwuma kakra bi ewo phone no so. Chris Jamfi Buatin. Chris, I think say mama otan numra from kakra. Chris Jamfi Buatin. When I started mentioning him for, I mentioned Otumfuo's name. Actually, say asem say esi Ghana Otumfuo ko UK my lectures. Ewo your friend say a museum. But you see, because of the hate, you did not even take your time to listen. Mama hate numra from. Because even when you hate the Otumfuo, there is little that you can do. It doesn't also mean say or bro a criticism so. Yeah, Santiphone cry criticizing no. I mentioned he is the first person I even mentioned. Timenya me mama time from na mu ye bibia mum fa mu adwene clear. When the person is wrong, the person is wrong. When the person is right, the person is right. Okay. So my many Ori Manuel Sherry on ACU Ghana Chamber of Construction Industries and Kodim Komoka Krabi. Uncle Akwaba.
So many of them.
Pacho Boko there.
I don't know, Bobie.
Yeah, the Yamia say, Uncle. Now, Uncle Cherry, what happened? Yeah, and I know Friday, you share video be money trade minister. Trade minister say, Encrophobian sorry free a yemu meeting. I say, what happened? At the end is here.
Yeah, my Micha Uti Fonsu. And say, yes, any United States. You're too staff for Minister for Trade, Ghana Standard Authority, and then the other associated industry players for a stakeholder engagement concerning the cement manufacturing ministry no are presenting for Parliament. So see, the issue before us is the manufacturing companies, Omu complaining say, Oman consortium, so that their input is also not being represented as long as the bill, the draft LI is so much concerned. So, Omu petition the trade minister, Ghana Standard Authority, but nothing came out of it. So they went further to Parliament, but still, they are not hearing anything positive from that quarters. And the way it was going, we have no choice as industry players to also step in.
Okay.
Because, as you know, say a sono how do you call it? The grass. That's and we would like to sit aloof as if nothing is happening, and then before we realize they come and hang it on our neck. So we decided to engage the manufacturers at a forum, which we did. They stated their position and the concerns that they believe should be seen to and be addressed. And then afterwards, we invited the Ministry of Trade and Industry, Ghana Standard Authority, and other 27 stakeholders, including GUTA, AGI, and what have you. So at the meeting, the minister walked in. After the introduction, that was when he was not happy with the presence of the cement manufacturers.
Okay, so hold on, Uncle Cherry. The point is, more inviting basically to discuss cement issues, and yes, sir.
Exactly.
And he accepted so beba meeting, no.
Exactly.
But more notifying say cement manufacturers association for us who will be there.
And one thing say your platform that's PPD, public private dialogue platform.
Yeah.
And it never be saying if you are handling it on this what we normally do is all the collaborators, the stakeholders involved, attach your modin to the invitation letters. And see, the invitation letter that was set on the Minister for Trade and Industry, all the collaborators list, including that of the cement manufacturers and the cement dealers, were attached.
Okay.
So it's in the known of the ministry.
I see. So which means no, you are aware, sir, yes, cement manufacturers, no, so by including the dealers.
Exactly.
Okay, so tell us what happened.
Yeah, what then happened was also working. Yeah, introduction every year, no. Or say he's unable to sit in a meeting together with the manufacturing company association. So therefore, he has been invited by Chamber of Construction Industry. So if anything, we want to deal with Chamber of Construction Industry, not Chamber, how do you call it, Cement Manufacturers Association. So that's what happened. So we were trying to explain to him, but he was not in the position of listening. So therefore, it became, how do you call it, a bit heated among ourselves. We wanted to even call off the program. But upon second thought, we decided that no, we have already know the position and the concerns raised by the manufacturers. So if the minister is insisting that he wouldn't like to have them in the meeting here, and then we know their concern, then let's plead on them for them to give us how do you call it, some few minutes.
Yes, please.
Let's deal with the minister, get his position on some of the areas that we believe we need clarification. Then after that, we'll handle it holistically. So that's what exactly transpired.
And eventually, no cement manufacturers for the PA.
Exactly. And then now minister no stay.
Wow.
Because automatic no man say, I that's all on PA. No better a man say on stay. I meeting no. And now no be now manufacturers no. I meeting no. So that was the ultimate one. Oh my.
Cherry, tell me, at that particular point, at the end about him as a Ghanaian citizen.
You see, as a citizen, and then as a leader of an organization, what we seek to do is to carry our players along, our stakeholders, especially the key ones, in terms of policy formulation, implementation, say what have you. So as a Ghanaian and as a leader, all that we need to do, first of all, is to ask ourselves a simple question. What are we trying to cure? And if the policy, the document we are bringing out, what is it going to do? What are the mandates, how do you call it, enshrined in that particular document? Who is it going to regulate? The people you want to regulate are the people are present, and you are not ready to entertain them. Then, if you fail the document, who is going to implement those documents? Those dictates of the enshrined in the document. You see, and sincerely, it wasn't the best. It wasn't sincerely, but we have no choice than to, because we also needed to listen to the minister, the ministry, and then the Ghana Standard Authority, because they are the proponents of this regulation.
Yeah.
So with that, getting them involved, it will be difficult for us to get certain clarity. So upon that, we have no choice than to act upon the request of the minister, which we did, and then I may say it has really served the purpose.
Anyway, but Moka say we no cement manufacturers no say better answer.
Yeah, you can say we are mobile.
Now, how did they feel?
In fact, initially they wanted to go, but because of the respect they have for us, we tried, how do you call it, talk them down, and then I must say we respect them so much, and then we thank them so much for having that patience and tolerance for us. Because if I were there, I were in their shoes, I would do worse off. You see, because it seems as if their right has been trampled upon, and then they are being treated as if they are nobody. Meanwhile, these are the industry players that we need to actually stabilize the economy. These are the people you need as a private sector, how do you call it, the captain in the private industry. You have the MDs of Gansem, Dangote, CMAF, Supersem, almost all the, you see, the gurus themselves, the MDs. So I don't see the need for the minister to act this way. But the harm has already been caused. I believe he might, after a sober reflection, regret the action that he took because it was in a bad taste.
No, do you think so? Unim Keti Amoye.
Oh, minim nupa.
And do you think, sir, or that sense of remorsefulness?
Oh, as human as we are, no matter what, there is a letter of remorsefulness in everybody, and then there is some support in everybody, and then there is some feelings that we all have. So, no, as human as you are, no matter how wicked you are, after certain actions and then upon sober reflection, definitely your conscience will speak to you. But no, I've done this, but it wasn't the best.
Anyway, it's a very sad situation. So right now, no, with the bill, more than a day, are they going ahead with the bill to pass it, or my updates, Kakra?
Yeah, they see our airline or parliament. If I'm not mistaken, we have within 9 days more to mature. And sincerely, where we are now, we like it or not, either the minister or the president impress upon the minister to go and withdraw. But if nothing of that nature happens, then what we are foreseeing is it will definitely go through. And then afterwards, whatsoever supposed to have been done will be done.
So go through. Na ebe law. What are you going to do?
Yeah, no, for instance, as consumers, we don't have so much problem as long as this is concerned. But our concern now is there must be a fair playground. The people you are trying to regulate, give them an opportunity and listen to them. That is all we're asking for. You see, it shouldn't be like a rubber stamp and be pushing certain things through people's throats because they are expatriates, they want a view. Do not forget, we need them no matter what. In as much as we are trying to protect our local content, we must also not forget that they invested so much matters. You see, so we must be very careful how we treat them.
So,
they are the same people that go to their, how do you call it, their home countries, to their presidents and what have you, keep begging them to come and what have you.
Anyway, so Terry,
listening to them, we are not treating them fairly.
My background, Kakra, my background education, Kakra. So, what is the bill seeking to cure?
All the bill is seeking to cure, the LI is seeking to cure now is they want to regulate the price mechanism, the pricing mechanism in the cement sector. That is what the ministry is trying to cure. You see, it seems as if say you need a proper regulatory regime around our sector, but it's not the cement alone. The iron rods and what have you, almost all the economic sector of the country is break down.
So, which means
we don't have how do you call it, Consumer Protection Act.
So, which means
we don't have Competition Act. We don't have it. So now, if you should go to the market today, you see that it's a free flow. It's a free market.
Yeah.
And you go and buy whatsoever you want to buy, sell it the way you want to sell it. You see? So if you're dwelling on cement alone, in fact, it's called for certain suspicion. However, that shouldn't be the case for now. The concern must be, do you get the buying of these people? What is their concern? Have you been able to address their concern, carry it along in the regulation? Those are the things we are asking for. They are seeking for. They are not asking for much. You want transparency, which is a good thing. Sincerely, the regulation is something that we must all welcome, but the approach, the methodology that the ministry use is a Rambo style, which is not the best.
Anyway, so which means, say, airline when you go through both indigenous cement manufacturers and expatriates, they will be affected, right?
Everybody in the value chain, all those in the value chain, all of them will be affected.
Then, which means a buying a baby determine how much you guys should sell it.
Not necessarily, because there is, initially it was meant as if cement price control. But during last Friday's meeting, the minister made it known to us that he's not trying to control any price. I just want price mechanism introduced so that, for instance, the manufacturers have certain indicators, economic indicators, like freight, demurrage, petroleum products, forex, that's dollar to CD fluctuation, exchange rate, interest rate, on per se, how the build up and son of profit margin how they can, and he says, yes, out of some less than 90 cities. Now this handing in our bar. I remember here, committee here say, I'm the OD San 90 cities. I would be you how do you call it?
So which means they are going to allow, which means they are going to allow more to determine more price. And yes, sir.
The same procedure, all right. But all they're happy that the changes now is you are going to submit the detail price build up, hot, inform the 90 cities who are at. And the committee will come and say, okay.
But the committee, also committee, a component in a politicians or a free industry, which is which?
The composition of the committee. We have industry players there. They have cement manufacturers there as well. We have AGI rep.
Okay.
We have Ghana Standard Authority, 2 reps from there.
Okay.
We have the Ministry of Trade and Industry, their rep.
Okay.
So it cuts across. The only rep that we don't have there is us. We the consumers or the developers. We don't have a rep there.
Why?
But apart from that,
why?
That's another concern that the minister has promised that he's going to look into and get back to us.
Okay.
And the price bill that we submit here, then on my himself is fair. But it's not fair when we say there be a profit margin our quote and it's too much. Then they'll call your attention, draw attention, say, okay, this and that, can something be done about this? You see? Yeah. And a whole not sell the free but because we don't have consumer protection acts. Okay. We don't have competition acts. So how do you call it basis do you have to be telling somebody that your profit margin is too high or is too low?
Okay.
These are some of the modalities we need to at least could have sit at the roundtable discussions, settle this among ourselves before going out. But it wasn't done that way.
Anyway, I guess that's it. You're back trying, sir. Also, I can 9 days, right? Okay, so let's see how it goes. Thank you so much for speaking to us. All right, okay. All right, so that's it. And Obiahu ayeketiamon. When you have government appointees who don't respect anybody, Brahma Suleimana say we should give them respect. We the citizens. And I don't know how different Bobie is. That is from the ordinary citizen. Apart from some microphone, no etra actually no. Me a citizen. You disrespect Ghanaians. Then you tell Bobie Ansah that Bobie over a microphone I respect politician Mimi Trianeka. Meanwhile, that politician does not even respect me. He has no regards for me. Orakobi Adams, a commercial director, Supersem, right? Cement Manufacturers Association. Chairman, Akwaba.
Yeah, afternoon.
Afternoon, yeah. Now, Boko there.
Adum, na.
You crema copim sebe Yaminti. And I know muko meeting a chamber of construction association Mushia no Mukobi minister by trade minister. Then we saw this video where the minister insisted say na onim samomo beba a yenshia mudie ni binti no say it's like one bushing into Monsorenko. Tell us your side of the story. What happened?
Yo, many I say, let me say, that's a fan for Kunya Ademaye. The invitation from the Ghana Chamber of Construction Industry. Say, Omonia in here or radio, so LI, Minister Nepesodeba. And no person is here, so you kind of side of the story, because they are our consumers, I think they are the main customers, so we have to explain to them. So, yeah, you to say you have nothing to hide, so you have to go and then explain to Omo Sebi, Omo UC and Cement, Then we went in there. See a call here, the meeting was at 8:30. They drew home at 8 o'clock to wait for all members, including our honorable minister. It's now say for 2 hours, Ansah minister neighbor. The minister by say he doesn't understand why we are present at the meeting. See, a year or more organized the meeting, which was the chamber, tend to explain to minister and say, honorable, and yes, say and but it was based on an invitation. Our Modema, yes, cement chamber, and as a cement manufacturer association to come and in see any buy. But just in your opinion, Papa, Bibia, and ye say, change na Yempia Bonting, na Yanko, because he doesn't want to have a meeting and he doesn't want us to be part of the meeting. But yeah, a Juma, Yebu Emra, na Yebu Yempeni for no, they say, yo. AP Kwabena and my minister no of course in the meeting. And to me, I'll be Samia, they see any.
But Kobe, catch say, cement manufacturing industry no more. How did you feel about the incident?
It's a tough one, and it's not just us because we also have other investors. I'm afraid from the day assembly here till now. And everyone is actually disappointed. But as I said, it's one of those things because for us, we cannot fight our minister and we cannot also disrespect our minister. In Sebanis, yes, we felt bad. We felt terrible because we heard the minister saying so invite Yamba. And we thought it was an appropriate platform for us all to address whatever the issues are. Yes, we felt bad, but it is not the end.
But is it true, sir? Is it true, sir? We invited Madam Wanko.
We went to the ministry. We sat in the ministry, and then we were told that we were supposed to meet him with the media. And because we are a corporate body and we also have a reporting line to our board members and investors, we told him that then it's also appropriate for us to get the agenda of the meeting, so that we can all align na yama media naba in your opinion said that we should still come and sit and have the meeting. We told him that would be difficult, but all that we want to know is the agenda for the meeting, and then we can continue in the presence of the media. So we went to the meeting, we sat in the meeting room, and then he came to call us and we told him what we thought was right.
So which means the point so invite him is not true.
Well, that is not factually accurate.
Uncle Kobe, catch us the minister didn't draw. Uncle Kobe was over because the minister didn't draw. Anyway, but the issue about the LI, Emmanuel Cherry, Edin Komo, and it seems also 9 days na. Or more area process no after 9 days no or GD say go through then which means mubenya regulations laws about regulating cement pricing and the keka ho mona moya manufacturers no. What do you think about this LI?
Yes, so as we've always stated, we feel that it's an industry that with communication and alignment, we don't even need an LI because in there the minister he wants to know the price build-up that actually goes into cement bags. And if you look on the website of every manufacturer, the price is there. It is not a secret. It is on the website of every manufacturer, local2%.com. You see our ex-factory price, and then you see our recommended retail price. because we cannot control all the retailers. As I speak to you, we have 1,558,000 retailers across the country. So it's difficult sometimes regulating them to tell them that Munton is safe. But all that we can do is to give a recommended price.
Okay, so naturally, Muse, you more committee, trade ministry rep is on. You have a standard board rep and other interested groups reps. A committee so. Now they are looking at indicators. Juma, say be a port charges, the forex, and other maybe any unfaswa or the toso. So when the committee thinks it be a price and upset, then omobe frau abusao the entire price no upset. Looking at the indicators, so which means anytime omobe price biano, more indicators back on the entire more pricing say. You know, bet me a regulating market, and that is what he told me anyway.
Yes, that is actually accurate, but I mean, a big kind board na in your cherry referred to now is the same board, and now more share the quality of cement, and so it is not two different boards. The work that they are supposed to do, what he explained, that they are supposed to do to check the margins and whatever. Today, Ansah cement back price. In retail, cement was two types, which is the 42.5R and then the 32. So they offer 32.5R. And local market, the average price of the 32 is about 90 Ghana cedis. Out of the 90 Ghana cedis, taxes and duties alone, they are 22 Ghana cedis. We free ma, a year, and Yama cement, which happens to be the raw material, the kind of clinker, limestone, and no unquiet 32 cedis, 90% per bag. Who come you know more? Your guess is as good as mine. Who we so are? So was an eddy your friend a year production cost, a year electricity, and so any near my idea. It's costing us 12 cedis, 40 pesos. If you hold on a year, cement, no, a year we are at the core market.
Yeah.
The core market, no, can no ever one bag be a good 3 Ghana cedi.
I see.
We train every man, yang ex-factory price, 85 cedis. Nipa auton no 96. On one infrastructure, 3.5, 3.7. With an additional 1.3 Nipa Nina. And see, with cement, one bag, 85, every Jamabu going near the cost actually, the cost build up is within 82.5. So the cement manufacturer is making 2 cedis, 40%.
But I don't think cement companies are born in your pay. Okoha, say Okoha. I mean, the prices differ
because the production cost is different per manufacturer. Obi Ohonoma, the production form into the cost of operating our show. Obi so Ohonoma, maybe our show into the cost of production our form. And I said, Kana Efa Niamanakon, a different transporters never, which would not make the same price in retail.
So which means me to see this airline no Nyadia Modibeya Juma.
Every minister have, and that's what we've always been talking about, the consultation. Because we are in the industry, our minister knows better. But in here, not saying drink and a bobu one. Near sure said, be do honor my touching man, able to me, I can't boom near ye. And that's what we've been seeking to do. Say, your penny, your DBI, minister, my fine, Nanka Yasna say, Nandia, ye say, airline, the company, a bois industry. And after the Yipuma, a baby, a bois industry. Is what we are actually calling for.
Anyway, so my next meeting here, Dabe, because we have just 9 days, if I understand the system. We have just 9 days to go. Mobesia Shiani Bill, and I said, more Janus, what can come?
Senior Minister, airline there, it drew Parliament. The here, Mr. Yeni Minister, Ebeshia, Neyakasa, but the it is going to be wait for the LI to pass or pray that our minister would listen to us so that we can all come together and then form an ally that will help the industry to thrive.
Uncle Kobe, citizens should cry for me. That's a baby. All right, so, okay, so that's it live at Accra 100.5. We are back here. NT. Now, when you have a very disrespectful government with, say, idea we are a KTM Jimmy no, or Jimmy no. If we have a president who is wise, and these are some of the things John Mahama should not come back to power and repeat. So, minister could Jimmy no HRS citizens say ya. Chinaso in public. KTM case woman could train be 1 month without pay. Because the people are disrespecting, you know, their taxes and bosome so or jene ne yere akoto aduane ase na no pipiripie ni titantan no emu KTM Jimmy no okoka omuso wudidi obi atem when the person has no respect omudipa na me Ghana ni onipa ni mbume wosi for respect me ntini pass yo oh yen na ada no dwumfo GJ akwa Jimmy no Jumfo, issue statement on KTM's behavior. Then you tell me when I put on the microphone, I should respect somebody like KTM. How? Timidity. I wake up in the morning, drive all the way, I buy fuel at a high cost, drive to the office. Me fuel no ametono, yet me taxes. I buy water. Drinking water, yet me taxes. I buy food, me tia taxes. Taxes no, ye be near the tia. Sorry, obi to say KTM monka. Me pacho, tia me ye pa the entire almost Bobie no. Ye sa taxes ni bi from my sweat near the tia a ye a KTM monka. And when there is an issue for KTM to come and address us, he will come and insult us. Then you have Jumfo and Sule Brahma telling me that we say a KTM bomu asimano. Say oh kana sem kra kana boko. Nti ye so microphone no a oh dada KTM na no we share cement for bi na dada KTM we dey wadaro man pacho ka me ka kire o say nka pacho de oye na wadaro man ka wa anyi ndie nka me sa na me nka no yes sir no Kwame does it make sense? Samuel Evans or you have not had a COVID but you pay taxes on COVID, yes. Me tia COVID taxes near the tia kwasi say eka to say KTM. Then this person, when he is to address an issue a press citizens no one did what them as if say I said ye konifie ko pa na chobi say pa chobra be minister wate na wo ama me minister no a Ghana ha wo so de Ghana nye yeda. Look at this fool KTM Jimmy way. Stupid man like this. Kwame, this is the problem. I must say, Bobie, no, this is the problem. Industry players. Do you know how much it costs to set up a cement factory? Do you know? So the issue is good. Yes, let's talk about the pricing. Perfect. I agree with the government. We cannot allow people to do their own pricing in the system. You understand? So me, partially, I am for it. That there should be some regulatory measures. Because when here the bare politics, today, what is meant to bare politics because MPP is in power. Then you want MPP out. May I want Akufo-Addo and Bawumia out, not because see this cement price in air politics. Yes, they will do it because they are fools. MPP ni Jimmy or opposition on the bay. But today, if Bobie sits here and claims say because of politics, let me go and hide behind the manufacturers and fight the government. What MPP ni they will price it high. Bobie, what are you going to do? So me, I am for it with the regulation, but let's do it 50-50 so that we don't kill the industry. Because almost employment, go to Jata Cement. You have almost about 2,000 workers there. Who get here, mom? So when these people raise issues, concerns, and you know say Branani Yankasa, you don't go there and talk to them as if when you call Bina, when you want seminar, oh Ghana your dear. So who KTM on Abedi? Look at this foolish man. Then John 4 and Brahma is telling us that even when the minister come and insult you, give the person a respect. What is that nonsense? You don't respect me, you want me to respect you. You don't respect me that I employed you and I pay you. You don't respect me and you want me to respect you. How possible? Tell me how possible. Quite a Manuel Tete says, Commander, please now, Galamsey is ongoing, you know. Ewakwano, Abeho, in Ayensuano constituency near my village. Please, they are damaging our waters. A government in there, a Kufu Niba Umianum to Galamsey, you know, will be anti fight it. Yeah, they are using the national security to do that job. They are destroying the country, that's all. They are destroying the country. So when you have a foolish man like KT Amon, you don't tell me I should give him a respect. What is there respect for? When a person doesn't respect me, how can I just give you money? Mama Bosumi Aketu, I said no, you didn't kudi. Me my employer. And when I need explanation to something I don't understand, you come and insult me. When you come and insult me, then they tell you when you put on the microphone, don't insult him back. Ghana and your dia. And Katie Amon, on your own, you can't even feed 5 people or 10 people. We have people who have opened companies on my fan for 50, 100. So, Jojo, let's Jojo. Anyway, all right. Last week, make a Kofi for soon cancer. NEP. And Kofi for soon cancer, TME. Lady ne say, one jini details that Obama wakwala ano etria sikana mano. Onipakura afre Kofi for soon cancer no. Say friend say on TME say no record because me person Kofi for soon cancer echo court. And now on come program issues but me di twam because na Monday Kofi ofosun cancer NEP. Sa boy no ani ticket no NEP no. Kofi ofosun cancer lady ne say wafre no. Na so be ma wakola no atua sika no. Na mo agini details. Thank you. Say what tie masem. Na be ma wakola no akotua sika no. Akola no won NEP office wo one no na eye adwuma. You have confirmed to me. Mutia we are the akane de beto aso because there is a document eya wo ofosun cancer wo signature ewase me person mutia we are na ma ba second phase ni so and I will encourage you to go to the court. Some say akola owo woni ne ye adwuma ayu so NEP document akwa defraud obi oba akogini sika. I'm not interested about the relationship. Me Bobie me honyo obi etwa hodi enye masem It has nothing to do with me. Me, I'm not interested in moral matters. For me, as I sit here, to be honest with you, as a saint, yes, I'm a saint. So, I mean, so be moral issues. Me, I don't confuse myself. Oh. No. Moral matters. You know, you was me. I don't care about the relationship. What I care is that you obey to me na government institution mu at a NIP. Na unyusu NIP document and find defrauding crofo of a cancer. That is what I'm saying. And me contact you because girl no say onim yes our boy bempa say why no. Let the my and yes you person me come say here. Sa guy no of a cancer office no na or your reporter. Yes, no a reporter mama media or tamale. So please, me, I don't have any problem. And I want you to go to the court. What confirm say nipani wa kola, what confirm say our nip. Ghana swa friend say mube tuyeska no. Pay the money. Because of Ozun cancer, you are the last person I'm sure we are say. Na ku faru no mu na mde na na wo ko Ozun cancer. Na ku faru no mu mde na dey. Na wo Ozun cancer. Just bakola ni nkotua sika no simple. Obi ani wa enka gan no be ka kire o say ayi ya friend say wakola adi fraud no enka mo yi na dimpo. That guy upon one no our office no o deserve say ya chino a jailing no. He's a thief, a criminal. No for some cancer frame ya obi friend last week say na for some cancer so many do atem kra phone so anka be na nka mpese wodi kotua wo national security minister asum na nka o tie bi next time message dey do atem ya record it me pese oboma MPP phone tie no o ma kuma tu me asema me no be kan o phone so no asema me ntimi nka no badwam. I don't talk about it on phone. Kofi ofosun cancer, you don't know me. Unim mintia. Asantima mponi akola. Me madwina wuche o. Asantima mponi madwina wuche o 10 times. Madwina wuche o. So please. Ghana say Muslim me go into details today. Just pay. When this kind of money we are, then we'll go to the second phase. And also from this time to December, me no any NIP office wo ye be ko bumper to bumper sa kopem se be to abawi. Me pese de opese wo ye bia me memo aye me Bobie Ansah. Ye frɛ me Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Me ma me firi Asante Mampon, me papa firi ofin so kokote. Me pia wa na de kra pese wo ye no. Me memo aye ofusun cancer. Unim me. You are joking. U tikete sa no. Me be yawa de bia owura mfida. Say wa bomi din na me do be ko na wo ofusun cancer wo ye bo ni a wo ye wan. Wo Syria kola Jimmy nya kufu ado kronfo we enu amema mon kola we positions a. But hey, bro. Me no kan boko wan tiasia me kire o se wo mu hia mi o. Mumu busa enkrofo okotokoto o Samia okunum no sa ankola no a me training wo mo no Samia okubusa o mo Samia obi ase obi hu hia me a busa o mo Anthony Kabonum no o mo didi machi wa salam down busa o mo let your boy go and pay the money onko tuesika no ya kare nyama sem it has nothing to do with me. But NIP, Ghana for there. You see, I wonder why these people think, say, as a Ghana, no, they are running Ghana with their own pocket money. My taxes go to NIP. Please, so you can't tell me, say, Mama, can NIP pass them. Say, me, Ofosunka, say, me friend, no. and I catch him so, oh, wouldn't boy no, or Yajuma or Nepa. Why don't come any problem be? Why? But you told me that you wouldn't boy no, or Yajuma of office, or Pom Brignon said, or Yajuma of office. You eventually called the girl, which means unim girl no, which means unim assemblimu. Na me kasa na si o ofosun kansa kwala say obi afre me se ubo midin. Wanim ketekete se ayi. Mutu awia ya besi akọ phase 2 ofosun kansa and Erika J nkra no de ma me no mete and I promise you memo akọkọ and twa ene de maka ni twa ne fa kokọ no. Anyway, so Kwame, let's do the so Ochenya raise issue be right. Ochenya raise issue be. Me pa me cho cement de no mama me Ochenya say ayi osre caterers ene teachers so more sabotage free SHS. Who is sabotaging free SHS, Nana? Yoda way. Editor way. Who is sabotaging? Oh, it's okay. Don't worry. Who is sabotaging free SHS? Nana, I'm waiting for a penny. Nana. Nana say we had my board you correct pa. Who is sabotaging free SHS, Nana? Your own kinsman, who is the president. He is a thief. And Oma use free SHS in the area of my way. The president and his people almost sabotage the free SHS. Budget allocations are Oma ya abroso. Kwame, true or false? Nana mwati for a penny. What to him fee? Tinana want to say a man for complaining as a budget for free SHS no expenditure na abroso. Almost 2 billion Ghana cedis is missing. Nananti say caterers and suppliers a bit me suppliers to me da a buffer stock be na watch a ma no mo de omo support and no omo tawo no mo de akoda because abinding ntua omo ka obekọ budget no ya boss kan din say sika we na di kwakoye free SHS for caterers and suppliers but sika ne nkonko duru omo nsem nananti wotia himfi ono nti wonte oh Muvia musi Bobie cassette aye. Oh, Jimino doso. Jimino a doso. Unte, haven't you heard this? Fredio Foriata, Nana Fredia. Wo amotia, ufie and a media for now, Statesman newspaper, as I say radio, and in Ayamodia. Omon Kai News. And it's a untia cry from a untia as a radio. Untia cry FM. And untia as a radio show. On Kai Daily Post. Now the Statesman on Kai. What kind of sometimes Nana so well for Tobia. To akufari ya kronfo tunefo. Why kronfo? Today I want to be good. Today I want to be good. Today I want to be a good boy. I want to be a good boy. Nana. You don't tell me uncle. But yanko tia, me yanko tia, me Nana Motia. Nana, I beg you, Nana. I could afford the mammy jaw lie. But you know, me and you, we deku. I beg, Nana, over yes, as much as you are, look, tell the politicians whether NDC or MPP, me, I don't mind. What I say, but those who are sabotaging the free SHS, no, the likes of Akufo-Addo, Bawumia, you know, Osafo Mafo, they are doing those things. They are using criminal activities. Nana teachers are ayire womu akọ school a radio. Teacher bia nu a pese ni school kwada betimi abenyina be penin papa obe sabotage omo. For what? Go and see what they are going through. Wa won crop for se wunu ya pani o so nu aketo Akufo-Addo no. Wotwa PTA mu. Enye ma na PTA Parents Teachers Association omo ya de boa a school for Bapemene abani ntimi nye BC BC kromo no omo ba betro sika kra na akoye problem. Why we are scanning na Nana, who is sabotaging on my education? Who is doing it? And you won't crop for mu free wa feel. Are there not the people doing that? Then you turn around because of politics, you start pointing accusing fingers at teachers and caterers and suppliers. Omo brofono. Or no supplier, mamia tranka so akofo aduane free room e dia ba for free education. Na obi kwasi ampani bi Jubilee House. No ayiska no or the top plane ticket Emma ma kwasi ampani bi ete eye Jubilee House. No the play where the first cano. Na yese ma ko da buffer stock for 1 week. Omun dware. Nana mwati ya Obama oyire Obama oyira go through sa or how way mu. So who is sabotaging what?
One of the greatest policy areas. So Kwabena or what was it going to be so fine? Now also why I say you know school as it says school no almost 1 year the no na do na buy I school free I'm a free I near be free parental difference PTA now who teacher no announce a metro no I be yaba nkwala ni no na wuya at the coffee o ni papa ni wuya na ko fa kan ma se nkwala bi anya wo di ko na mu ni wuya na no coffee na papa na di pa o di ba se fa nyi o sunas ebi esi se bi ya ye ni wuya nkwala provisions ye sabi kwada onye deaf asise onye mufu oni ani no bi area also the code go bakoton.
All right, so mamene ante na PRO School Feeding Caterers Association Ashanti Region. Auntie Akwaba.
Yeah.
Boko de.
Ami adumo na also.
Erade kaye ho. Na wadaruma ayi yahine nana amwati for penny was it more sabotage free SHS no mu wie anuane no what was him
maybe can not sure I won't know what you're for about the cases really a school and say or can about free SHS and answer or can about a friend and Kwalanki Swan.
Oka aye and Kolano enuane a omode basic and your friend say free SHS yeah.
Oh any na pamela na shall say or ignorant about the all can onim the won't in our can yes who feeding caterers I know general basic schools yeah pre-finance may say I buy no money but the assemble one more contract say over pre-finance 10 biano a whole term sanka ye adwuma no wie a at the end of the term no yɛbɛsan bie school sanka yɛama kwan a yɛbɛma kwan and sanka yɛba abɛbie a yɛbie school no a bia 2 weeks na deɛ mu di ka yɛ first term no na aban no atua time a yɛhyɛ adwuma no ase no saa na ɛteɛ saa na ɛwɔ contract no because ɛwɔ sɛ yɛbie school a bi yɛbɛkɔ 2 weeks 3 weeks na deɛ mu di ka yɛɛyɛ no na aban no atua mɔka ansa na ana asasa mo otua so kɔ no but this is the case a yɛyɛ say no ɛkɔkɔduru baabi sɛ sure yɛ 2 terms na yɛ 2 terms na nka yɛbie the third term na aban no atua baako ɛkɔ awie yɛ no wasen atua because ehun sɛ yɛaban no duru baabi no covid ne adeɛ ban na ahokyerɛ wɔ nti no yɛkɔɔpii with it but after the duru baabi no kyerɛ yɛ 3 terms ne nyinaa ansa na aban no atua ɛba saa so ana akɔ ahohiahia ɛna adwuma no a yɛyɛ no aban no ɔmma yɛ skill wɔn na wɔde sika yɛ adwuma no na aban no atua wɔ ka nti na yɛ dɛn na me wɔ me sika na mede akɔtɔ ma aduane abɛgu hɔ na mensan bɛwia me ho and normally no schools ne bebree ɛwɔ kitchen ɛwɔ school mu hɔ no ɛna kefra no wɔbi wɔ hɔ a kɔ no wɔyɛ bibi foforɔ nti ɔwɔ cooks saa cooks no a ɔwɔ wɔ school mu hɔ no no ebi wɔ hɔ de no kɔgu hɔ a ɔmbɛ miizu sɛ aduane no nti sɛ ɛba edu baabi na caterers ne yɛ no sisi saa adeɛ no nti sɛ ehu ne saa na ɛwɔ sɛ nnuane no a yɛde akɔgu hɔ no yɛkyɛm because sɛ wɔyɛ calculation sɛ ebi a whole term no wobɛtumi ayusi ebi a ɛmo 20 bags ana aduane ama nkwalaa no bi a wobɛyusu beans 5 bags 3 bags wobɛyusu anwa ebi a 10 gallons wate aseɛ wobɛyusu ebi a moko bibi wese wɔn ne bɛba ahoso no na ɔmo no aduane ni bum because ɔmo de aduane no kɔ a na teachers na ka kyerɛ wɔn aduane no nso nkwalaa no nti ɔmo so no ɔmba no de ɛbɛso wɔn nti no ɔmo no aduane no bum de ama nkwalaa no ɛna wɔn so no yɛn kyerɛ wɔn de aban no ɛde ma yɛn so wate ase nti sɛ wɔn fu sɛ wɔyɛ kɛtwa na ahwɛ na sɛ ɔbɛsɛ yɛ aduane no a ɛwɔ sɛ wɔyɛ dan ne bi bɛfie nti ɔmo no ana
yɛ no na se yɛ amu wiawia
yɛnwia aduane no because aduane yɛayɛ dea aban mmerɛ yɛ sika sɛ aban mmerɛ yɛ aduane deɛ aban wɔ mmerɛ yɛ aduane and bia ketra nefa sɛ no constituency a mewɔ mu no bia schools yɛ wɔ ha bia bɛyɛ 10 bia 20 ketra baako tumi to ne ho si wɔ sɛ metan bia no kɔ akɔfa nneɛma wɔn ɛde aba nti saa ketra no de nneɛma no ba bia wakɔ baabi te sɛ adwira akɔ bi te sɛ amanten akɔ bi te sɛ tɛkyiman na wakɔ akɔtɔ nnuane no sɛdeɛ ɛbɛyɛ a kɛɛ sika boɔ no ɛbɛyɛ baako nti no ɔbɛtumi akɔfa nnuane no nyinaa de aba ti kaa ne ba a ɛnyɛ afei na ɔde kaa no ɛbɛkɔ various schools na aka no nipa atwa watam ase
mate aseɛ
nti sɛ mene school a ɛna me na makra nneɛma no ɛfiri tɛkyiman a aba nti kaa me ba abɛsi ne school mu ɔba no bɛduru me school mu a asɛ na kɛtira ɛbɛfa ne deɛ bie ba bɛfa ne deɛ sie bɛfa ne nti danse mi sɛ dane bɛgu school mu wɔnom a ɛdane ne nyinaa yɛ saa school ne deɛ a
I see. Matthias, if I follow pa.
Aha. And so I buy then and na ono asa man sika de my no. Eh say. Aba what you 97 pesos. Eh 1 cedi. No what it tax 3 pesos. 97 pesos. and then I say for the run at all. Any and I want to come once some says the kind of the Mayano. It's on for being at the anchor. And overcut or yeah, or 60 car or bet me. I want to see the 50 pesos. Recent is come anchor, yeah, she share. I want to see 50 pesos, which is the last payment on year. Based 1 month ago. But what am I saying?
Matthias.
And so all 2 come. What you 1 city, 20 pesos. If I pay tax, 5 pesos. Am I 1 city, 15 pesos? Then I hear your third Yanni. 1 to 15 pesos. Ah, I am Sabi. I send the owner of winning one. More can say.
Any Oma can say.
Because I look at it, I can say about it, and was a can say my image. Yakrano, Yabua buying for so many years. Yet, yes, sir, one answer. Near town, a more 120 cities. Maybe 102 cities. Yami a Karamu free Sampa, at the banner, near to 122 cities. And I didn't want to ever. Travel number tray 97 pesos. 97 pesos, no. I buy that up to this time.
97 pesos, no. Time ben walking.
Yeah, or share school feeding at them. Travel Mexico, a Jumana near. Yeah, that's 2 a Jumano. I know what a other opponent on. Not a Jumani Sicano, near 50 pesos.
Oh, okay.
And we can see, and on the bar 97 pesos. Yeah, Jumani 2 times. After 2 times, Travel no Otico, and I Otico a premaye, and a bar 1 CD. No matter tax, 3 pesos. Now 97 pesos. And Otico a free alcohol. Otico call around 2018. The first that I am on. Yeah, cheer Jumanwa between 97 pesos. And I call home demonstration, maybe a call home striker. Yeah, young penny. Sikanisha, because a Yamabuan, and more at a near tunnel 105 citizens. Some Coronano, and a Samono 750 cities.
Wow.
And today, see, no one saw the catcher say we are buying. I buy the moment we are in. Yeah, woman, you come we are buying. And then here at home, 2 cities. About time that the Becca said, no, the Bell Squad, or money Bessica, 2 cities are cocoa and war about Tinidi. Now, what the no crown, or Tom 1, Tom 3 cities, Chamon 3 cities in the moon, Chamoni Ansah, Sir Obena Ladder near Nukra. Latin Crowina. And nobody jam on what hour. What more 30 cities.
And Nanasimu, we are Niano, Namunya.
Yes, son, I'm not all fire and a braca. The Nidio Council. You're young, man, and Yaman, Yama.
Osmu, we are.
We're from a pa. Nadaroma. And Yamanu.
Asumu we are as a one pen and answer and I'm present Mugun and was the movie. We are near man.
Jumanwa, the city sign. And Rabbi, and I'm take care. And I want to the Kakai. Almost to see a chair, I can't want to watch it. Sabi, Okavaru Ban. Now we're going to question, now we're going to question the Jobana and Casa, who say, about Banabacasano. And some machine will be here to you.
And you're some more crown for.
We are now crown for a study. We are now crown for.
Okay,
because our background of fact, all the 30,000. I could do. What could do that 1 way behind? Now do say a bill payment. Near the chow 10,000, 12,000. Finally, near a car was too much. Yeah, it's a whole fan cratamra. I am a cratamra. I am a fan cratamra. And free say school feeding us, the everything. May come in, me didn't mean you can't say, or bad being who was gonna have. school fees secretary to among neneka ebi ye 2 10 ebi dey 3 10 ebi dey underpayment ebi dey non cooking days akatete basa ya kan mo tuma to this time and me time mo so asabi ye nim san ka ya sa abre no ka e be ne ma yie no so na no mo da so bebu ye kwase ade
yo auntie
yes
say nana simu wia mo wia ti ye be ye da se bebre
ye share am
Amwatia, wasumo. You are giving somebody 95 pesos. Or no kaya crano. Onya say, Onya your friend say, 1 CD, 15 pesos. Or your pre-finance. And you see, Nana Mwatia complains here now your fabo be no. Me, I have serious issues effort the way I must be. And Nana Moti and Yankwa, Ghana him for me was me I didn't them with him. I don't know. I get sad. Oradukwe Ayikwe Awule, Director of Communications, Coalition of Concerned Teachers, Ghana. Chama Kwaba.
Yeah,
Bokodi onia omunyina ajewoso but quick one nana mwati for a penny chebi hine ana oshia gathering ana okache almost momone caterers man kola na duan no ya mo sabotage your friends say free SHS no Timamon sabotage free SHS. I don't know whether Saiwe I come to more notice. And what do you think about it?
Yeah, my kind. Now, someone told me your madam said, men for so on. Name opinion and let's go to me. For life, give me the man show. Now, I can hold a preference and call media growing. Now, or they call you get tired near more. Now, I hope that you are catching up for life. Not so up in the no so. Saturday, and all the country. Or more constant effort for one young pet. You pick up 4 years. Politicians by a yard and some train. And one say, I am now, sir, when I go implemented. Now, what's going to now, maybe that says that bank now, I bet to that. Say, if it's a 4 year with the young colony, if the other time. Maybe I'm thinking of my reporting.
Me am metia me need any report be asa.
Any bill come by me so me the India management and say bank account to the Indian no. Me yem from me say so thing for. Me ma tell about be no say schools made from ya coaching me piano. A good term. And no crime, say, yeah, the way I court, my idea assembly, yeah, I'm
no, what raises very serious point.
Into populism. Maybe I will be on one idea and if you're there, could cheating 1 year to maybe you're good time out in the year. Now you see, once or two, the moon, you won't say that long. Me and what is the curve, and I can say, no, we are. You know, you're good in master, but it's still making him feel in comfort. Now, such a problem or your Minister for Education, and now your Director General for Ghana Education, and now your spokesperson for Free SHS Secretary, and now your PR Roma G. Bon, men kasa point. Na some future be no the babu dia. Onko na kati. Omo mo ye galante wa na kati. On fait future koma wo. Na men kase. No munja isa galante. Wa ye sika for imrepa no. Ye dem wa na bebra. Ne ba sa.
Mesme Dase, thank you. All right, so Moradu Kwe Ayikwe Awule, Director of Communications, Coalition of Concerned Teachers Ghana, and you heard him right. I say I'm going to Futua. Said ye, Odon Crawford two galam say, okay, I can say Odon Crawford, but I mean, say, Moana Moyasa, Galam saying there, Moa on Crawford, or so catch it. They go two homophobe. Sir. But you see, this man are raising very serious matter. Hey, you see a chuobi, na anwa, any more, any you na, but they prosecute you. So the MPP government stage managed all this. And that I'm waiting or the name without verifying, because you can only prove say ampa obi a kronfo say your friend say your chain on your didn't call court you did not say it's a government into be my statistics no then we are good to go. Amodia wa wo fie for the area free SHS musica omu twi cars no mo ba ho cars omu park because until free SHS until say Akufo-Addo no ba bam no cars a ofie fo nkwala gabo chiri da akonom tititim no no mo ni kapre one city om de beto car no kra tai ehiafo koso mobrofo omo ntomago koso. And I will join them. Who are Futuobia? You see, look at the issues. You tell somebody to go and do pre-finance. You don't give the person money. I'm what you see, I don't know any problem. 95 pesos. Now, omoto mo bottle 100 Ghana cedis. Now they are buying it around 600, 700. Still 95. Omoka cry actually no. 1 CD 15 pesos. Onipa we onya omobo. And I tell you, I chebi hine on countless occasions. Washa. I your friend say videos in Kolana du ani omudi. He doesn't care. Ne babia nim. Ana ne busu ni bia anya caterer. Ana supplier. Ya ni sika akam. You understand? So he can just talk anyhow. Yeah, he can just talk anyhow. But Namaka said today I want to be a good boy. I want to be a very, very good boy. So I will just leave it here. The public will process it. And that is neutralism, neutral journalism. You leave the public to process it. You know, so you don't say so. You know, so I want to be a very, very good boy. Ofosun Kansa, I want to be a very good boy. You push me, go there. What you go see, where you go hear, you know, go like him. I'm telling you, Ofosun Kansa. So we need penny will fear. And no papa tipe me this agrono. Me no abusu a penny age pe. What? Okay. All right. So Napco. Yeah. Walk of a hotel for. Oh, Debbie Kwame, hold on. Walk of a hotel for the Omako Yejuma. All African games. You are not paying them. Kwame Yanko. You are not paying them. You see, I go for a hotel for Edo Omako Yejuma. And I hear property you are here. I hear. But you see, sometimes it gets so annoying. Oh, you had a program me point. Yeah, I had a point. Oh, can sit down. Can sit down. Can sit down. Can sit down. I want a point. Walk off our hotel food. Listen to me. Baby, I will be our Ghana team. I buy no FA hoteliers for all African games. One more year. Sika the ma or calf the ma by no or more discano without one person betray a hotel for neka. You see the problem? So our hotelier way now I'm waiting a catcher or no hotelier no your crom for no sabotage kufuado. How? And today my promise. I'm a very good boy. It's very good for us. In fact, we will not allow them to sway us from the issues. So our able continue with our issues. But it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. NAPCO for throw a year petition their finance ministry that we need our money. Now I can't tell almost say co-presidency a honor musika no. Nana Akufo-Addo, you hear this for the first time. I'll call you Nana President Akufo-Addo because from now I want to be a very good boy. President Akufo-Addo. Ose,
I'm when my degree.
My bread. I didn't remember the President Akufo-Addo.
Akwebi, okay, say
nonsense.
Maybe a tremuna. Your more way for Coco Hesufo,
Achambi.
Na Coco Hesuni Bako, our share for Suna. Nidino, or no, I see a friend Mohammed Awa. Or no, I see a friend a champon. Or no, I see a friend of Kwakumenu. And tea, O friend of Kwakumenu or Bedges. O friend Kwakumenu, the NHS Sadano. Obedifu. O friend a champon, the NHS Sadanimum, this all crocron. No, a champon no answer on him running or wahine.
Hey,
and tea Ubuzan say a friend is here to me started. Mohammed Awal a champon or wahine, yes, a kuman. I'm one of my baby.
No, but Nana, what call all African games? All African games, and your Ghana buying and organize you.
That's true.
Calf Eba Musika.
That's true.
Sikan more we be agreed. Even Boteman Stadium no crack half someone you know. Mo ye half and a muja half too. And a di sikano. Right? Now
they ended up for hotels.
Yes.
So they ended up taking the monies there.
And one normally organize programs. Hotels kakra no mo high the ma ho e dem no. Osmintua.
Why? Say on so mentia.
Or also Maseho. Australia. Or Maseho. Oslo. Norway. Or Maseho. Or African Games. Or Maseho. No, but how? So you turn around, you take so much taxes from these people. What do I mean to make us mintia oka? Opa court. You have the sports minister sitting there. Then you turn around and come and tell me, give me respect. How do I give such a person respect? How do I give such a person respect?
Na Kwabena ana unim say eya na enye ya say omo ka say ebi a fani say obi gina ba bi say omo mu obi. Unim say sakasa no meti a etimi me ya pa say onipa ko na o kasa asem no onimade a efe na ebuo. Ewiase wa umu ho ayemu. Me na epoku ameti hei. Se me sori na me mume ho. Na me sori na me ya nneoma basa. Se ma bedi mampani. Na me ne se wa broni akwhye de na matwetwe pimpini is abo me yam. Na ya cha me photo. Na me no fa abobo. Na e da abonten me bu me ho.
Na nkwala e kan so umume.
Oni ye ene ye ka. Enti boy pa no hu se obi nim nyansa na so wagimi.
I mean, look at KTM. Yeah, industry players. A chamber of construction for a free meeting. airline no awo de kono airline no if I hear adwuma no ho
yes
to regulators
yes.
I don't have any problem. They decided say ombeba a meeting nibi a cement manufacturers. You went there to meet them. Now you start insulting them that you don't need them there. They should wake up and go.
You're a minister.
Will you tell me give him respect?
So who should respect who? Is it the master or the servant?
I don't know.
Who needs to respect the other?
The servant should respect the master.
The master. So
and
if
we are the master,
you that are supposed to be my servant have refused to respect me,
then you tell me,
and you tell me that I have not respected you.
How?
I mean, it is only a buffoon that thinks like that. It's only a buffoon. And if you look at all these people in the helm of affairs today, now mono to me bejna baby catch Ghana for say yeah momuno yeah omono na was almost some yeah no yeah mu omo a penny hwesuni
and I'm saying the master muno
ono say the master muno.
So mamenya napkomra and I don't know why I'm directing napko someone ko presidency nana tachi Eric nana akwaba
yenio obiaza
boko de nana
nyame adom nyame de achen
nana musika no akasai ye pese ehunu di akapa na moye nipa dodo sei
ana ewe memfa wafidie so na menchia napkofo a Nanado Danko Kufuwa done Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia umubu yenkwasiya ama ende yenam yefu panya ya ye adwuma on an empty stomach na ye brewo omangani obi emra skim di ba wi na aban pame yen opebre mu no abra ya ye adwuma no aban pame yen opebre mu wantua aka na ye 67,000 on the scheme. And 67,000 no. Ye did penny a binder die and then Kwabena permanent employment ambassador or they and Sheba say ye contract extension. He is 67,000.
Moya say 7,000.
57,000.
57,000.
67,000.
Hey, Debbie, Nanataji.
67,000.
Napko for a Baumian Bumu Kwasia.
Yes, 67,000.
67,000.
Yes.
Very good.
The attorney say what last payment on make last payment was 2022, which was September. And I have the data with me right now. We share payment structure national. About 67,000 and omuka for the last payment and I could make ya own make payment biabio.
But sana almost say 100,000.
Good. The 100,000 if no day a home near hotre near bufu a jai scheme. And after you know, a binding that die in the buy say, Obama is a permanent employment now muscle, or substitute with contract extension. Yanam Kufuni none a Japanese on base our contract extension. In the new boycott or contract extension, no koyo mua, Jumakudi, Omo Payoko, koyo more construction work in a cotton tom wadie. And the one cow scheme no so year contract extension no per data that I have is 67,000. Sa 67,000 na Bobie ye year juma bosom du aban ankasa ye ho ti be fie no na ye de ni hahan ene kasa with media engagement na aban ni tia yen ka ba ko which is 1 month utiaye efiti hono me no kasi aban no entia kebia bio. So the areas we are talking about are finance ministry and the creative smoke screen. So one day I don't want friend in Napkukrano, omo enti huda enim de omo friend on Napkuno, which is hypocrite no. ɛne na da yɛka ho asɛm 9-month arrears na deɛ nti a Bobie Ansah deɛ nti a yɛtwerɛ letter no koraa no kɔɔyɛ ne sɛ ɛnkyɛ biara o ɛna Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia ɛkɔ voter Oti region to be specific no ɔkɔ share bɔ in fact one of the chiefs no you're very concerned about the situation of NAPCO beneficiaries ebisa ne say scheme Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia the share one sa the whole NAPCO was built under your leadership and so scheme ya tete apansam in bebunu kro mu ye adwuma wo scheme no so no wo de wo ka bosoma kron na ope president ye di den na wo ya fa ho na Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia e share bo a esichire wom bo a alewa ewom tofide de wom say oh me papa me returning from me program me ye pe me di aka me ko share finance ministry mo release funds e de atua na kofuo ka na say ye de letter bre mo say mu release funds na mu ntia yen kana mo tro letter bre yen say you don't know anything about NAPCO nti yen ko presidency ni yen ko da yen ka wo wa then that comes to expose Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia say yen tro no okodi wo Oti region yen tro bo she no de say NAPCO fo no say na ye ka Bobie Ansah say finance ministry and say yen ko presidency is the finance ministry trying to tell the whole country say one need communication with the presidency no a break yana one need effective coordination from the finance ministry to the presidency and yen vulnerable NAPCO trainees are abaya chim yen kom ya ye juma 9 months abayan tia yen ka since 2021 ayegusia ye den ho ka ya ye bobono yen na yenko finance yen yenko presidency yen sanfa letter yenko presidency the presidency no enipa sen na omko ho enipa sen no omko presidency so the finance ministry one incompetence under this regime are manifested clearly on the NAPCO letter omutro brain because the institution na wono competent what they would do is that na collect a petition here to come on no come the copy back presidency no add the order from the presidency as to whether they should pay NAPCO beneficiaries or not on brain yen mbobro for yen hianfu say yen ko presidency yen fa let am ko presidency be that as it may no Bobie finance ministry if they don't know me no say the legal coalition no maya submitted 3 petitions that the co-presidency and that petition na ye submitted you know eka the same arrears in one sem the same arrears and the president let's say the co-presidency no na eka one sem the content of the letter spoke about the arrears that I am going for the scheme you know and president finance ministry hono Bobie, they have phone say there are countless demonstration at the premises of the finance ministry. Emma, at that time, you know, finance ministry director ebe ketre and say yenya botre no omo gugun hihye so a omo betua yenka and they ban saying and omo ka che and say omo di omo nim bibia and the yanko presidency. Ke enye strategy and the blame games and a ministry and a buying air bar. Na ka den obe finance ministry abe catching saying abotre na musi yezika ni mu betua man na dey the letter ba say mu release the funds per the promise of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia who be catching say yanko presidency. Put to us it is an insult.
Say no na natachi enkrofo nska no mu ntua sa no mpeso mu catch them
Bobie Ansah but trust NAPCO beneficiaries are make us a mom. Look, we have engaged legal practitioners. Sa aban we buamanfo kwasia na ye graduate like us. Some of us ye kra ye masters o. Some of us ebumu ayi wo PhD erio ana no mo wona konumu. And today he said we have spoken to legal practitioners. We have every legal grounds about way for the first time in the history of this republic. Asking Monakasa Diaba, court.
Well, but they don't care because at the end of the day, it's the state or no didn't memory we are on Faho abine Diaba. I mean, a good for individual bit none of them. So yes, you are allowed to go to court. You
see, that makes it clear, say Dr. Mahmoud Bawumiano or lack of credibility. Look, NAPCO, take it from me and let your media people block this. NAPCO for say Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, you made the show when first manage NAPCO Nukra went to manage. Now Ghana na went to manage. NAPCO na ye nipa 100,000 went to manage. And also what that down market answer what that down was na Ghana and I'll be to manage. So if you could not manage NAPCO, then the NAPCO full soup now only a flag bearer of the new patriotic party. Now influential position now one to me yes she was in one. Then first of all, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia qualified. So obey Jinampo say yen tones waba. Because Ghana I will share voting analysis now. But
I say mama worry or baba mama your friend is say mobile phones more to and 1 city 2 city 1 city 2 city 1 city.
Bobie said the biggest mistake MPP new me I don't do politics, but is it issues nibuha a too factual. The biggest mistake MPP why to elect Bawumia to lead them. Yes, in Bebuno Elsu, unemployment rate is 14.7%. Bobiasa. This is a concern issue. Obia Kot now a dream say no. Program Ben Yedebeba national policy a regulatory framework. Ben Yedebeba able to near other solve problem we at the 24-hour economy aba. Say in former dokuro addition policy makers nothing. No more than say paper work this 24-hour economy will come and deal with unemployment canker. Akato many so. Ama in the Bebunu kwa huhi. Na fabibibra na Bebunu ya resemu na kofono mwenye juma ye na omuti fie 67,000 no musuno. Omunye enidaso wumu a o say me ba me beche phone. That tells you say Bawumia does not even qualify. Say you see Bawumia bejina say Ghana kra ne yan consider ne yan tuno so abana kwa. It is an insult to lead the youth. It is an insult. The man does not have any credibility. To me, policy bia ebe share youth new crying. Say what that dying. And you know the policy we have, but policy yendo kro munche. Yes, say ebe buan ya. You bring your opportunity woman. Obi akot na see the 24-hour economy aba. As woman bona omo ye ya. In fact, able to me at unemployment situation na ye face no so. Eme bebu na enye adwuma ye. Then all day ba o see better Android phone. Look at this. And the same person is telling us that yan to abamano. Abra nam kokurano, nam ko 9-month arrest. Andokrano, one position now one to me enye bibia mo munti ayenka. How do we build trust in Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia? Look, Ansah.
Yes, sir.
Nam kofo ye mu funu. Ya cho letter. Ya the national security. Ya the national security. We have informed them. Say, NAPCO issue na ọhọ na maye honhom no ye about 67,000 say ye tie hu go abonten say ye demonstration a bibi abetumi asi international security. This is an advice. The position na mo handle wo no mo fa advice na na dan for Kufuado no only this canon pian bebru no comedy woman because it is a threat to our national security. Match ye bu mo kombebu na ye djuma match wo mo koma bosoma kromo ntwa wo mo ka ma pam bebu ni de na ye ma pam mo kofie ma pian wo mo etiko e me bebu ni nam no ma bet mefie mfo mu sika mo so no mfanye business won fan tonton ade bi wo kwan ho so a ano so abaye manso na national security institution like national security you are aware of this situation senior trainees no echo unrelenting anguish omo experiences severe pain excruciating hardship na mo ntumi ntu aban for Mosola na letter ten and a motro. I want to me into national security cannot advise the president that Mr. President in Bebuna untio mokano a threat to our national security. And shame crying in Bebundu or Yamukumunu a yogi and the almost come on. Look, Bobianza, we are going to serve greater regional commander. The notification for your last demonstration. They are going to serve Greater Accra Commander our notice for our last demonstration. And in that demonstration, you know, you have a parliament. You have a petition parliament.
Now, what kind of demonstration is in Tusha? Kwata da bay na baso.
On the first week of August.
Good.
Echo regional commander. This time around, constitution you read there be anywhere say police no more in direction. You say police engaging in demonstration peacefully, in line with the constitution, in consonant with the constitution. This time around, this is what we will stick to. The be able to say you picketing. Jubilee House in front of the Jubilee House, the police will allow us.
But if they decide not to allow you guys 67,000, then I'm betting you.
Say, woman allowing ya, we will do the demonstration, they should arrest us. Yes.
Yeah, and but 67, no, I'm betting you 50,000 cry.
This time around, we are going to do is a Bobie Ansah a merge demonstration here, say, because youth in afforestation abide the Omoka.
Hey,
yes,
sir.
Youth in afforestation abide the Omoka 12 months.
Wow, almost do I say?
Oh, youth in afforestation they are about almost 7,000. Abide at the Omoka 12 months. And why aban esan di omoka enye nimguasia what is our policies ya what do we nyaka o
why when so
employment agencies one and who almost a green omu change na account aban do omoka 4 months
tumbet be come nyina bom
we are going to merge all of them the year before no kura say we say national service as volunteer whatever extension 6 months because of election. And we national service will be on TV maybe a Mumbai farm 6 months you bet Moka. Look at this populist scheme. When a bet you survey unemployment tank and I year future.
And you just said by first week of August they're not Mario Meboa.
By first week of August, near the notification letter no. Ye de ko enti kwata kurano say aban ankasa ho a second week of August ye stage mega demonstration.
That just one here ya the first basic chrome na mo head towards Jubilee House meboa.
That is the ticket na ye pede ye ko ye in consonant with the constitution ye mumbraso.
Wow.
The police should allow us, the police should guide us for us to do our peaceful demonstration. That is what we are saying.
Na say police for no yes on be bomu a mo hwe ade pe pa na mo ne o mo be ye.
Yeah, no, they should arrest us.
Amo ankasa de mo nye o mo nye ne kikiri bia. Okay.
They should arrest us.
Okay.
Yes. One forever. Yes. Because
now one share ye na ebi so a no mo apira ba ko na mo ani abre sa no mo be dey.
Unim Bobie Ansah issue na ewo ho no. Dia police fo make attempt. So one mo be ye no. Ye be share constitution mo right dia constitution e de man no. Ye nse be execute. Enti na ka yem pekra se ebedru ho no. Ye person ka ebedru that extent. Enti ka abane watma abanu nye insensitive. Na awotma keno ani se mbebudu mintia musika kranya dey emam. Na se abanu opese ochre yen se onitima oye very insensitive. Enti na obama ye de a ene maka no. The dear constitution no the dear onu wa cho say police direct yen the dear yemfa. We see police nimbo ye ho ban. Enti ye beye ye picketing no demonstration no ye beye e dia for Jubilee House. Ye be Jubilee House finance ministry she no dia say yen say yemfa ye petition no ko Jubilee House no ya present ya say ye petition no e ye take it.
All right, Nana Techi area Ghana Accra FM Citizen Show Bobie Ansah Yedasi Bebre. Lord Listowers in the house, Honorable Haruna Mohammed, Operations Director, Mass Action Committees in the house, and we have Sandema constituency. Am I right? Sandema West or North? North, a women organizer. Busa North, a women organizer also has say Cindy. And radio me Jimmy so. I star 413 hash. Hey, Yoda, Inga says one time. Yoda, me pacho, memo beer the depeche. Eh, or him abeska. Oh, you say no, yam that. Oh, you say no, yam that. Some go to do we do this? Do this? Me meji jita crowd jib. Go any abre na say almost on betes montia. Me dey me na meji jita crowd dem. Me dey me sramo Lord knows or no ready. Me papa cho na ubedi di peche star 413 hash. And I may check 500 Ghana. Pam 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 pam. May check 500 Ghana. Amount for bedidi. Okay, also. Okay, so members, moment to say Juma we for a quick one. We have Chief Seidu Saka Bakari Benkuruwura. Chief. Hello, Chief.
Hello.
You are warmly welcome on Accra FM.
Thank you.
Okay, so I don't know whether I got it right. Benkuruwura.
Ben, you spell Ben and
Krum. Ben Kromwura.
Good.
Ben Kromwura Seidu Saka Bakari. All right, so you are the spokesperson for Yagbonwura.
Yes, please.
Okay, so sir, quick one on issues about Honorable Jinapo, Minister for Lands.
Yes.
Has there been a see between him and the great king Yagbonwura? What happened?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, for a careful basically, by last week, and they made some arrests in the Mango based on some other things that happened in the Mango that didn't go well. The chief will into Omonti or Mukaka and maybe prison ourselves. So that after a day they will release them, then they sign a bond deal of a good behavior. And to ASR, and within 5 or 6 hours, they release the boss or the man. And they overall find out when and I mean, I say on the tank down, in the sand down, anything then honorable John somewhere in our port. And we almost so this of them to them pass silently to their home. Or Mudu be there or anything, you know, no like someone can do no more or anything. And to almost record it and almost spread it with the children, the beer, or Mudu. And after 4 days, the young guy in town or going there in the field. Why would they embarrass our food this way and nothing is happening? So they want to go and terrorize the paramount chief. And to almost organize them. No, I'm call home. I'm call home. Yet to say, and to assure your displeasure about what is happening now. And to almost call home. And I'm chief said, we have ours. What do you have to address? And to as I walk on all the farmer and fire down. And to own achievement, there's a lot that the minister has done against me. My friend, I own fact. And I being the MP in the same committee that I am, I feel even the also good morning and I said good evening, Paramount the King. But the MP doesn't do that. You hear that the man is in town with that is also one also MP. The MP will go out by standing. I said, fine. Going by this, that means he is a royal. The MP is a royal. That the father is a chief, a big chief, of course. That will move me. And to the case, let's function traditionally, let's function him that. There is no any other traditional area in Gunja area you should go. If he doesn't come to apologize with me as what he has done to me, and you know, man of home the beer, and that's why he added to the youth petition. And that's what happened. Hello?
Chief, Ceciano, looking at the situation, no, Jinapo, yes, somewhere Jinapo.
Yes.
Were issue statement.
Yes.
None statement now was issue say issues are the great King Yagbonura are raising against him is a lie. And no krebia enim. And obey performing the duties. Meaning say when you copy of his response.
Obi question say or say na thing say onto language be language amano na
me pacho abu jinapo e na o say ohene sin ko onto language amano
tan obi kai because say you know address media and tan o kai
sana jinapo kai
or say it's in the media press he did.
I see.
So if language, the man has agreed on you see no uncle baby. And to a president that can't say a dinner. I've polished in the house and I say a day. No.
I see. But Chief, quick one. Mami read these portions be kakrebi Mame read the portion ketua bi ni statement na on mine say met me retrieve anka me person me yep okay, all right, so all right, so let me read a portion. I say, my attention has been drawn to media publications, both mainstream and social, to the effect that I am interfering or meddling in Gonja chieftaincy matters in general and Damango in particular. For the records, these allegations are totally false. That is the first point. Now, the second point, as I have stated time and again, I do not have any interest in the Damango chieftaincy affairs whatsoever. As a bona fide Gonja prince, I continue to have high regard for the revered chieftaincy institution, the overlord of Gonja land, Yagbonwura, Big Kunatu, Jehu Swal, and all other chiefs for that matter. Now my role and overarching interest, both as MP and Minister of the Republic, is to contribute my modest quota to the development of Ghana and my beloved constituency of Damango. I entreat all and sundry to disregard these allegations as same are untrue. All right, so Chief, when in some Mobano de Betuja, but meaning that Yagbonwura, the great king, is just putting out lies against him.
Okay. He's a royal. As I mentioned, he also mentioned it. So, traditionally, that king or you fear that you know even not correct, must you come out to say that I'm not supposed to go to the king, get people to go and appease or apologize to must you also come out and rebut on the same platform that, so that tells you that he said he doesn't respect the he has fallen to that part. Another one here.
But Chief, if Semeye Bonia now they are chemists, remember say yeah, just reprimand me. I'm your servant, your humble servant. Yeah. But quick one. Jinapo Papa and Yagbonwura, what is the relationship between the two? The reason why me busa san say me fra Asantemampon. So if say Asantemampon hine ewo issues about me, quickly I'll go to my family. I will talk to them because they are also royals. Then they will go to Mampo Ahimfie to go and beg, say, oh, ebia. So Abu Jinapo Papa is one of your subjects. What try senka or no bekasa? Or ne Yagbonwura bekasa? What is the relationship between the two?
Oh, it's cordial because he's the vice of national, the Savannah House of Chiefs. The Yagbonwura is the president, and Vipura is the vice. So they work together. So they have a very good relationship.
So Yagbonwura and Rezi Abu Jinapo behavior and Chene Papa say, this is what your son has been doing.
For that much, I wouldn't know because this way is between the chiefs.
If other Yagbonwura to issue sir statement we know Abu Jinapo Papa and then Kasai over it.
In America, no, it's between the two big pictures. So for that much, I don't know.
Now, Abu no also make any effort to reach Yagbonwura and sign an all issue statement, you know.
Good, in America, no. What the man said is, you don't pick his call. And now you have heard this statement that I've made. Then try and go there. I haven't called. What is happening? I heard this. Is it true? You go to a radio station, organized prayer.
Chief Ansah Nabekon, tell me, Yagbonwura, how is he feeling about all this with the response from Abu Palace? You know, the same way. How do you feel about it?
That's what I'm saying, or I mentioned earlier. Let's say the overall said he's not very happy or fine with the MP how he's speaking. He's not happy. If he was happy and the youth got there, he wouldn't have expressed that to the youth. Because in any case, you are the MP there. The big minister, of course, not small minister. And so you are supposed to handle the overlord. You and the minister. I mentioned it. You are not handling them. So it's not fine.
Anyway, Chief. But quick one, Pacho. Haruna Mahama, one of our panel members in the studio, wants to talk to you.
Okay.
Hello, Chief.
Hello, yes.
Yes, Chief. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, this is your brother, Alhaji Mohammed, the son of Zanzugura. Zanzugu Yapala.
Okay.
Yes. It's unfortunate.
It is.
It's unfortunate. It's okay. So, Chief, I'll call you back door, okay? We'll talk. Right. Just want to introduce myself, then we can talk back door, okay?
All right. Okay. Thank you.
All right, Chief. Thanks so much for speaking to us.
My pleasure.
My regards to Yagbonura.
I will do so.
All right, thank you. All right, so that's it. Live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show back in the studio, and I think I've taken much of your time. Let's do Akwaba. So I've dealt with issues from cement. One round now. Cement manufacturers, in Chamber of Construction for KT Almond clash. I've dealt with Amwetia clash with teachers and school feeding. Say we are near man almost sabotage ni wafase amemwo naku for aba then yakọ issues with Abujinapo or the nani enso ade no ekọ yagbonwura so no ehọ so yakoso we have so many issues. Hoteliers Association in all African Games Sika Atiakem. But Napco for the no is tied to Bawomia or so bechiche. More video na mama or so bechiche. It's a credit to it's a phone into or mouth phone Buswin be near 2 1 city 2 city 1 city 2 city. Or no same getting yet.
We will make access to mobile phones affordable. We will make access to mobile phones affordable. And the mobile companies, no, you're begging Katarina home. Now the mobile phones, no, I'm a nipa, not Mafia, what here, 1 city, 2 city, 1 city, 2 city, Kakaka, Namotia, mobile phone before 80, scheme, no, every OVR, because we need everybody to have a smart device. We will make it easy for people. We will make access to mobile phones affordable. And the mobile companies, no, you're begging Katarina home. Now the mobile phones, no, I'm a nipa, not Mafia, what here, 1 city, 2 city, 1 city, 2 city, Kakaka, Namotia, mobile phone before 80, scheme, no, every OVR, because we need everybody to have a smart device. We will make it easy for people. We will make access to mobile phones affordable.
Me say momre na you find out if I
mean share free baby
yeah so and then na ko di da bom to be bo first 12 15 ma kwa ba no say abo afa so yenko
I mean kan chat for na me mo abaso ni adwuma so awoye me nchi aminu haruna Bahama na Kwabena the di kan a me pese me discuss yabonwura asemo a odi abetudwa de nyina yenim se asemo a mu odu papa na Kwabena empenifo etai kase suban etise nyinsen utwumu tan a ebepie Kwabena obia onim Abujinapo bi anim se oyobia na ni nso ade ekura. He has always tried his best to be very, very disrespectful, especially when he feels to say I say when you're baby asi. The kind of days on campus in KNUST when Free Hoba Fox FM Papa I remember how he was like, and between that time time on the whole boy Kufuado no Monsono Mahuni Subai anyhow abbreviano or pese or belittle and call for Kwabena Kaya, maybe O24 had to pour out adeɛ na ɛyɛ very unpleasant a ɛkɔɔ so wɔ n'ahemfie yɛ a akwalaa mmɔbɔ nsɛ a yɛwo no ɛtetire yɛ a na ɛkɔm aba nti ɛm sɛ community gyimi abra na adwene sɛ ɔno atwerɛ krataa sɛ otumfoɔ kɔ a ɔnkan saa krataa no a ɔno atwerɛ ma otumfoɔ no kyerɛ sɛ ɔhene ni nyansa ɛni adwene da ne tiri mu a ɔbɛtumi de adwene deɛ ɛwɔ so wɔka no ɔbɛdwam ho na mmom ɔno ɛpɛ sɛ wɔyɛ ɔhene krataa twerɛtwerɛfoɔ na ɔhene ɛnkɔka ɔno ne tiri mu pɔ asɛm nkyerɛ ghanafoɔ habra otumfoɔ laughed over it in public and I took so much pain when I heard Otumfuo laugh and gloss over such deviance. I was very pained because it was very insulting. Sir, such a useless guy who just all of a sudden has become a rich man through thievery and robbery. He cannot tell the sources of money. And all of a sudden, because he has wealth, he has amassed wealth, he was bold enough to go before Otumfuo to tell him, say, oh, hene, asem we de okwa enka de wo wa adwenim enka de unim fa ho na mom de ya tragu krata ne so no e na kokan sabre no na eya amanfo say liso was sorry a ebia oteki battles anyhow Kwabena yetutu ya namo nyina yanimu ani ye kro no oti ase ewiase se me fom wo ne na wan kamanim ne na sabi manyai saa yo a dati bi ubon se bia na nya wo nko na mekan wo na makoka ntokwa makoye busuantokwa he ade a yekoso yi Kwabena memo bia ntekini lightly
enye easy o
because obetimi akosi krom ho nso akwa akoye bibi
seriously
serious battle bi ebetimi akoso conflict bi ebetimi akofa aba no ene sa ne jimi krata na osa betro betu bedwam no because Kwabena look se menya ohene boni mpo na ohene sima ye boni a e wo se me find a way
go to him
se me ne ohene bedi nkomo
but say the mentor
what you say
disrespected him see that's
what you say sebi preduasa me jiri se ono krampo a wo ya akwala yi se ne yire kofa house help ana nani ebe fie na se nani no e de nani kra ahwe ne kakra bi in a way na o feel disrespected ebi krampo ana nani no on deliberate to want to disrespect him me jiri se just knowing say nani no ahwe no ani kra onye se bi kra wakasa o anase wa ye ne ye boni bi a akoma te se ohene pon te se de yabonra ne chiame begina bedwam kan ye se mu huru no
too bad
edidi na tem ye nim fransam abu unyini da ben
this small boy
aya na no da bi nya bana wa baso wa jimi aya mo de mo kan wa bi abaso we baso we maso fin we wa baso we baso be no baso
that's it
de wa baso kra ne so ne na say kasa papa mi say ma baso mi ma baso pa no na we wa baso wa jimi o mu ade obi a o mu ade ohun aya no mo masika no ohun na sebi won to na nda na akoto brebu a na ade akumatwitwa o enim no minim no small boy minim no pa ye ma no airtime ba o trama kofu chikwa no opopo na oyonko boni ne se obra pa John na yonko fa John was an aide to John Mahama. You see his demeanor, and Same was an aide to Akufo-Addo. You see his demeanor. Have you ever heard anywhere say obisi John Jinapo emuade? Have you heard it anywhere? Ono kro ye penny.
No way.
Oh, who's schedule? But have you heard anybody in this Ghana? Ayeti say or say John Jinapo emuade. Enti no, I was say me tell baby free. Akufo-Addo na emuade. O mu nipa ba kukura.
So John Jinapo, the behavior now, you are just able to call the name of John Mahama in Abu Jinapo straight. One at a war. It's me, I'm hey. Who send me see a rebuke for Ubusamina now Busam Papa, Obiabe Usam, me papa. Whom Boniki to everyone who Quebec wants them. That is me. So I'm able to tell what is wrong, even from an eyesight. Me just at a glance, met me who denye. Because any at a time, you know, Yama who say, way and yet, and I mean, announce what I can't so pay say, so be a Jimmy, I can't any pay. Na Bible crouch me because where Jimmy. Nanya me ni pass up you me one from so. Bible from so nim. Or no credit me cast a quasia or gentie. Et me did you be at time lost me did not my name ya. Na media was a man family who cry. Where Jimmy, one walk where Jimmy created no control was as no. Et you know, boy ni moi dear. Anna, or show or any power. And then Jenny do a kind of. Woje newu woje newu omra kasen akabosome nan na sabi wafra abamu wo kro no ne wo polytank mu nyoma nyina eba be hwe wo nua ne kwant mi save you. Your own brother cannot save you
attempting po
because crime no any color any nua any wo faase any sin any ni crime dan pare no want me save you.
On say ya ensuo for obi a.
Yes.
Now, what try say Obekwa could save now? It's so to me sweeping in our.
Yes, why not? I told you, Koswana ye in France. Antimika say, I have seen, and then you wouldn't Yabonra. Hey, only Padu baby and the refinity.
Yeah.
What else Santa Mapono? I want baby an out, you know.
No more tea if you are chief phone. I want to know. Men are not coming a day. And at the table. No more.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no more. Can be up with you.
Some idea. No, I'm one power.
But new Yammy.
Me,
maybe I was a
if you are aware who Nasha.
Well, but
so who Nasha pan and what? Ah, what did you
what to say? The papa ni mammy again.
Hi,
you know.
Oh, mobile, mobile.
Well, eh.
Time be. Just sometimes you look at him and it's like as a one will be what competition be what brabome was say or over speedy.
You know.
Oh, anyway. What dear Uncle so? Ma Kwabena cement asem na Katie Hamo. Oh, yeah. Kwabena this government sometimes I try to want to find what type of governance is being practiced. Whether it's kakistocracy, whether it's an oligarchy, whether it's kleptocracy, whether it's what type of, I don't even know what type of government it is. I can't tell. Because it's an amalgamation of all the nonsensical deviances of society. Oh, me, Kwabena me na me ye medjuma. Tie who get hamo, who employ ni pada. From your days in the UK, how we adjuma Coca-Cola. We yere na woni ni ye adjuma no. Wona nim kwan fa so a woni enkura kwa we munkonwa amudija no. Wona onim.
Say enkura we enkunya tinaja.
Naja wo ba. We nipa we a minister. Now then, now I know man penny. Nipa we a minister. Oh, so if you look at Adia what they call parliament now, meaning how the parliamentary normality. Let's just say parliament, you know, say minister be bodam krana okoye enkwasia elabia obetimi. Edi akoni aje enya sa
but there is almost system. Yeah, almost system. So the issue was that the government had wanted to regulate the cement pricing so that they can have a standard you know pricing mechanism. And omo disagree and who meeting na omo koye no
Now the issue is that okay, they have a committee. They are buying so or no near price in EBU. But as to whether they have taken that side now out from the document is one thing. Now what they are claiming is that there is a committee with the composition of a standard board, cement manufacturers.
So all the stakeholders.
All the stakeholders.
Okay.
It is a was cement we. Then you take your indicators. That is the dollar to CD, port prices, demurrage, and all those things. And on fast war, we say cement in 90 cities. Ansah na the Beba market, you need to submit those indicators. Now arriving in the 90 cities to the committee.
Okay.
For the committee to determine, say yes, indeed, if I say what the 90 cities. So that is where they are now.
So is that not price control?
Well,
I want to ask a very simple question. That is where you would arrive at what I want to tell.
Okay.
Whether or not a nyansade na ekosona. Kwara. Me yaban. Me pese me formulate policy bi. Kwara. Must I decide before I make a meeting, or I must have a meeting before I decide?
No, you must have a meeting with the stakeholders.
Also, there are only a category of two persons in the world. One that thinks before he acts, and the other that acts before he thinks. If you belong to the latter, you should know that you are a big fool, because it would have meant, say, you are putting the cart before the horse. But horses don't push carts. Horses pull carts. So if you have put a cart before the horse, it means that what the enyoma kosi afunu nim and a opia a keti ham ope and a nim sa nyansa no e wo wiase. We wawoba watete no enti we yebenya ne saso after several years.
Have many problems.
We ne maame abotu no. We ne saso ebe sa abada chibi. Enti kwabra jimi be free Ghana ha.
Ewa
na nkakwasi antimamu.
Ya ready salon no.
Nkakwasi antimamu we adwene we adani patirim. Do you know what they are targeting? They are targeting at only one person, Ibrahim.
Yeah.
And Kabra, is it Mark chapter 4:6 or 6:4? A prophet is not honored in his own hometown. Just and then an answer on the Liberia for president and then the vice. Massive welcome.
Mega.
And look at what he has done for the Liberian police. Because they own, who know, because of enviness, not jealousy. And the brebria, they call Prinkins, Mafia, Prinkins, Masoso, Yanni. And ya in Shadia, ye munipa. Etibusan, who say 6'4". 6'4". Hey, now for you to tell me, yeah, that do baby and I from Kaka. And second kind of a cosa. Oh, the Liberia for one. Now, when you ma Kwabena or call Liberia, or could be, what be dada. When you ma or best be or Liberia, just because of a mebuna or more perjumenti, you can see whatever concessions they are giving him. Because Okofa China for Betua, you are giving an African employment to others. But they have seen potentials that, apart from Ibrahim Mahama, onim earth moving equipments, the whole Africa. We do, in fact, South Africa for crowd consult.
Yeah.
Engineers
Angola,
Sierra Leone. So you can see, say, yeah, bro. Penny for say, to bra, time. Ibrahim Mahama. Ni se maintenance so amoye no omo unim omakofa companies biaba. In fact, I'm still investigating it. Me until I get a proof, I don't speak. Unim say aban we mu nkofo
epese omoye cement sales omukofa cement ni free China
omubeka no open
yes omukofa free China no mo de cement na bagana no mo de airton na unim say because of Ibrahim unim say the list you know aya na me refi
pricing
there be quality quality of the cement you wo ba ko your friend 4 bb A4 no ne de no crampo na e wo form to say nke normal with ebia gasem and all the other one. I don't want to denigrate any name. I'm sorry if I mentioned all the other cement in this country.
Yeah, 4.5.
Look, there is none like Ibrahim's Jata cement.
Straight up.
There is none. It's not just because he is a brother or a friend or a godfather or it's not just because everyone that deals in cement, construction.
I know.
I'm in the field all the time. Ubusa will be say which cement and how the year Juma ne ebe wone Ibrahim cement. Which cement and any break where what was he saying? Kroma ye adaya bebrebe adaya osisi ye a champion ma adaya osisi ye adaya ni mu and crack it. It's because they use the correct formula. Cement papa. And that is what Ibrahim is producing. Makwasi sa China for cement. Makwasi sa Nyoma baby na mudia begu Ghana ha. And na who said no, I didn't call because you call be a site and ne uko be a site. I don't know you. Everyone is using Jata. And na who said and for share yeah, cement manufacturers na bi and share KTM echi. O makọ bribe no. And ono so why ni trun sa sokwan. Obesu enyansa no.
Thank you.
And
thank you, live at Crown 1.5 Citizen Show. My main car man for say a Seahorse 50/50 engine coolant. Me pacho Seahorse 50/50 engine coolant. Was he a bow engine ho buying? Na o radiator tank no bo ho buying na anye na achen. E ma engine no nya overheating. Mr. Wala. A Seahorse 50/50. Omre 3367 coolant 1090 coolant aba. Omamu lubricant shops ubenyabi from 0244 577 559. Aja
onya
any topic bia me boss nyina de person topic bia ne let's go.
Mitia etiefo ni ehwefo mitia minua penyin Listowell commander Marafo listening to my chief this afternoon na enra asam no bae no mitie me papa mitie menuamu a omo damongo mitie other chiefs
Kwara
sorry
we sorry say ejame technically me nko yesa mama 42.5 RC SEM 1 cement 1 you see I know you're stronger than SEM 2 the whole Ghana Jatape ne will be
okay I see
yes the whole Ghana
4.2 and
42.5
yeah 42.5 yeah that's
42.5 R
yeah 42
yes
yeah
Jatape
that's true Onua me a royal me a gonjeni me free gonja land commander enutina manchi no that's why I didn't greet you because I shouldn't be on the same platform with my slave so
on the lighter note no one should be offended,
you know. Oshe near Ekoso commander me nim sa unim tamalia my place is the beginning of Central Gonja.
Oh okay,
so we share boundary with Haruna Idris of Somali South. I am a crown prince. I know who Jinapo the first is. Minimum Jinapo Papa. I know how Jinapo Papa behaves as ex-serviceman. See, sometimes I am in one because Asantifo na Bobe say akoton one. So by upbringing no
Okoto
no.
That's it.
Okoto and one. Very good. Me that's me. We share the attitude of Abu Jinapo. It's not far from his mentor, Shotingo. It's not far from the behavior of Onwane Papa by upbringing.
I see.
Oh yeah. I'm telling you gospel truths.
So how come John is just a fine guy?
Yes. You know, everybody and the way or free and what you will pick from your upbringing. It is a disaster as prince as he is. Bujinapo, o papa, a prince. What him say? The father role as the chief of Bobie. The role, they say he is the personal or dressing Yagbonwura when he's enskined as the paramount chief.
Really?
Jinapo's papa. Onu na ye obia o dressing no say ye see ohini like the paramount chief. That is his role as the chief. He's the one who dresses the king of the paramount. You grew in the house of a king or a chief, and you should know better. The question I may be saying is, look, I said, baby, I know only Papa Shasi free, but you know, as say, if obedi Papa, how would you feel as Bobie? Who Papa ti Bobie hire Bobie as the chief of Bobie? Also pretendia omoa omunchucha logging of trace and burning charcoal into large commercial quantities. Ne papa.
Really?
Ne papa. Bobie. Ne papa you be a auto assassin more than 500 acres ama flani herdsmen. Ne papa. Jinapo. Ebi sida. We know all this. Emi ngwa say somebody offering a himfie, even say if you are not even a crown prince, if you are not even prince kra, and you grow baby a himfie, who shall say free a himfie, say yanchra hwi kra, sana ubechia nipa dia ubehu, sana ubebu nipa ubehu, because uti fie ho uhun sana ombimu ebe fie no esit a gritty and a chia a book nipa. So emi say as in weather say or political motivated actions and one to the extent that he can disobey and disrespect his father, because we enye king no or disgrace and or disrespect ni papa ankasa no disrespect, because your father is equally a chief. So it's a disgrace to Bobie family. It's a disgrace to Jinapo's family and beyond. I again say, as a chief, as a prince of Bobie, you know, ne amemla no sana amemra we shall see fiti the regent becoming the prince, becoming the chief and all that. It's a process. As a prince, you know all this. And then to the extent, say, not a sub-chief, not a sectional chief, not like a title holder, but your king, the paramount chief of the Gunja traditional. Issue a statement. Say, because of the gross disrespect, political influencer, you disrespect me, for which reason don't come to my land and campaign. And I would see Accra. So the same letter say as a minister and as an MP.
No, Harun, point of correction. It is not in the right of the chief to say don't come and campaign. If campaign you obey my quiet, but don't come to my palace or any other palace.
Very good. But you know, traditional
so if you want to
by law, okay. Who can book was who can book?
Yes. Just talking about the traditional.
I am telling you about what, and I'm telling you.
I saw Obi to say Franklin Kujo.
But sir,
can you imagine?
Oh no, where Franklin Kujo where?
I just wanted us to.
Say you can't pass a mind. Don't bring these wolves and hypocrites into sin. What do I say? Who is he? Is he a chief? Where? Ah, Franklin Kujo, crown prince. Ah, Jai man can't some. You see, your book and your tradition, and then the tradition senior the book. What do I say? So young fan say Asantehini. Ebekacha said, don't come to Ashanti region and campaign. Wait, Wakacha say book until we
don't come to my palace.
It's different from don't come to my region.
Virtually, the or you know is telling you, oh here one assassin.
That's what it means.
Solid.
That's it.
So you can expand.
So, and if you listen to Benkura, Okachere say the paramount chief even took it upon himself and respect you because you hold a position in the country. You refused to honor his calls. You refuse to honor his calls, not even to return the call. Who papa now disrespect no paramount chief no. Jinapa who papa now who disrespect no, not the king.
She no wait make say what say.
So ni see anani hu kra I mean his father. What you say?
Worry him.
No, me can papa ankasa me wo no na wo disrespect no paramount chief. What you say? So so the point I'm making is say Udi your disrespect in government, don't bring it to Gonja land. The way the paramount chief did to your mentor, no, don't think, say, if by law you can decide. Man, show a demonstration. Man, show you. Look, you can decide to go and do whatever you like, but you cannot take the region. You can't own the region and you can't take the region for granted. So, the king still exerts certain authority. Authority, Nana Akufo Addo kra entime match kra. So thing going to me match not you Abu. Your mentor on to me kra. So, but it is high time, say, we the youngsters to respect traditional authorities. Look, the law will tell you, say, do not stop somebody from doing what? Carrying out the lawful duties. But because, say, we don't want to aggravate situations, we don't want to cause mayhem, we don't want to do anything to destabilize the system, no. You would honor certain, you will accord some respect to your traditional leaders or your leaders. So, Titio, no, what I see is say the upbringing from home no because the father
Obakwasiano wa mrese de otene ho
eno ano no
enye de otete no
Bakwasiano
I understand to express it mean me come. So for me no
you know you be ya baba ni bi you be kire otwi
mate me ko twi class
so you say Professor Jekum na kire
so the point is this, say, as prince, you should learn how to become a king. You should learn how to become a chief, because this particular king of a baby and son. And let me take you back in 2014 and now 2013 movie. I remember, sir, I was once representing me offer. Now, okay, baby, the king, the paramount chief, Okoye and Ansah we buy. The same thing that the father did at the paramountcy in Demango, ne papa, Jinapo, misbehaved.
Is that the Jase of the the king.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. But I am saying, sir, the king now we are ansana way by Jinapo papa ankasa the chief himself disobeyed.
Abu Jinapo.
Papa.
No, where Samuel?
Samuel.
Sami Abu Jinapo.
Sami
Abu Jinapo. Mekane papa ankasa the chief himself disobeyed the orders of the king.
Yeah, but I remember that issue.
What did I? Enna SCSA they distood him. Yes, he was a decent king. King. Yes.
I think
and Muhammad time. Muhammad time. Yes, I remember pa. Okay, I check. Never Supreme Court because we took a certain time no northern region. Na entity we know. So they took it to the regional House of Chiefs. The regional House of Chiefs stood on their firm grounds. Say whatever Jinapo did no must face the consequences. But political power you didn't bar you call a Supreme High Court, from High Court to Supreme Court to settle the matter. 5 paramount chiefs represented the king. That tells you how powers he holds. 1, the Waspewura, the Boalewura, the Kusogura, the Salga Pembi. They all went, they were represented at the Supreme Court. And Sana, you're free and him. So we were all there. So the point is this, say, the man who bed Abu, Sami Abu, Nankasano. Ombunipa. So I am not surprised. I don't think I make sure say, but you should learn how to respect your elders. But all of this, you are the member of parliament of that particular place.
Harun, I want to find out from you, is that the stool of the Indawura Jakpa?
That's it.
Is that's
the Jakpa Palace?
Oh, okay.
Yes, that is the paramount chief of Gonjes, including His Excellency John Dramani Mahama.
Oh. Hey.
Yes.
Oh, I know.
In the class of all paramount chiefs.
He's politicizing kinship.
What do I say? So it is not as if say he's a sub chief and no. Jinapo's father Ankasa Kurano oni akunja wo ahimfie paramount chief oni akunja wo. He can go there.
Oni akunja wo
Jakpa Palace. He doesn't have.
I see.
That's what I'm telling you.
Because of his deviance.
Not because of his deviance. He's nobody when it comes to that particular.
Okay.
You know, he has no seat.
He has no rank.
He has no rank.
Bob, no rank.
What did I say? Bupe, today I am telling people to understand the meaning of Bupe. Where old Bupe, that place was meant for slaves. To say a meaning by when we brought them from east. When we brought them, send them out.
Hey, it's okay.
What did I say? So those days, they gave that particular place for some tradition of people. Okay, time sooner you see Ohinia, then you come and dress the Ohino. That's the meaning of the place. That ends it all from there. No,
then it's a very serious matter.
I'm telling you.
Very serious matter.
So it is
Indara Jakpa. He's the first settler of this land.
Yes. He's the founder.
He's Agwan.
Yes. He's the founder of Gonjes. That's what we mean. Dewura Jakpa.
He's Agwan.
So we know the history. So Abu Jinapo should stop disgracing his father. He should stop doing that. And yes, sir, people will come after them, and then the secret behind all these things, will be revealed, and you will be empty.
Some of which you are doing.
What did I say? So for me, I make a history, and I want him to understand, say, ni papa and Kasakurano, want him disrespecting the king of the Gonjes, let alone or who born him? Small boy like you. Small boy like you. Because of Sika Wunya, we are Akufa, shorting Bob and Supinti, who disrespected a king. Who born you? What I am going to tell Bawumia, that small boy must be expelled from your camp. I'm telling you, this is a peaceful advice, my brother. He should be expelled from your campaign team because he doesn't respect.
Not just said, "Yeah, okay, no. Move to me, man. Your official say when you free the campaign team,
I am saying, sir, I am calling, sir, if Bawumia really want to make inroads, which I don't even want him.
A word to the wise.
A word to a wise. Yeah, it will be
that
fair.
Is
or no, Bawumia should listen to us. Sir, you know, frame the campaign platform. And yes, sir.
One year, not the weekends, be a crown, our official from Japa.
Yeah, it will be, sir, I don't think I'm going to catch Papa and say, Minuna Becasa. Back door.
And you're not just out of the back making it.
We want to make it official.
There's a mobile.
Yeah. What do you say? Because we.
But we don't come on fan channel.
David. He's disrespectful. Anka. Time Otie say Onya sa entie no. Na anka odwane ko fie a ebo kachre ohini say oh say na bae. Man can ye and a man ye.
But fast.
What you buy no? By the end of this week, Rana, must have let me say by the end of it. Or China cry your best send him a letter. And I remember when you say, oh, you know, from and yes, I dear, or no Sukrano, you know, back home.
Hey,
what do you account? So called the boy, the palace, the king of Gonjes.
Tumba brought the issue.
We are going to make it big. The palace now called disrespect here. Who born you? Hey. What do I say? So for me, you know, near Abuja Poye, you know, it does not only amount to disrespect, but also amounts to high level of arrogance. And it is going to affect the youngsters who have power and then can think, say, they have everything and they could disrespect the authority of the tradition. We will not allow that. Cement this
okay, all right.
The idea of, say, young regulated prices in this country, a idea would not work for the interest of the businesses or the businessmen. But as a matter of fact, sir, anka minkwa dia, we should be able to have a closed economy. But the laws of this country and where yedi sa authority no eshia free no, it is where we go wrong, because Standard Board Authority does not have the powers as we speak to regulate prices.
Yeah.
They don't have any right in their law books, in our law books. 1992 Constitution gave them the independence to do whatever, no? But they have no right, sir.
Their name tells their role.
Exactly. Standard Authority. Would the say make sure say what is coming to the country and what is going outside the country is standard by the standardized authority out there and in here. So that's our. It's a fact, sir. This country is governed by wolves, is governed by nanafo, is governed by useless people, including the papana or name or fre mamono as coconut heads. No, abra or no ye mango head, because he has nothing in the head. What does I say? The Shotingo has appointed him to also come and get something. Okay, I said the same person who said, "Say, Nana Akufo-Addo has nothing to offer Ghanaians." Okay.
Yeah.
He said so when he wasn't given a position.
Yeah.
See, when your position there, he said you are coming to enact laws that are inimical to businesses in this country. Do you have a mission? I'm not surprised. Say, Cement Dealers Association will come together, okay, to meet you and then for you to explain it into details. Say, this is why you think, say, once we regulate it, but forgetting that we are running an open economy. So where lies your authority? An open economy that we have all agreed, accepted. Say, we want to run. I regulate my prices. Who call baby to say honeysuckle? You buy pure water, you buy bottle of water, how much? 30 Ghana cedis. Behind there, no, you're 23 cedis. Oh, shall because you want to regulate prices. Yeah. What's the percentage?
And that is where the cement people know a problem. They say,
yes.
Won't mean 20 years on iron rods for
or more.
Penters is or Obia working.
What do you say? Yes. So where have you started?
Anyway, thank you. I'll come back. A quick comment here. Abdul Raf says, more fire, my Gonja brother. Kofi Simon says, firebrand program. Thank you. Nimaitu Abdu says, we'll forgive him, but that man goes it in India. Don't forget it. Ohima Masika is here on our Facebook page. Thank you, Ohima Masika, for your support. Abdul Bobie, I heard you saying something about Nkrofo here in Ghana. Can you please drum on this revelation and, if possible, name the names of all the missing persons? Thank you for the love and work you are doing for Mother Ghana. It's a very sad situation. Very, very sad situation. Vivian Upon is here with us on our Facebook page. Thank you, Vivian. Always representing Roxanne Kumi. It says great one there. Daniel Adai is here. Gucha is here. Johnny Fojo is here with us on Facebook. Osia Kronfabine. So Moko Havon Nelson says good evening. Good evening, sir. Coleman Tete says thank you, Bobie. Nana Kofi Ahin is here with us. Top Choco. Top Choco chocolate spread. Yeah, Yedifa Brodomu. Maxwell Public, thank you for joining us here on your Facebook page. On your main show. Me pacho on the Top Choco 3-in-1 chocolate drink is so abba. Na no so dey come up. Tabia Heba Center. Omna de Tabia Heba Mesha abba in 3D. Ya dia onam yo ya wanu ato. Tabia Heba capsules so sisi yo ya constipation numbi. Tabia takum o se busu immune system no eye wo 100% organic. Wonum no ede. Was free 02436868 1686861 on Sabeka. All right, so Busa South women organizer, constituency women organizer, North Busa North. Sorry, but quick one. My main compare a winner. Hello.
Oh, they are going to
Eja.
Yeah, Commander.
Eja.
Commander.
Eja.
Commander.
Afa.
Afa, my phone is on.
Allah Gauchi.
Oh.
Say na unyai.
If I tell me now 500.
5 me. Now auto say auto raffle to say.
Oh, but and then 25.
Oh, okay. And now you have 5 million on your phone. That's a great one, eh? Yeah, that's a baby. Congrats. CMG Scatcher there, star 413 hash, star 413 hash. Pacho, Emra, winners Emra. But my member, a constituency organizer, just 1 minute, Akwaba. Auntie Cindy, Akwaba. Net to say.
Say
more campaign no cause Busa North, right?
I'm Busa North. Nyame adom ye ekoso ye pa because obiase Jomahama e wo say wo ba na me MP so honorable James Agalga ono ana samba beba ai ono
your MP
mpacho ai ono ana wo say o samba se ne be ya obeboa Busa North sandemafo nyina na me chia obia nso o tie ba ade a e ha me kakra ye menua ba la misi oye ofimikrom ba oye tema West women organizer ye tenin ka chepa wayira sebi o ya na me na say se ye di onipa e bata owu ba ye mfa ni bata se wayira nti me apase me ka se wayira 2 months ni so bi ambom pai na bibi o bia no ma ye nti bibia asemboni bia na onsambra e wasundwe mu na ye we ni power ni bra wa bre ye nyina ye nim se ne ya bre no se ni paboni bia ye bom pai se there's nothing beyond above God. She should come home peacefully and
about her. Then they were giving me different kind of informations.
Informations need to be but the bottom line is we are not finding her. We don't know where she is.
It's sad. Nothing. They don't care. The police simply don't care. They are not giving us updates. And on nipa 8 NIRA. They are not giving us updates. They are not saying anything. It's like everybody is on his own and they are just doing their own thing. And okay, so I'll be back. Then we will talk about one mobile phone, 1 CD, 2 CD. Oh yes, so.
The Paris 2024 Olympics on GoTV is for all of us. For every lift that ended in failure, for every basket that rebounded, for every goal that was just shy, and every stride that was a little too short until it wasn't.
That's the first gold medal.
This is for the gold in all of us. Get and stay connected to GoTV to witness Africa's athletes make history in the 2024 Paris Olympics live on Supersport and on the go with GoTV Stream. GoTV. Love it.
Obien to Sumrika Emra Bills was here. If you say, Asumja, when you were in Bosia Bonshaya Hoodie, Educhum, Obibia, we, and to make dear Biara Woody, Bills will be Bimao, won't hear Susu, won't hear our Nana here no national ID card. Ain't it to Sumrika Frayan was 0302 200 390 and 0596 920 833. Kai say, on Mansika Krobia Batang, Bank of Ghana and Sawo Bills Microcredits Jumedimu. Bills, Uposia Bonhon Adamfo. Kai say, Jumedie in Shishaka Crown.
Ghana for any abroche for Sebana Sase any Adain Tomwa Royal Chapter Property Group Limited. I the game changer. Esanse Obibia Onu Omediga Enya ne ho ahotoso. Enti se eye woni so odi hunu se obeto asase ana efie de. Bomodien se oni Royal Chapter Property Group Limited. And ebeni sawoso. One more one and afei 2 expandable bedroom houses are. One more town for kra. Afei one more sase a ewo teacher manteno. Still one more gusu a one more ton. Ebe police station no. One more twitwa no 70 by 100 and after 35 by 100 full plot and after half plotter one more ton and the ama Ghana for any abroche for nyina one say we building materials was site will be able to menya bi edi aye na juma enti Ghana for any abroche for so we hwe nim say obeto asase ana efie de with flexible payment terms no obetumi enya bi our Royal Chapter Property Group Limited frewamo our +233 256 515 862 Ana +233 591 010 337. Ana +233 256 700 831. Ana +44 750 887 1235. Royal Chapter Property Group Limited. Start a new chapter in your life. Hey, 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 Kwabena. Hey, Koda. Hey, Emano Siden Kwa.
Takum, when you a member you don't know, a man one day, and you one day, I am member draw, and you think a band may be a here below, and to 4 and out of 4, and you'll be a pedigree tratombia, and chemical shops, pharmaceuticals, and they have bar shops beer. I was gonna handle beer, and I said, Frame, I was 0243 686861, and I 0245 749206, Sankatwe, FDA for Jatu, Kaise, Tabia Takum, Bembe Bia Takum.
Not recommended for lactating mothers, pregnant women, and children under 15.
The Paris 2024 Olympics on GoTV is for all of us. For every lift that ended in failure, for every basket that rebounded, for every goal that was just shy, and every stride that was a little too short until it wasn't.
That's the first gold medal.
This is for the gold in all of us. Get and stay connected to GoTV to witness Africa's athletes make history in the 2024 Paris Olympics live on Supersport and on the go with GoTV Stream. GoTV. Love it.
Hey, say, dear Mako, who our Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic, no, who credit me, say, and Winty Nomania Award, a your word bestie, Obian Transit Emma Dumpemia, dear Casse, and as a boy at the end cannon to them you.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic, a son you want to say, near Crow Etuno, near Anchor, a one room, or
Obana Bemo Power, and Yarwankaye.
Nancy, Mamika say, and the Spana Cod Ekayeno. Greenfield at Arumenti and was our soldier and also APM.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic, our ultramodern laboratory, and a diagnostic machine, sir. As you should be Kasa. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic, our Nungwa Dogon, Estate Junction, last stop. There was 0243 983 906 and 0261 651 898.
Greenfield.
God is our healer.
Greenfield.
Your last stop.
I believe.
0243 983.
Wabatele Accra, dear mommy. Wabatele Accra, dear mommy.
All right, so that's it live on Accra 100.5 her citizen show. Yes, yeah, baby. And but for the Aina Modi baby, listo.
Yo,
the Aina, Momo,
now your friend saying. The laptop and the phone now.
Okay, so Mama will be a 5-5.
Okay, you. Maybe they may 5 or no. I would prefer to do the. Your friend is saying. Way dear no.
Bobie
saying. School feeding for the
okay.
Say if you are seeing Sebio, asem ni fio,
Go fast, Baba.
Na asem ni fie na Sebi. Nipa na open ho asem. Na go fast na. I'm waiting for a penny. Ye nipa. Was senka oboa ma on my way enchichire ne nkoso no. Na di hiade Sebi perifo se ni bo ekotrem ekufo do nya nimonyam a ne kase pa no Sebi obi abeka se oh akwa no free chebi no na wo chebi hine no nso wanya nimonyam ni bi wote ase na na ya se nipa nim no kura pa o kwabra unu se na se no wadane ne ho preacher or na ma o preach oh criminal bi wo wiase bia na odi nyame na odi akatakata nanim ukokan bia kire ne se opani suanyansa na wabeka kire se o didi pani atem nti se bi wo yo hene a what stops you from researching before you speak? I listened carefully with some other people while we were coming now. Mameni making a very profound statement. Everyone that has done a government contract knows to say, apart from the very few ones are mobilization, you always have to pre-finance. Look at the figures. Mameni bubu. Obusa question say ene baumia sorry anopa no oyi 2 cedis shene bansem say onfani dia what kind of food ena de bani benya bi ebio kwara en kenya nwanwa even if enioma kura boofo ewo kromu a kenya nwanwa but osebusa say enioma boy ya den no abai ni mu ana. Then on top of it the question obusa ya na it's like adding insult to injury and they say kwamra me na me ye obi a me decide say me pre-finance a contract bi a menya no aban mu na kwamra the amount for a tire type of contracts na say unse nipa oti ho na ni dwuma bi adi a anya bia no usika kakra da ho oboaboa no wakoto wei aduane no a sabi eye better than say wotifia a wonya hwe obi a oya idol bia no kwamna nche na boni about him.
Yeah, of course.
Eti mai yes omo ya PP for ma but kwamna we ya Ghana for. And I'm encouraging say NDC ba omo first school feeding program ne ma omo ma omo so ye Ghana for enti no hwɛ sɛ yɛde school fee di ama wo Kwabena na wo a watiti wo mawura mu akɔpɛ sika ano aduane ɛde ama nkwalaa na ɔmo die na aban tua wo last 2 terms bɛpem nɛ ɛmɛ sika yɛntua ɛ na wobɛtia ne sɛ ɔno Akufo-Addo na ɔyɛ mampanin ne bawomia na ɔmo no ɛwɔ sɛ ɔmo ntua sika ne ma ɔmo ntua ma wo no ɔno Akufo-Addo ni kuro mu hene ɛte baabi sɛ wo aduane na wo di sika no ayɛ no wo sa yɛ kromfo wɔ aduane ne ho amoatia wo kapra yɛ di sisa ahemfie na wotimu ade keka sanse hunu no ɔman sika fa yɛ wia no ebi gucha bi fie hɔ a woduru tebi hɔ a na hu sɛ akromfo yɛ ɔwɔ man we mu no ɔmo headquarters ɛyɛ chebi wo kɔbɔ obi kromfo wo obi kyɛn kromfo wo hina ɔyɛ kromfo wɔ Ghana ha kyɛn amoatia me hu bi da
ɔno so obi yɛ
wo ne sika wo kapre wo ahemfie na watu galamsey wase ama na hangi it was hanging ɔhina ɔyɛ galamsey enua na ɔkɔgye GMPC sika so ɔde kɔ bia no wanua no enua no wɔde kɔ tu galamsey na wotimi begyina bɛdwam ka afro obi krɔmfo wɔno ɔde ne sika ɛboa ma sabio Akufo-Addo ma ne kapre ba na ɔse fa kɔ no aduane ma nkola kora na nka bi kora tefa bi kora fa ne nsɛm a ne kanya ya
they are not paying them
wɔno ankasa na ɔde ne sika wo yɛ kasa kɔyɛ sɛ adwuma na abɛyɛ nipa ho ɛwɔ sɛ nipa sua nyansa wo yɛ akwala wo yɛ pani o sua nyansa wo bɛka asɛm wɔ bɛdwam a di nkan kɔtoro nim wo deɛ wonim akenkan woda hɔ nyinaa Canada hɔ ɛhɔ nom nyinaa na wosua sɛs hɔ nyinaa na wonim prison hɔ nom nyinaa monim kwan a mofa so a mokenkan Bible. You have to know how to speak in public sɛne ɛbɛyɛ a akwala te sɛ me mɛgyina bɛdwam ɛmɛkyerɛ wo nyansa because nyansa sɛ woansua a yɛkyerɛ wo nyansa woyɛ ɔhene enti wobɛkasa wobɛdwam a reference wo kasa no na bio wo deɛ onim kura pa ɔkwadwofoɔ kɔntatia nkyɛn na kɔsua na kwan na hunu nyansa ɔkwadwofoɔ kyɛ bi hene amoatia oforipanyi wonim hwee kura no kɔ ɛntatia nkyɛn bɛn tatia no bi ne hwan wohwehwɛ ahemfoɔ mo wɔ Ghana ha ɔmo mfra bɛɛ sheet na ɔmo nim nyansa no na wahwɛ no wahu sɛnea ɔsi kasa wɔ bɛdwam na wakɔsua na kwan na wahunu nyansa school feeding for no wo sɛ wo ba na yɛma ne sɛ aduane na ka wobɛdi
caterers ni bi bɛda buffer stock for
yes
2 weeks
2 weeks
ɛma o
wɔahu nyansa ɔhene wɔahu nyansa sɛ Akufo-Addo tua ɔmo ka
ɛma
wɔahu nyansa
ɔmo de ɔmo towel ne ɔmo
support awode krɔno abɛto maa so
anyway thank you
wode krɔno abɛto ɔmo so add insult to injury
thank you ɛya te 5 ni from me
onua mebɛto me nua panyimfo bawomia mebɛto no fo ɛwɔ mu sɛ mamu no Ghana mamu no ehia attention mamu no ehia attention ɛwɔ mu paa sɛ Ghana mamu no yehia attention the youth of this country need attention but not distraction of lies Mumia efa the daily activities say sorry anopa ewia anadwoa onenam everywhere the length and breadth of this country lying the targets mamuno the youth of this country lying to divert their attention to divert their attention a woman say the youths or the youngsters need motivation. You hear motivation to do more to help this country grow the way we want it or to reset this nation, but not destructive moves to say Bawumia has engaged in. The agents today, as we speak, here serious care. The agents of this country, serious care For which reason? Minua Baumia. So one, don't divert the attention of the youth. You hear attention. Don't divert it. You hear a motivational speech to motivate us to doing more, because to see your government led by Shotingo and making sure say the youth of this country has lost hope in this country. Commander, we've got airports Monday, Tuesday, throughout the week. We've got to say evacuate a month from Afghanistan to the US. To say Syria, people are running for their lives. That is what is happening in this country. We've got airports, even our borders. I mean, Togo, Ni, Burkina Faso. Simply because people are running away from this country to save their lives. There's no hope under this hopeless government. There's no hope. Nti Baumia mi tu for misraw we are minua. Jania wo ye no. Ntro no dosu wo gu ye ni ase. Hwe me ma me free walewale o. Me ma me free walewale. I'm telling you Baumia me fa baby na see wo of abaha e be twotro emi emi ya.
Wo fa na mo kase.
Me fa mi o.
Ofa dia ko bi.
Ofa ka kase.
Ofa say who ni din. Ofa fe ni kontompo ni afere.
Me ti
Ofa ya so ofa be di draw ha.
See afere na ofa be see. Me ti ofa mi srawo nyabotre. Promises no dos do. At least target ba ku pe na utimi achieve ba ku kra ye.
Oh my God.
See ya unam etwontro ni getting the attention of the youth say nakofo a ye ba o musalary kra utimi tuya ya 1 month 3 month 4 month 6 month 1 month mobile phone be ye den
overdue
9 months me can 9 months ish wo frey ye ya ye juani say ye be gisika abra wo be jade
ba wonim wo kra wa raise ya yiwi
enye
ba wa tua meka 9 months was over my mobile phone
ayeden
na busumi bia atimi 1 cd sika be de atia free
sika ben sure nyansa fi nyansa boni
papa how could human beings behave like this?
Why?
What
kind of insensitivity is that?
Unim dia ba no kansa
there be
face survey no am de buy no
there be enye offer jai when fatao ye free wale na yiri kura sometimes
unim say
the way of a jai that's all for akobokro ya tell
unim say mama ma ayiwe unim say our national security has given them reports.
Yes,
after they picked about Napo, the percentage are dropping by 2%. They are losing Bono, which they have their report. Even Jinapo issue way ever north no, damage Juma okoye no heavily.
Say a honum crown, say, and you can say, Ansah can because honum crown.
So these are the issues.
Even when they are getting the report, while crab be offering, so I Lucy. Yeah, beside Muniana, they are no Yama.
There's as information, and nowadays, then it's like, let me start talking
rubbish.
So he wants to be more populist.
Yeah, populist.
What is it?
Okay.
Capitalizing on the vulnerability of the youth. And yet, why? Look,
that means the consultant is at work.
Yes. That's the strategy. Because one, who can tell me say, a comedy me.
But don't say,
a comedy me. Guy, no, can tell me say, who may brow phone.
I'm not like Kenyans.
Debbie, Ghana for is smarter than other nationals.
Yes.
Ghanaians are very smart.
Yes. Offer.
Because
a comedy offers.
Debbie.
Offers about fear. Or peduanedi na wo brand phone menji phone ko ede menji phone ko ton
a Nana for you say come the abo watch
no abo watch
you not on it
would it laptop ama teacher oti amanyorovi light ni ho network ni ho na odi laptop ama teacher say onko ede onko decorate ni dan so it doesn't make sense there be meka I'm just setting an example e come di me would meka 9 months wunye maame sika wo begina minim esa ma me promise say muntu aba ma me ba mema yi mobile phone na wuto credit na metiti 1 Ghana 2 Ghana yɛbɛtua papa yi ka ɔfa nyɛbɛtua wo ka gyadeɛ woyɛ no nyɛmempɛ deɛ woyɛ no
thank you